Melanie, you can go ahead and call the meeting to order.
Good morning, everyone. Seeing that all CPAG members are now present, Rachel, will you please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Yep, can everybody hear me? Perfect. Melanie Green.
Here.
Ed Mansala.
Here.
Ron Anaya.
Here.
We're working on the feedback piece. Sorry, everyone. Bootsy Battlehold.
Here.
Diane Grotjan.
Here.
Joanne Iskin.
Here.
Linda Kaminsky. Kimberly Kenny.
Here.
Tara Kinney.
Here.
Nancy Lara. Here. Jesse Levin. Nancy Portillo. Araceli Simeon.
Here.
Serena Small.
Here.
And Janelle Woodward.
Here.
Thank you. I hereby call the August 14th, 2020 meeting of the California Practitioners Advisory Group to order at 9:01 a.m. And I'd like to commence by saluting the flag. Okay, ready? Let me make sure I have the... Do we need to wait a second for the flag and the camera, or can we get started?
Go ahead.
Okay. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Give everyone a second to settle back in. Again, so excited to see everyone today. I would like to ask our State Board of Education Liaison, Board Member Strauss, to administer the oath of office, or the oath to our new CPAG member, Ron Anaya.
Good morning, Ron, and welcome to CPAG. Ron was appointed last November, but was unable to attend our February meeting. And so we are delighted to have you today. So you have to raise your right hand and repeat after me, and I'll break up the script, so it's just in short sentences. I, and state your name.
I, Ron Anaya,
Do solemnly swear.
do solemnly swear
That I will support and defend.
that I will support and defend
The Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
To the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I take this obligation freely.
that I take this obligation freely
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
And that I will well and faithfully.
and that I will well and faithfully
Discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you and congratulations and welcome to CPAG.
Thank you.
I see a lot of silent claps over there for you, Ron. I'm sure if we were in person, we would have lots of clapping. But of course, in our new virtual world, we just have to use all the things that we have at our disposal, like silent Zoom clapping. Welcome. Like Eileen mentioned, Ron was appointed to CPAG last November, unable to attend the February meeting. Ron, a teacher in Rockland Unified School District, we're so glad to have you here today and really look forward to having your perspective. I also want to welcome Rachel Maves. the new Deputy Superintendent of the Instruction and Measurement Branch at the California Department of Education. She will be playing a role in our meetings going forward. Thank you for being here, Rachel. A reminder for everyone, or an announcement for those who might not know, the Local Control Funding Formula Stakeholder Group meeting will take place on Tuesday, August 18th at 1:30. It will provide an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions and receive clarification on presentations made here today. CDE, or California Department of Education, and State Board staff encourage you to attend. I know they're great at answering questions and providing clarification on the different items that we talk about. I'd also want to ask Board Member Strauss if you'd like to make any comments.
I'll give you a big update. In spite of remote, lots of things are happening. First, a thank you to all the teachers and leaders who've been working so hard to get school open. It's been amazing to watch all the positive community building and exciting connection with kids. I know this is really a challenging time, and I just want to personally, on behalf of the board, just thank everyone for what they're doing to get this school open in really unprecedented times. That being said, we are posting next week open positions on all of our commissions that we normally, we post in late August. The positions are open until early October. Then we screen in October, November in time to appoint for the November board meeting. So different commissions. So we have CPAG, obviously, Instructional Quality Commission, the Advisory Commission on Special Ed. We do a lot of work, an advisory commission on charter schools as well. And then we also actually are looking for a new student board member that the governor appoints every year, when we're actually waiting for our newest board member to be appointed. So I just would say, if you have friends who are interested, or colleagues that you think would be great commission members, different roles are open on each commission, but look for it next week once it's posted. So speaking of commissions, the Instructional Quality Commission worked for 7.5 hours yesterday and did a review of the newest draft of the ethnic studies curriculum, and that is going out for public review. So we really worked hard on very thoughtful input, and I think we'll come back and do another review and edit in November, but I know everyone is really watching and looking for that model curriculum. The state board did adopt the Visual and Performing Arts Framework and the World Language Framework at our last meeting after a long, thorough process, and we're very excited about that moving forward. We have a state literacy plan committee working on a grant that will actually give grants out to some county offices and to help in support literacy. So that's a process in place right now. That group is meeting next week. And also our Advisory Commission on Special Ed meets next week as well. And we're working on setting targets for special education students for the state plan as well. So lots of really important things going on in spite of remoteness. And I would just say everyone's been so patient on Zoom and really engaged. And I know that'll be the same way today. But I just want to thank you all. I know your days are really busy with school opening and all the work you're doing, and to take time out for this work today, we really appreciate it as part of the board process. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. I also want to say thank you for everyone today, because we know you have a million things going on in your personal life, in your professional life amidst this pandemic. I have a 2-year-old that might run in the background. And I know many of you have lots of things you're juggling. So I want to echo Board Member Strauss and just saying thank you for being here today. And thank you for all the hard work that you're all putting in your different roles and helping make everything still go on. So thank you. And I promise he won't run in the background. My mother-in-law's here. So my house is really clean. Back to business. We would like to take up item 4 out of order so that we can approve the minutes from the February 2020 meeting before we jump into the other items. A note about public comment. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur for each item. Public comment may also be provided during the meeting by dialing the Zoom phone number and following a prompt to enter the meeting ID and the access code. The operator will notify callers when it's their turn to provide public comment. We'll also ask callers to please turn down the volume of their computers when they're following the live broadcast to avoid an echoing effect. Like when you used to call into the radio on the morning news show and you have to turn in your car volume, we'll remind people to turn down your computer volume when you're making public comment. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. And I'll repeat these instructions for each item because we know some people might be tuning in at different times for each item. Item 5 is the general public comment item during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed in the CPAG agenda. So just as a reminder for folks. Now, as a reminder for CPAG members, including myself, please mute your microphones when not speaking and keep your cameras on at all times, except during the scheduled breaks to ensure that we maintain a quorum throughout the day's virtual meeting. For each item on the agenda, there will be an opportunity for you, CPAG members, to raise your hand using the Zoom participant window if you would like to ask a question or make a comment. So just so that folks know how to do that, on your Zoom, and I know many of you have been using Zoom for the last 6 months, but you go down to the bottom of your screen and you click participants. And when you click participants, you should have a window pane on the right-hand side that has everyone's name in the meeting. And if you'd like to raise your hand when it's time for CPAG discussion, you can click the icon next to your name. So I see Kimmy Keen has her hand raised. Kimmy, do you have a question? Yeah.
Sorry, I have a quick comment. Just on the agenda, I know that we have attachments for each of the items, but I saw that the main PowerPoints weren't added to what the public can see. I know they were sent to us. So I think that is just something I hope we can fix in the future. I mean, at 106 slides, one of those PowerPoints is pretty big, so it's going to be hard for someone to kind of catch up, you know, if they're joining the meeting. So they wouldn't perhaps be able to do all their public comment as well as if they could have prepared. And then you know, reading the document, it wasn't that big, but 106 slides is a considerable amount. And I wonder if it's better to break that into different agenda items, because some of I know that it's all related to the dashboard, but some of those are fairly different. It feels a little restrictive to say that people can only speak for 1 minute on public comment on 106 slides. So thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. And then Rachel, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Melanie, and thank you, Kim, for that feedback. I just wanted everyone to know that we are working on getting those slides posted on the website as soon as possible.
Okay, so then once you have your hand raised on the participant view, do you have to click it again to take your hand down? I got stuck on my last team meeting last week. I had my hand up the whole time. I didn't realize. Okay, great.
The host can't put it down?
I think the host is responsible for putting hands down.
Oh, thank you. So we'll have our host, our SBE staff. And I also want to give a huge shout out to the state board staff and CDE staff for putting so much time and effort in making sure virtual meetings are running smoothly and learning from each one. So a thank you to them too, and all the effort they put in, and for being here today and helping make this a process that we can continue to have, even though we're in the virtual world. So we'll now take up item 4 to approve the minutes from the February CPAG meeting. CPAG members, you can find the minutes in the box folder that was shared with you. I'll give everyone a few minutes to review the February 2020 CPAG minutes. Okay, we will now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling, and I'm going to read these numbers, but then they're also on the screen for folks to see. 669-900-9128. You'll see that's the first number on the screen. Please enter meeting ID number 846-0452-4555. That's the second bullet on the screen, followed by the passcode 185507. The third bullet on the screen. The operator will let you know when it's your turn to speak. We encourage you to please state your name and affiliation for the record. Please remember to turn down the speaker volume of your computers if you are following the live feed. And speakers will be limited to 1 minute each.
There are no public comments for this item.
Thank you. If no public comments, we'll move to CPAG discussion. Is there any discussion on this item?
Joanne has her hand raised.
Joanne?
No, I actually was just going to move to approve the minutes. So,
All right, seeing no other questions or no questions. Do I have a motion? I think I do. I have a motion by Joanne, second by Ed. We will now hold a roll call vote. Rachel, please call the roll.
Melanie Green,
Aye.
Edmund Sala,
Aye.
Anna Noel, Ron,
Aye.
Utsi Battlehold,
aye.
Diane Grote-John,
Aye.
Joanne Iskin,
Aye.
Linda Kaminsky, Linda,
Aye.
Kimberly Kenny,
Yes.
Tara Kinney,
Aye.
Nancy Lara, yeah. Nancy, could you say yes, please? We need to hear you verbally.
I don't think her mic's picking up.
Okay, we'll move on to Jesse Levin.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yep, there you are. Nancy?
Aye. Yeah.
Perfect. Is that an aye?
Yes.
Jesse Levin?
Aye.
Nancy Portillo?
Aye.
Araceli Simeon?
Aye.
Serena Small?
Aye.
Neil Woodward?
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Motion carries.
We're just going to have to give everyone grace with that mute unmute button. So now that I'm unmuted, we're going to start with item 1, which is the accountability item. We're so excited to have Jenny Singh here to begin the presentation, and she will be supported by members of her staff. Jenny, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Hi, this is the new Jenny Singh. My name is actually Cindy Cazanes.
I'm so sorry, Cindy. Cindy will be leading this item.
Totally fine. Actually, Jenny is going to come up right after me to help move the slide presentation along. And welcome everybody to CPAG. It's nice to be with you remotely. There are several of us in the room today, including Jenny Singh. But we are really happy to be able to share the work that we've been doing over the past several months, if not this past year. And to member Kenny's point, yes, 100 slides is a lot of slides. There's a lot of content in this item. As you saw in the memo that we released when the agenda was posted, there's a lot of tables in here. So we are hoping that we will be able to have the time to spend with you to walk you through these on a very, at your pace, and hope that you have prepared yourself by reading the materials ahead of time so you can ask us thoughtful questions or try to help us to use this meeting, which we do, to prepare for the state board meeting in September. So today I'm going to get started with just a brief overview of what we're going to be talking about. We do have several different staff that are going to be presenting remotely. As I mentioned, Jenny will be here at the podium if questions come up that we need to assist staff with. So the first is we're going to walk through, since it's been since February, since we last spoke to you, and gosh, the world has changed. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the dashboard and reporting of data for 2020. We'll then go into the work around the student growth model, which is still on track for being adopted this school year. And then move over to the stability, consistency, and reliability of the dashboard colors, which I know you have seen a version of this back in February. And then finally talk to you about our career measures and possible inclusion of those in the college career indicator. So again, the continued development of the dashboard has been focused around mainly around the CCI and on our academic side, and then also making sure that what we have put out in years past continues to be reliable. And so that's where you see the dashboard colors piece come in. So let's begin with what happened. We all, around St. Patrick's Day, got sent home. Well, most of us did, and started our work from home for the last 5 months. Very quickly in March, we had a response from the U.S. Department of Education to really put schools and districts' fears at rest as far as the requirements around assessments and accountability. That waiver was released in late March. The department, the CDE, applied for that jointly with the State Board of Education, and we received a response back within hours, if not less than a day, that we were approved for waiver from statewide accountability and reporting requirements on the federal side. Now, it took a little while longer for the state to do something similar for the state pieces of the local control funding formula, which governs, of course, the dashboard on the state side and differentiated assistance. So in late June, Senate Bill 98, which is the education trailer bill, was signed into law, and it actually prohibits the California Department of Education from publishing state and local indicators in the 2020 dashboard. So what does this mean for us? And just as far as SB 98, you should be aware that there was a provision in there, and I think this was a great push to make sure that we are collecting actually right now data from our school districts about what happened in 2019, 2020. And if we do have valid and reliable data, if we deem it to be valid and reliable, we're going to be reporting on that information, just not through the dashboard. The dashboard, however, will actually have a 2020 version. The 2020 version will simply talk about who's an LEA in the 2019-2020 school year, information about their school, whether or not they're a charter, whether or not they're a DAS school is something we're adding this year, and what their student population looked like. So we want to make sure that we have comparable fields where it makes sense, and these are the few fields that we think will be helpful for the dashboard for 2020. We will also link through the dashboard to where you can find information that is valid and reliable. One of the reports that I know folks are interested in is seeing discipline reports up through the end of February. So we are anticipating to be able to publish that on DataQuest, for example. Graduation rate is something we still need to report on, especially to the federal government. So you'd find that through that link that we will be posting on the dashboard. We anticipate the dashboard will come out at the same time as usual, early December. So those are the components that we have planned for this year. Going back to the federal waiver, so what does this really mean for California? And keep in mind that every other state applied for and received the waiver, so we are all in the same predicament as to having this gap year for accountability purposes. What it says and allows us is that we are not required to produce state indicators. It also removes the requirement to designate schools as comprehensive support for comprehensive support and improvement or additional targeted support and improvement, so CSI or ATSI. In addition, schools that are currently eligible will remain eligible for support for this current year, so they just get an extra year for support in our system. Moving over back to the state side, the impact of the state law, which is again SB 98, it was identical to really what it was trying to mirror what the federal government had done, and prohibiting the identification of local educational agencies, which of course includes charter schools, for differentiated assistance this year. So LEAs and charter schools who have been identified for under the 2019 dashboard will remain eligible for assistance for an additional year. Furthermore, it's very, very specifically specifies that we need to look how we're going to identify in the 2020-2021 school year, or rather 2021-2022 school year, in that it directs the department to look at the 2021 data for status and the 2019 data for change. So of course our calculation is the 2020 data minus the 2019 data. So that is helpful to us because it gives us a clear direction on the data sources, which we know were valid and reliable. We used it for the 2019 dashboard. And assuming that things go as planned for 2021, we would use that information to produce a dashboard in 2021. So with that, I'm going to pause to see if there's any questions around that before we move into one of our meatier subjects, the student growth model.
I have my hand raised.
Just 1 second. Yes, Kim, you can go in just 1 second. I'm just trying to figure out when it's in presenter mode, how to be able to see the participants who are raising their hand. So Kim, yes, you can go, and I'm going to try to work on bringing up that participant screen. Maybe if I exit out. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Thank you. No, that's no problem. So I did forget to ask a question earlier. Was there any correspondence from any groups on any of today's items? I don't remember if I saw them in the box.
To my understanding, there was no correspondence received.
Okay, thank you. My first question, well, I have two questions, and one is kind of a general dashboard question, and it's about reclassification. And I know it's not part of today's presentation, but as we're working going forward on the dashboard, because reclassification at this point is not part of the LP, the English learner indicator, I guess I'm interested in hearing from staff when will reclassification, which is a very important indicator and is part of the ed code, when will it get back onto the dashboard in some form? So that's one question. Doesn't have to be answered today, but certainly would be good to understand how that's going. And then when you mentioned the data, I guess I had a question in terms of the 1920 suspension rate and chronic absenteeism. I was wondering if there were plans to post that on DataQuest in a shortened year form. So the same way that the ADA was halted at February 29th or whatever, I wondered if, since chronic absenteeism and suspension are also kind of based on cumulative enrollment, was it possible to do those rates for the year, but only through the end of February, if that was a plan you had?
Sure. Let me respond to the first part of your question around reclassification. It's not something that I'm able to speak about at this meeting. We can take it back for a discussion. The federal government was very clear that they didn't think it was an appropriate measure as part of the English learner progress indicator. So, we're, with that in mind, of being denied and actually, put forward an appeal for that or put forward a waiver. I don't know that there's another route, but we can bring that back if that's of interest. To your second point about suspension and chronic absenteeism, yes, we are looking at both of those measures. I think it's really important that you understand how those measures are collected because they're collected very differently. So let's start with discipline. Discipline records are collected by incident. So if you have more than one incident per day, we're tracking the incidents by day. Chronic absenteeism, we're only looking at how many days were you expected to be there and how many days you showed up. I don't know if that was in September, in October, every Friday. There is no detail in that data because of the way that data was brought on, or that data collection was brought on board with actually a pretty heavy-handedness from the administration. So we were only able to when we implemented that collection to reflect what really what the ADA collection was, and in so we don't have any level of detail. So we will go through a process where we'll look at the data to see if there is a way to look to see if it's valid and reliable for the chronic absenteeism for student absence files. But that is one data point that I am not confident. I have a very low level of confidence we'll be able to produce that publicly, because I don't know when districts stopped collecting data. Whereas for suspension, I can clearly see a delineation, and we can actually do a cutoff to make sure that everybody has the same number of opportunities to show how students, if they had discipline files, like up through, for your example, up through March. I would actually say up through the end of February. So for data quest, actually, let me just go back and share with you a decision by the board actually in July in approving the template for the school accountability report card, or the SARC. They approved that we would have a modified reporting box for COVID for discipline that was separate from the other discipline, the prior year discipline files, because the measure or the denominator is different than it would be in prior years. So I think we'll do something similar for Data Quest.
And I see Araceli has her hand up. Go ahead,
Yes,
Araceli.
I just wanted to provide a comment regarding public or written comments. I'm part of the LCFF Equity Coalition, and I know that they submitted a letter yesterday providing comments on all 3 items or main items on the agenda. So I just wanted to flag it so that I believe it was turned in on time, so that if it did, it could be forwarded to my colleagues. Thank you.
We'll check the mailbox to see if that is there, and we can put it in the box for everybody if we find it.
Any other questions? And if you were like me and not knowing how to see the participant box in presenter mode, just click escape. And then your participant box comes back up on the right-hand side. So I don't see any more questions. So Cindy,
Melanie,
you can continue.
Just so you know, Melanie, can I just make one comment? If you have the screen open and you're looking at the presenter mode, so you see your members on the side and the screen with the slide, you can still click on participants and look at whose hands are up. It just comes on your computer, it'll just go over the presentation screen.
Oh, so thank you, Eileen.
Yeah, just click it. And then the other thing I learned, being Zooming like 4 days this week, is if you go to the right side of the slide for the presenter mode, you can move it left if you want to make it smaller and see more of the faces of the CPAG members. I learned that too. Okay, that's my Zoom hints for today.
I love it. Thank you so much. Okay, go ahead, Cindy.
I'm going to turn this now over to Jenny Singh to introduce the next presenter.
Good morning, CPAG members. It is a pleasure to be here today. We do have a lot of material to cover, and we will do our best to be as clear and succinct as possible. My staff is going to do most of the presentation today, so I'm just going to move the slides forward. So for the first section, that we have the student growth model. I have 2 staff members who will be presenting in this section. The first one is Kimberly Montink, and she is up first. So Kimberly, I will turn it over to you. Oh, and before I turn it over to Kimberly, I just want to let everyone know we have been working very hard on this growth model. We have been very lucky to have a really close relationship with our testing vendor, ETS, and they have been doing a tremendous amount of work for us on this model. And so I just wanted to say that and say thank you to them. Okay, Kimberly.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I apologize if there is any technical difficulty, if anybody raises their hand or anything, as I am at home with a daughter performing in the other room at a drama camp. So I know she's eating up a lot of bandwidth. And my husband's on an all-day meeting with UC Santa Cruz. So we're all Zooming at home today. So I appreciate your patience with me at home. So as Jenny mentioned, I'll be going through the growth model work today. And some of you who have been on CPAG for multiple years know that we've been working on this for quite some time. And in 2020, we're coming back to you and the state board with a lot of action and a lot of movement. So today I'm going to go through all of the work that we've been doing so far in 2020, as well as some of the results from the technical work we've been going through, so that you are the first to see these results in action. So I'm happy to explain everything, and then our intern Parth Serene will also be going through hopefully a helpful graphical explanation of things that I'm talking about today. So we're starting off with a review of what we've done so far in 2020. At the dashboard update meeting in March, we came to the state board and shared our plans for everything going through in the dashboard. And it was early in March, so we weren't quite sure of what was to come in 2020. But at that time, we made a commitment that we were going to be continuing work on the residual gain model this year. And specifically, we were going to address the comments and questions that the state board had when we paused the growth model in 2018. And specifically, that question was how we could add additional modifications to the residual gain model that could both enhance the validity and the cross-time stability of the results we were seeing. So specifically, this was a question that they left us in July 2020 with. And additionally, we would be moving forward with a growth model that would not include student demographics as a control variable within the growth model. Next slide. Now, when we came in March, we presented the timeline that you see on the screen. This is before everything changed. So we were planning on working with technical modifications with ETS and our TDG through August, coming in September with all of the results. In November, we would expect approval of an individual student growth model from the state board. And then we would be releasing those growth scores for informational purposes only, not as a part of the dashboard, in 2020. And then moving through work with LEAs and stakeholders on communication in January through November of 2021, and then releasing another set of growth scores in December of 2021. Next slide. Unfortunately, the world didn't work as we set out. So we've had to go through and revise our timeline due to COVID-19. And specifically with the growth model, the reason why we have to make really big modifications is that we don't have test scores this year. So we do not have the most recent year of growth because we don't have an opportunity for students to show growth. So the timeline going forward has changed, and it is specifically in response to having additional time to look at things and not having another year of data to look at. So we are still moving forward and have moved forward on working on technical modifications with ETS and the TDG, just as we said we were going to through this month. Next month, we'll be sharing the results from ETS, which are with the board, which are previewed today for you at CPAG. And then we expect to go forward in January of 2021 for approval for the individual student growth model with the state board. In February, we'll be releasing those results based on their decision using CASP data only from 2016 to 2019. Again, because we don't have this year's growth. For informational purposes only. Then we'll be continuing with that work that we had hoped to, but instead of it going for 1 year, we're going to be using all of the resources we have to go through and speak to LEAs and stakeholders and work on communication and try and get a really solid plan of how to use all of the growth data with these individuals and districts from March 2021 all the way through November of 2022. The reason why is that if we test this spring, that's still not an additional year of growth. We have to wait until December of 2022 to be able to release another year of growth scores. And so that's a really significant delay. But again, it's because of not testing this year with the growth model. Next slide. Now, just to review for those of you who are new to CPAG, new to the growth model, haven't been paying attention, I'm going to bring you back to July of 2018. And specifically why we paused implementation of an individual student level growth model using the residual gain model. And that was because ETS conducted some studies for us using California state data and looking at the residual gain model results year over year. And when we evaluated if the residual gain model met the requirements of our established non-summative multiple measures accountability system, we found the following, that while there was reliable data coming out from schools and districts, the outcomes were not valid and fair for all of them, specifically because the residual gain model performed statistically similar in both years that we looked at. There was low cross-time stability within the outcomes. And simply what this means is that the results would flip-flop. They would be high one year, low the next year. There was no pattern of consistency across these. And unfortunately, we were seeing that in student groups, in low population schools and low population districts versus larger districts that had a little bit more stability within them. Finally, that led to really not being able to provide actionable information to schools and districts, because that high volatility would really make it difficult for LEAs to use this to drive any decisions. We were really worried about the strong risk of misinterpretation, that a superintendent would see low growth one year in their results, change everything around and see high growth the next year and think, oh, well, it's because of what I did, or vice versa, when it's just a result of the data fluctuating as data does due to the mathematical system behind it, and not so much directly as a part of actions. So that misinterpretation was a really strong factor in pausing our work in 2018. Next slide. So as we promised, we started work this year on technical work with the growth model. And we held a series of stakeholder meetings in 2019 throughout the entire year. And those provided insights into really how deeply valued this idea of student growth within California is, but on the flip side, just how difficult it is to create a growth measure that covers everyone's expectations and the wide variety of information that people are hoping to get out of this growth model. And after that, CDE concluded from all of these meetings that really the residual gain model was the best fit for meeting these expectations. In February, we specifically worked on modifications directed by the board that could improve the results of the residual gain model within an accountability framework. And again, our main concern was really that year-to-year volatility in the scores for the sake of the dashboard. Next slide. So our February TDG, which is the technical design group that helps advise CDE on technical matters for accountability, we began working on the following technical adjustments. So the first was to change the highest obtainable scale score, nicknamed the HOS, on the CASP, which would help students show gains at the higher thresholds. We were actually one of the only states that had not adjusted our HOS or loss from the original cut scores that were set way back at the implementation of the CASP. So a lot of our students at the higher end of the scale scores were being essentially limited to show growth, because if they were already high, the cut score at the high end wasn't allowing them to show as much growth. So we went through and reviewed suggestions by ETS and our assessment staff to go ahead and change the HOS to a more preferable level. And then we also looked into implementing a new regression formula that would help counter the small population size and stability issues that we were seeing within the regression model. And this is known as the empirical best linear prediction model, or as I will refer to it today in a very funny acronym way, EBLIP. Next slide. Now, where did this model come from? Specifically, it was developed by leading experts in measuring student growth from ETS, J.R. Lockwood, Catherine Castellano, and Dan McCaffrey, in response to the data issues that they saw in the ETS studies that they did for us in the 2018 year. So they were the primary authors of that research, and since 2018, they've been looking at ways to fix this, because this isn't just a problem in California. It's a problem with any state that uses a growth model. And essentially, the California results that they were able to share opened up a window into issues that are happening with growth models across the country. Next slide. Now, we're sharing slides directly from ETS with you to show exactly what their motivation was. It might be a little technical, but I'll go through it. Specifically, the reason they wanted to develop this was that when you aggregate growth models for the school level or for LEA level, you're supposed to be sharing a number that provides diagnostic information about student achievement process. But when you compute them as simple averages for very few students, it doesn't really necessarily represent the average growth that you would see if that group of students was larger. So what we have is a math problem going on. And this inaccuracy could be really detrimental to the inferences of achievement growth for schools and LEAs for smaller numbers of students and student groups within schools or LEAs. So when we're looking at, let's just say, foster students, homeless students, smaller populations, those results could be the problems within them mathematically are huge versus larger groups of students. And we're not seeing the accuracy that we want to see within those smaller groups. Next slide. So the consequences of this inaccuracy, the annual fluctuations in these aggregates show inconsistent signals from year to year, which complicate interpretation and can essentially erode credibility of our entire reporting system. If we have LEAs seeing these jumps every year, honestly, if you've had giant flip-flops for 3 years, I'm not quite sure you're going to put much faith or reliability in the numbers that you're seeing come out of this growth model. And because of the magnitude of inaccuracy is driven by the number of growth measures in this aggregate measure, it differentially affects schools and LEAs depending on the size of their populations. So you're seeing large disparities in accuracy and large disparities in the degree of annual fluctuations. So there's a lot of things going on, and there's a lot of things that they would like to fix using this model. Next slide. So I want to clarify that essentially the EBLIP model is not a type of growth model. And when I say that it's because some of you have been familiar with our previous presentations prior to July of 2018, looking at different growth models before the state board settled on looking at a residual gain model. The EBLIP is not a new model. It doesn't change the individual student growth measures from a residual gain model. So we're still using a residual gain model. Instead, it's a statistical model that takes the input of those individual student growth produced by a residual gain model, and it creates a more accurate aggregate measure from those inputs by going beyond a simple average of individual student growth measures. Next slide. So the EBLIP model hopes to improve student results by incorporating at least 2 individual growth scores, creating an approximate weighted average of student growth measures from multiple school years rather than just the simple average from the current year, which is what is typically used in states. And it gives greater weight to data from the most recent year and less weight to data from previous years. And compared with simple averages, the eBLIP model has the greatest impact for small groups and almost no impact on large groups because simple averages are already more accurate and stable for those large groups. Next slide. So I'm going to turn it over to our wonderful intern from Stanford, Parth Serene, to go through a graphical explanation.
Kimberly, I think it would probably be good to stop and ask for questions or comments on the information that you provided.
We can. We could go ahead and do that right now.
Any questions?
This is Linda Kaminsky. I'm trying to raise my hand on the participant thing and hadn't mastered that yet.
Go ahead, Linda.
Thank you. First of all, I really want to thank CDE and the state board for taking the time to really look carefully at the growth model over the years. And when results were not coming out in a way that was helpful and understandable and useful for school districts, taking that seriously and looking into it and working with ETS on that. I really appreciate the dedication that represents and the desire to always do the best. So thank you very much. I had a question on the HOS and how that was changed. Was that changed by extending the range of scores, or was it changed by changing cut scores within the range that we have, or was it some other method in which it was changed? Just a point of clarification.
Certainly. The HOS ceiling was raised for each grade level.
Okay. And so in essence, then the highest point on the ceiling then overlaps with more of the lower points at the next grade level. Would that be correct?
So there's quite a bit of overlap, right, as the grades accelerate. But yes, there's additional range and movement for them for each grade level.
Thank you very much.
And I see Diane, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I've got two, actually. One of the things I see with this whole growth model, I was, I think it was the state board back in June of 2018, or maybe even before then, when the CDE was presenting the multiple options, ways that they could calculate this. And the comments that I was hearing from the audience, I was in one of the overflow rooms, and the comments I was hearing very vocally from those people were, this makes no sense whatsoever. And because it was complicated, and statistically, it's a statistical analysis that is tricky to understand. And it's now being made, I think, more complicated, even if it's giving us better measures by adding this eBLIP model on top of it. And so one of my kind of ingrained questions that I don't expect an immediate, easy answer is how in the world are we going to explain this measure to the general public and to schools so that they know where their scores are coming from? So that's one question. And like I said, not really expecting a quick and easy answer. The other one is with the eBLIP, does the eBLIP assume that we're measuring these same students for the growth model? What if it's not the same students from year to year to year in a school? If the school has a high transiency rate, are they going to have very, very few students counting, or how's that going to work?
So I'll go through and answer that first question about the communication and making sense of the results that we're seeing. So this is why we are really releasing this information, the growth model results for information purposes only, is that through our stakeholder process last year, it was a very in-depth look, then explanation and working through with many stakeholders to try and understand growth and the results and what it can and can't say and what it can and can't do. And it's a lot to take in. So that's why we have such an expansive period to look at what we can do with LEAs and schools to communicate the growth model, how we can understand the results, how we can use them. This is a long-term process for all of us to work through and use, and that's why it's not being debuted within the accountability system as a color or anything else, or being incorporated into results right away. Because we understand this heavy lift that we have ahead of us, and we're hoping to work with everyone to be able to use this properly and in good ways, because we know that some states don't use this, and some schools and LEAs interpret growth improperly. So we're really dedicated to work with all stakeholders on moving this forward in a responsible way, because it is something that they're asking for in the field. Secondly, as far as who is included, so students who have 2 sequential tests scores, despite their location, will be included in the growth score. So if your score the year before was at a different school, that doesn't matter to us, because the growth you would be seeing would be in the current year where you have been continuously enrolled, which means you were there from census day onward without a break of enrollment of 30 or more days. So you have been fully present and tested at the school at which you have received continuous instruction, and the growth that you would be seeing would be measured in that current year. So the growth measures don't look back at your prior school; they only look back, are looking at the school where you're currently at. And your status results are similar. You're only ever counting students that are continuously enrolled at those schools. So I hope that clarifies that.
Well, okay, so let me back this up. So as I'm looking at this eBlip, it looks to me like what you're doing is you're taking multiple years worth of data, test data, and weighting it so that among other things, the most recent year counts more than previous years. But you're looking at more than one previous year, correct?
You're looking at an aggregate growth measure, more than one aggregate growth measure. So similar to status, year over year, there are different students in that cohort, yes. So you're looking at a cohort, and you're looking at multiple cohorts. So similar to a graduation rate.
Okay, so I'm looking at a lot of DAS schools that have a huge amount of kids that are coming and going a lot, right?
Well, and yes, so similar to every measure on the dashboard, where we look at year over year. It's no different than any other measure in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
I see another question from Linda, and then we'll go to Ron.
Thank you. And in response to the questions we were just discussing around the issue of kids who move, kids who are mobile, my own dissertation work many years ago actually showed that, and this should be comforting and reassuring to school districts, that in this model, as we look at the change over time, and particularly where they are the current year and how that's impacted, there's a lot of possibility for improvement and increase in test scores if students are at schools that are doing, a very strong job in the educational system. And so the question that people sometimes have about mobility as, the kids are underperforming who are mobile has all generally been based on cross-sectional data, which is just a snapshot in time, whereas my study had been longitudinal. So it really was looking across time, what was the growth, knowing where the kids went to school in year one, and in my case was year 1 and year 2, and also knowing what the schools were doing and how the schools as a whole had been performing and implementing the various initiatives geared towards student growth or student achievement. So it actually has the potential to capture the benefit of a student who moves into a system that's very strong academically and moving the kids forward. And also by including these extra years and doing this aggregated or weighted model, it compensates for just the inherent what's called a measurement error that's built into these systems. So it's a really, to me, it's a very positive movement and approach.
Thank you, Linda. Ron?
Thank you. The eBlip model, I'm just trying to see, does this follow a student and a student group year over year as they progress, or is this looking at a snapshot of a population group or population groups at a site year over year? So seventh graders 2018, seventh graders 2019, seventh graders 2020, or does eBlip follow those students and show their growth as a group as they progress?
Good question. So what we're looking at within individual student growth, right, is we're always looking at a student and their the change in their score year over year. So from third grade to fourth grade, and again, advancing years. We're only ever looking at growth for students that advance. So they test twice in the same grade. That doesn't count. And so then we're going to be, so for example, for a K-6 school, we'll be looking at growth for the fourth graders, how they grew from third to fourth grade, the fifth graders, how they grew from fourth to fifth grade, and the sixth graders, how they grew from fifth to sixth grade. So you have those 3 grades that will be looking at how they grew. And that's 1 year of growth. And then the eBlip is looking at that 1 year of growth for that cohort of students in the calendar year, 2018-19, as well as the calendar year in 17-18. So it's using those 2 calendar year captures of school data. So if you're, just picture a school and picture a school year and how things fluctuate and change. We're still capturing school years of action, but we're looking at growth past. So there's a lot of things going into it.
And just a quick follow-up, excuse me, that seems like a fundamental change, if I'm not mistaken, because in LCAP groups that I've been a part of in my district, it seems as though we're comparing this year's or last year's 7th graders to the previous year's 7th graders. Am I correct in saying that, or have we been looking at data the wrong way?
No, you've been looking at it exactly as you should be. So that's how the current change measure on the dashboard is reflected. When we're talking about growth, we have not committed to if growth is going into the accountability system or where it goes into the accountability system. So I would disentangle student growth from any perceptions of specifically the dashboard and change at this point in time. So we're looking at student growth as its own entity alone, separate from the dashboard right now. So you're doing everything right when you're looking at your LCAP and looking at the dashboard currently for the change measure.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. You can continue.
Okay, so we have been quite hard in trying to figure out how to explain this growth model to the general public. And we have been very lucky to have an intern from Stanford each and every year for the last 4 years. And this year we also received an intern, Parth Sarin. He has been helping us with this communication, and he actually developed the graphical explanation of the growth model that you're about to see. So Parth, if you could go ahead and introduce yourself further, and we can move.
Yeah.
Parth.
Yeah. Thanks, Jenny, so much for that lovely introduction. Yeah, as Jenny was saying, I'm a student at Stanford. I'm a math and public policy student, and broadly speaking, I'm just really interested in putting those 2 things together, especially when it comes to education. So what we've developed here is a way of explaining how the growth model works from a graphical perspective. So we're going to sort of dig down deep. After Kimberly gave us this very high-level overview of what the growth model is like, we're going to dig down and look at, and we're going to follow actual individual students in this graphic and look at how this might actually work out in practice. Hopefully this will also address some of the questions that Diane and others had about how the growth model is actually calculated. So yeah, so the growth model is calculated in stages. The first stage is an individual stage. We assign every individual student a growth score from 1 year to the next. Then we are going to aggregate those growth measures together to get growth scores for a school. And then at the end, we're going to apply the eBlip. But let's go to the beginning of that story, the first part, which is what an individual residual gain score is. So this is the way that we assign a growth score to an individual student. It's based on CASP scores, as Kimberly mentioned. And for an example, what would happen here is Imagine a third grader that takes their CASP test and then goes to fourth grade and takes their CASP test. After they've completed their fourth grade CASP score, we're going to take all of the test information for third and fourth graders or for students who tested in third grade and then went on to test in fourth grade, and we're going to plug that into a computer model. This is the original residual gain model that we've talked about previously. And that computer is going to tell us what typical student growth is like. The example I gave here in this sub-bullet point is that typical student growth might depend on what you got in third grade. So for example, a student who scored a 2300 in third grade might be expected to score a 2450 in fourth grade, but if you scored a 2450 in third grade, you might be expected to score a 2650 in fifth grade. So the growth that we're going to expect of students will differ based on what your third grade score was and based on all of that information from third and fourth graders across the state of California. So once this computer model tells us the typical student growth, we call that their expected test score. That's what we expect them to get in fourth grade. Of course, and any individual student may or may not align with what the typical growth is. Jenny, next slide, please. So here's a graphic that explains, that sort of explains how this might work for an individual student. So imagine this student who's just finished their fourth grade CASP test. In third grade, they got a 2300. In fourth grade, they got a 2400. Now, as I just mentioned, we're going to take all of the students across California who took a third grade and a fourth grade test, and we're going to plug that into this growth model. And the growth model will say, you know, we expected, or the growth model might say, we expect this student to get a 2450. But as you see in this model, or in this graphic, this student actually got a 2400. So what that means is they got a 2400. We expected them to get a 2450. We're going to subtract those scores and say that their growth score is how much they differed from the typical student growth. So in this case, that's negative 50. And I'm going to call that the IRG. And that stands for individual residual gain. Next slide. And this is just a description, yeah. So then we have these IRG scores for many students in the school. So here's an example of a bunch of different students, and they all have different IRG scores. The label that I gave to this is, you might imagine, this is a K-6 school, and we're looking at math scores here, and we're looking at the years 2016 to 2017. So these would all be students, this would be a snapshot of time in 2017. And these would be the students in this school at this time. So you see some fourth graders in the left-hand column, some fifth graders in the middle column, and some sixth graders in the right column. And all of them have individual residual gain scores based on their 2016 to 2017 scores. So the fourth graders over here, they were third graders in 2016, and then they just finished their fourth grade test in 2017. The fifth graders just finished their fifth grade test. The sixth graders just finished their sixth grade test. And they've all been given individual residual gain scores. Now we're going to take all of those scores and use that to create a growth measure for the school. And the way we do this aggregation is that we average all of these scores together. So we have a negative 50, a positive 10, a 0, a negative 20, a positive 40, and a positive 50. We add all those together and we divide by the number of students that are in the school. So in this silly little example, there are 6 students in the school. We add all of their things together and we divide by 6 and we get positive 5. And that score gets assigned to that school for that year. Next slide, please. Then you can imagine now, let's zoom out one more step. So now let's think about multiple years. So we got 2016 to 2017 over on the left-hand side. And the calculation here is exactly the same as it was on the last slide. The same students are pictured in that little bubble, and the residual gain score is positive 5, just like I explained for the last year. Now, on the right-hand side of the screen, we have a different set of years. This is 2017 to 2018. And Diane, you asked this question about student turnover. And as you can see in the right-hand bubble, it doesn't necessarily have to be the same students. We see that the demographic of this school is changing from year to year. In the left-hand side, there are 6 students, and the right-hand side, there are 5 students. And we can still average all of their scores to create a residual gain score for that school for that year. Now, of course, some of these students might be the same from left to right, some of them might be completely different, but as Kimberly mentioned, growth is based on the latter year, because that's the year in which you're actually learning, and then you take a test at the end of that year. So when we say that this sixth grader at the far right has an IRG of positive 40, it means that they were enrolled in this school during sixth grade, and positive 40 is a measurement of how much they grew from their last year, wherever they were, to now, when after they finished this sixth grade year. So we take all of these scores once again, we average them, and we give the school that residual gain score. Next slide. And this is the eBlip. Fundamentally, what the eBlip is doing is it's just looking at these 2 years, and it's trying to improve the accuracy of the prediction in the last year. So in our particular example, we have this positive 5 score that we assigned to the school in 2016-17, and a -2 score that we assigned to the school in 2017-18. This computer is going to pull in both of those pieces of information. It's also going to look at other things like the size of this school, and it's going to look at some other information about students and other residual gain scores. And then it's going to say, I think that this -2, a more accurate score instead of this -2, or sorry, a more accurate score for the 2017-18 growth is, for example, +1. And this number doesn't just come out of a magic hat. It's roughly equal to a weighted average. So one way to combine these 2 scores might be just to take a simple average. The eBlip takes a weighted average of these 2 scores, and it places a larger weight, a larger emphasis on more recent scores. So it tries to say that the more recent scores are going to be more indicative of growth in the school than prior years' scores. So all of that was the story of how the growth model was actually computed. We went from an individual student over 2 years, where we assigned them an individual score. Then we took those individual scores, looked at multiple students in a school, and put all of their scores together to get a score for the school. Then we looked at multiple years of time and how schools can be assigned these residual gain scores for multiple years. And then we put those together to improve the accuracy with the eBlip. That's the entire mathematical computation of the eBlip. So I just want to finish up with the next slide, please, Jenny, which just shows a little bit about why we did this and how this can actually be used. So I mentioned that eBlip was designed to increase accuracy. As Kimberly mentioned, we saw this low year-to-year stability. And because eBlip increases accuracy, it also increases stability. Now, here's how you can interpret these results. Remember that all the way back to the individual residual gain, what we were doing was we were saying, let's look at the student's actual score, and let's look at what we expected them to get, and let's subtract them to get the residual gain. Now, if the student got the same score as we expected of them, then their residual gain score is 0. So a residual gain score of 0 means that the student grew as expected. The eBlip has a very similar interpretation. If you get an eBlip score of 0, it means that on average, the average student grew as expected. A negative score means less than expected, and a positive score means more than expected. And as we've mentioned several times, these are just provided for informational purposes at this point. They shouldn't be used to evaluate individual educators. They shouldn't be used for kind of punitive purposes. And so far in the current construction of this model, they are purely informational. I want to pause now at the end of this to ask for any comments, questions, and concerns that you may have about the e-squared scores.
Great. So we'll have a few questions. I also just want to say thank you for creating the graphic representation. It's always helpful to be able to hear it and see it and then visualize it. So I want to thank you in advance for your work in doing that and trying to think about how to communicate it. We have 3 hands. First, we'll start with Bootsy, then we'll go to Kim, and then we'll go to Joanne. So go ahead, Bootsy.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot for the graphics. It made it very clear and understandable. My question/concern is, though, that when we're talking about an entire school, and let's say like in LAUSD, most of our elementary schools are K-5, right? So we're really judging the whole school, or TK5, which is 7 grade levels that we're judging based on those 4th and 5th graders, right? Because we can only look at 3rd to 4th and 4th to 5th in that school, right? So we've got a ton of kids who are not accounted for here. And then the same would be like in a middle school, right? We only can judge the 6th to 7th and 7th to 8th. So two grade levels. I mean, out of middle school, it's 2 out of 3. But if you're at a 7-8 middle school, then you've got that 1 grade level that's sort of carrying the score for your whole school, right? So I'm just curious how you all have thought through that, or what the responses are, you know, how we can sort of take that information into account.
Yeah, so actually, we can judge these students by their entire student population. Let's take that example of the 7 to 8 school. These 7th graders are still going to get a individual residual gain score, as well as the 8th graders. So the 7th graders and the 8th graders, both of their residual gain scores are going to go into the school level score. And that's because of what Kim mentioned earlier. The 7th graders will be judged for the growth that occurred in 7th grade. So their 6th grade score is going to be compared to their 7th grade score. And that residual gain score is still going to go into that school, that 7 to 8 schools overall growth score. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, that one actually does make sense, right? Because there's an expected gain for those 7th graders. But for, I'd say, like the elementary schools, we're still looking at a small number of students sort of completing or making kids, if we're looking at it that way.
So it's
You cut out a little bit there to your end, to the end of your question. Could you say that again? Sorry.
Yeah, 2 grade levels out of 7 if you're a TK through 5 school, right? 2 grade levels out of 7 making up sort of the data / judgment for your entire school, if you will. I don't know if there's a way that you've thought through that, but yeah, that's all.
I think Jenny was going to say something.
This is Jenny. So I just want to say that we are limited by the number, but by the grades that are assessed. And of course, now in our model that we have on the dashboard, we include, for a school like that, TK through grade 5, it's grades 3, 4, and 5. So it's only 3 grades. We can only base, of course, the growth model if on 2 grades in that case. But that's the limitation based on which grades are assessed. And we do know that many times this will capture for TK to 5 school, because there's not, from what we've been looking at, there's many schools where the students will stay in the school year after year. Now, that's not always the case, and that's not always the case for all students or all schools. But it should probably be reflective of how that school is doing with the students that they've had, especially if they have a tendency to keep those students from year to year.
So now we'll go to, Bootsy, is it okay if we go to Kim, or do you have any follow-up questions?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Kim, go ahead.
Thanks. I guess I just want to, this is a comment more than a question, and I think these explanations are very informative. I think this is going to be a really hard sell. And I think it's going to be extremely important to remind people about why we're doing this. And I was a little concerned, somewhere on one of the slides, I think it talked about, you know, people misusing it and how there were a lot of different reasons people wanted this. And I guess I'm thinking that when it comes out, many of those people who wanted it for different reasons, let's say there was 10, it might actually fulfill the needs of 2 out of the 10 reasons. And the other people will either keep trying to use it wrongly, or will just say, well, that's a stupid measure now because it doesn't address my concerns. So I guess I would say this is going to be a really interesting thing to try and sell to people. And I think we have to remind them why this is an important measure, because I think it's going to get easy to get lost in the, well, we thought we could do it the easy way, and then we had to do it slightly more complex, and now it's even more complex. And maybe a more theoretical about this is why we're doing this and this is how it meets that need is a better explanation, at least for the general public. And what struck me again is this is not measuring a student against themselves, it's measuring a student against some expected growth. And so I do think helping people understand what the expectation is and who decided what the expectation is. And I don't know if the expectation is the same for every single fourth grader, that every fourth grader at every school in California should have grown the same amount from the prior year, you know, that kind of thing. I think helping people understand all of that will be pretty important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Next, we'll go to Joanne.
And that Kim asked part of my question about who sets the expectation for growth, and are we looking at all students similarly, and do we make that clear when we communicate the growth model? I think that would be very important. But I guess my question again, just to be clear, was on use. So if I were a school leader and I have my dashboard data and this information, how would I use it?
Yeah, I think that you can use that basically the growth measures are intended to tell you about how much your students are changing from year to year, and how much they are improving or not improving. So I would say that, you know, the one way to use it would be if you see that, you know, your ELA students, in ELA your students are growing a lot, but in math they're not growing a lot, then you can take targeted, you know, you can try to change the curriculum. You can sort of work with your math departments to change the policy at those levels. But the nice thing about growth and how growth differs from achievement is that because students' previous scores are being compared to only to their own scores and to their amount of expected growth, that way you can compare students who at sort of different levels of achievement in terms of growth, and not in terms of raw achievement.
I thank you for that. So if I were explaining that to a parent group, and I now have two sets of data, they both are reflecting growth in English language arts, for example, and they're telling me an aggregate story about language arts, or maybe they're not. Maybe they're telling me different stories. Maybe the data, I don't know. Do we know for certain that the two data sources will support one another, or what if they give us contradictory information? Is that possible?
I'm going to ask you to answer that question. Kimberly, I'm going to ask you to answer that question.
Thank you, Jenny. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear my name. So there is a possibility that you're going to see conflicting information because you're looking at different things. So I would take you to look at, for example, the status level of your fourth graders and looking at scores across fourth grade and then looking back at their growth measure and seeing if your group of fourth graders, as compared to among all fourth graders in the state, if their rate of growth is high, standard, or low. And that if you're seeing trajectories in your students, for example, you're seeing a descending level of status, right? So, the students aren't achieving the same range of scores year over year. Maybe looking at the growth could help understand that. There are many instances of in the data sets of low achieving students with high growth or high achieving students with low growth. Again, that it's telling two different stories, and you have to look at all of the data to be able to go through that. And as we stated before, we understand that this is a huge communication issue. That's why in this presentation, you're not seeing a communication plan. There isn't a clever little graphic that tells you what your results mean and it's a simple cut and dry thing. We're looking at spending 2 years on a communications plan and working with LEAs and schools. So I understand that there may be some frustration that I can't explain like how this is used in a simple, short way right now. And that's being honest and that the data is going to show a lot of things and it's going to conflict with other data that you're seeing. And we're going to all have to work through that together to come to an understanding of meaning and an understanding of use within the field.
So is the intention that these two systems will continue to run in tandem, or that one will eventually drop off and we'll only use a growth model? Or
at this time, the field has made significant requests for CDE to have a growth measure of some sort. So we are providing that growth measure. We are evaluating and providing the best and most accurate growth measure that we can find and produce. And then we are working with the field to see how and where it can be incorporated into data reporting, data sharing, data use, and if an eventual incorporation into the accountability system is something that they want. So this is again, long-term process. We will not have another year of growth data to look at until 2022. So we can't even look at more data until then. So we have a long time and a lot of work ahead of us to see what path this is leading us down.
No, I appreciate that, Kim. I just have one last question. So is the intention that the growth model data would also be disaggregated? I'm afraid to even ask that question. By subgroup, or would
yes.
it just, okay.
Yes. So every student group that you know and love is going to be shared in this data file that we share in February.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Kim. Next, we're going to have Tara, and then I have Linda, Diane, Jesse, and Nancy. Go ahead, Tara.
Sure. I just wanted to say thank you to Parth and to CDE staff for the effort to make it easily understandable through a graphic form. I think that's going to be really important to communicating to the field and to parents and in particular. I think in the explanation where I struggled, and I think other parents will struggle, is when you get to explaining the eBlip adjustments in the model, and it did sort of sound like a black box, even though you said it wasn't a black box, until you talked about it being kind of a weighted, giving more weight to the more recent scores, which I think is understandable and makes sense, and will make sense to parents and to principals and to other stakeholders. But I wanted to share that feedback as a first blush reaction to the explanation.
Thank you. Linda?
Thank you. And again, thank you to our presenters for the work that they've been doing on this. I do think while it appears challenging right now for us to think about how will individual parents and schools understand this, I actually believe that we have an inherent sense of a growth model that parents do, that teachers do, that schools do. And it goes something like this. If I'm a parent of a child in second grade and my child does better than second grade work, by the end of the year, my child has just really excelled, I'm expecting that they're also going to do similarly in third grade. Or if my child in second grade struggled and didn't quite master second grade material, I'm hoping and expecting that they're going to catch up in third grade. So I think parents do have that sense of growth over time and what they hope to happen. And if that child who was very high achieving in second grade is also high achieving in third grade, it's almost like a check. That zero, that means they achieved what we expected them to achieve. Check, yes. If they got even higher, my goodness, that's check plus. But if they didn't, then as a parent, or even as a teacher, as a principal, you start to wonder, well, why? Was the child sick a lot? was, did the nature of the work change? You know, what happened? You begin to ask yourselves those questions. And parents do it, I think, basically on grades. If my child got a C one year, I'm hoping they're going to get a B. If they got the A, I expect them to get an A the next year. So we do have an underlying kind of intuitive sense about growth over time and what we should expect and how happy we are when our child exceeds the expectations and sometimes concerned we are if they don't meet those expectations. And the same thing happens at the school level too. Teachers and principals get together and they look at their test scores and they're not giving them, they're not constructed in as detailed a way as this will do. So there's a lot more variability. And they do get frustrated when scores are up one year and down the next year. What does it mean? Parents have that same kind of reaction too. So this approach to build in the characteristics of the design of the calculation to account for that and to try to smooth that out is really positive, because it allows people, you know, think of a staff meeting where people are saying, well, how did we do last year and the year before, and are we basically overall our kids, the ones who are low, are they more of them, they're catching up and we're doing fine on that, and we're able to continue moving the kids who are high? Or is something happening that, you know, just last year we didn't quite meet our expectations? People have those conversations all the time, but right now they're based on data that has a lot of error built into it. And so the scores from year to year can vary quite a bit. This approach, they'll still have these questions, but they'll have better data to look at to help them answer these questions.
Thank you, Linda. I'm going to go to Diane.
Okay. Hi. A lot of what I was concerned about has been addressed already, so I won't beat a dead horse. But I am concerned about the comment that has been made repeatedly that this data is coming out, at least now, for informational purposes only, and is not supposed to be used for any kind of evaluative process or whatever. We have said that before in the development of various accountability issues, and schools have used it anyway. And they've used it, schools have used it for staff evaluations against the directive of CDE. My role is with charters, and charters have had districts who didn't want them around using data pieces that were supposed to not be evaluative to, in effect, evaluate the charter and to argue their case against the charter's opening or renovation or revocation. So I'm a little bit paranoid, I guess, about the statement about this is not to be used for evaluative purposes unless we have some teeth behind it. If we have some way of if schools or staff members or districts or whoever have some way of coming back and saying you can't use this data this way, I would feel much better. And I don't know, I think that may be beyond the scope of what CDE can do. I may be talking about something bigger than that, but I'm really nervous about any kind of data that's coming out there, officialdom out of the Department of Education. I don't care if it says it's not supposed to be used for evaluative purposes, because my experience has been that it is, in fact, used by people that way, even if CDE specifically says not to do so. So anyway, just a concern and a bit of paranoia from my side.
I can take that question, Dan. This is Cindy again. Cindy Kazanis with the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. So when I presented this piece to the state board in July, I actually started with the slide that shows the education code, which I have not committed to memory, that prohibits the use of data such as this in the evaluation of our teachers. And so that is, to us, very clear in state law that use is prohibited. Furthermore, I would say that AB 1505, which is, of course, the law that was passed last year related to the renewals of charter schools, which took effect July 1st of 2020, tells us very clearly how to look at this charter school renewal process. And so while the growth model piece is mentioned in there, because we do not have yet the growth model adopted, I would think that is, again, inappropriate use of it, in that 1505 states very clearly what the measures are when a district needs to look at a charter school that is up for renewal. So I understand your paranoia. I'm actually on the half glass full side of things, and hopeful that we have administrators and individuals who are in our schools and districts who are using this data appropriately. And I think to that effect, to Kimberly's point about, this is going to be very old data for some schools, going back, upwards back to 2016. That those aren't students that are in those schools anyway right now, right? So we do have 2 years to continue this communication plan and implement before this really has teeth and potentially could be put into our accountability system.
Thank you, Cindy. Now we'll go to Jesse.
I'd just like to add one point to that. So remember, this data is provided at the school level and it's provided at the student group level. It's not provided at the classroom level. There has not been a decision made on whether the growth data will be actually in the files that districts receive from ETS. That's a conversation that we're still going to have with the board, so that decision hasn't been made yet.
Thank you, Jenny. Now we'll go to Jesse.
So, Jenny, I couldn't have asked for a better segue there. I think that the only cut that I haven't heard of the data is at the grade level. So I guess my question was, to make this really actionable on the part of a principal, you wouldn't only want it by subject, certainly not by school overall. I mean, that helps you, but you want to dig down. So you'd want to know if your sixth graders did not, on average, make, sufficient growth or atypical growth on ELA. So I guess that was one of my questions. Before that, I just want to say, CD, you've done a great job at this work. It's really intriguing. I loved Parth's description of how the residual gain scores are calculated, how they're rolled up, et cetera, et cetera. So kudos to you guys. Kudos to ETS for doing this work as well. My main question was really about, would this be reported at the grade level as well? And then I think I want to sort of write on something that Linda was saying, which was, are parents going to be provided residual gain scores for their individual students? Because that's where she was going, that saying, parents sort of understand, is my kid keeping with state trend in terms of growth? And are they below growth or above average growth? But the only way that they can make that determination is if they actually have the data. So there's sort of the real micro reporting to parents of how their individual kids are doing. And I wanted to make sure that school administrators and district administrators would have the residual gain scores at the grade level in addition to all of those other cuts. Those are my questions. My final comment is, clearly to gain buy-in to any of this, you're going to have to show how using the E-blip measure is better than the sort of just straight average residual gain score. And I think, in fact, this is sort of a segue for I think the next section. When you see how far off the simple averages are, it sort of, that tells the story right there. Of course, you're going to have to develop a communication strategy for that as well, because it gets a little statistical, right? Looking at correlations and such. But I think that the next part of the presentation is really going to tell this story for us. So anyway, pretty simple questions just based on reporting. Are these data going to be reported to parents on their individual kids, and are the data going to be reported by the grade level?
Okay, so we've actually been working very closely with our counterparts and our colleagues in the assessment division. So for the dashboard, we have a certain way of reporting. That's at the school level and at the student group level. When you get to the CASP website, they report it differently. They report it by grade level. So we are working with them so that we can report the growth model for the dashboard and report the growth model on the CASP website. At this point in time, we are not leaning towards providing the students with their individual scores, the residual gain scores, but those are conversations we will have over the next couple of years. And thank you for the segue into our next section. Do we have any more questions? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Nancy, and then Araceli, and then Janelle. Nancy, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, Nancy.
Okay, so I have a question, a concern, and a thank you for those graphics because they made things very easy to understand. So my question is how the expectations are calculated. It's probably not going to be in the conversation now, but that was my wondering how that is calculated. And I'm pretty sure that it would be calculated evenly amongst all of the students and all of the grades because that's what would make sense. My concern is the student mobility, that when you have students, from what I understood, students are not being measured as they progress themselves, but they're measured in groups, correct? So is that correct?
So they are measured from year to year?
From year to year, but it's different students.
So you have all
you're basically measuring apples to oranges. And my concern now is in the world of COVID, you're going to have a lot of mobility, and you're going to have mobility coming in from all kinds of different states. People are going to be moving around. Just at my site, we are a high military site. So we have a very high mobility rate at our site. And now I'm thinking in the world of COVID, you're going to be getting people coming in from different states, and our students are going to be moving out. So how is that going to be addressed?
So first, we only include students in the measure if they've been at the school for a full academic year. So that's, of course, the first Wednesday in October through the first day of testing. Now, it is true that if they're in your school for 1 year, we're going to hold the school accountable for the progress of that student, even if they weren't there the prior year. So if they have a test from another school in the prior year, we will use that. That gives us one set of scores for the students in your school for that particular year. The following year, we will look at all the students in your school that were there for a full academic year. And we are going to be holding the schools accountable for the progress those students made in that academic year. And if they have test scores from the prior year at that school, then we'll use it. If the test scores are from another school, we will use that as well. So we are just looking at students who are at the school each year, making sure that they're there for a full academic year. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Are we Araceli or Nancy? Is it okay if we go to Araceli?
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, my question is related to what Nancy was talking about, because I know a big frustration for parents is how oftentimes when you're trying to make schools accountable, if you do it at the high school level, they say, well, the students came behind from middle school. And when you take a look at middle schools, then they say, well, they came behind from elementary schools. So my question is, why do we only want to use this within school levels? If a school, especially if a school district is unified, wouldn't you be able to use the information at the middle school for incoming, whether it is 6th or 7th graders, if it's within the same system, so that you can still have more use for the data, as opposed to only using 1 or 2 years within?
So we will be producing results for districts as well as schools. And so we do know that mobility within a district is much lower than mobility across schools within a district. So we will be doing that as well. And we are limited about how we can move forward with this. If we only include students who are at the school for 3 years, there's going to be a lot of students who are going to be dropped out. And this is an accountability system, and we have to make sure that that we're trying to make sure that it's fair to everyone. That's why we're doing the e-blip model. But we also have to make sure that we're holding schools accountable for all the students that they have for a full year.
Thank you.
Okay, and Linda, I see your hand, but first, just want to check in. Janelle, did you have a question?
I do.
Okay.
So first, just for the entire team, the level of analysis is outstanding, highly statistical. I can see that. But thank you for trying to break it down for us so we could understand it. A lot of time went into this. So I'm going to take my question into in a different direction. So this is actually not about this model, but it's have we considered using something like the NWEA MAP growth assessment for all students instead of this? I'd like to know the thinking behind why perhaps we didn't go there. The way I see it is that when we look at when we look at the need to be able to engage our students, our families, our teachers, and our school systems in continual progress and growth monitoring, being able to instructionally intervene to respond to those needs from a lens of access and equity and opportunity. For students who are transient, they may not have taken the CAST scores, or they now have, they have 1 year without scores. But if we look at a growth model like the NWEA math growth tool, then we can actually assess from the beginning of the year to the end of the year the amount of growth that a particular student has made. And this can be administered remotely. So in the back of my mind, I have to wonder what might happen if we're not able to give the CASP assessment to our students this year because of this pandemic. And if that's the case, then we've lost time in really looking at what's happened with our students. So I just had to ask that because it's a wondering that I have. I've seen the value of using a tool like that, which is something we're doing for instruction anyway. It's happening in so many places as it is, and instead of losing more days of instruction for another test, could we not consider moving in a model like this? So that's my question and my comment. Thank you.
So I think it's really important to remember that we have a statewide assessment system that all schools are required to administer to their students. And although there are some schools that use NWEA, not all schools do that, and we don't have access to that data. So our accountability system at the state and federal level is based on the Smarter Balance results that were adopted by the state board and are required to be administered to all students. Now, that doesn't mean that schools can't use other resources as we move forward. They can. And I do know that our assessment system is working to determine if we can go ahead and administer the CASP assessments remotely this year. I don't know where they are on that, but that is something that they're looking at. So I think it's really important to know that we have a state assessment system that was adopted by the board and that all schools are required to administer to all the students. And that's what we are required to use in our dashboard by both the state and the federal law.
Thank you, Jenny. Now, Linda, I see your hand.
Thank you. Just 2 points. One, Nancy, to your question about military school. There's a lot of research on the impact of mobility on student learning, and most of it, in fact, all of it prior to the work that I had done had been based on a 1 year snapshot of students. So I've got new students in my class this year. How do they compare to the students who've been in my class, this year and were at the school the previous year? But didn't look across time. The way this program is designed to do is to look across time. What happens, how did the child do before they moved and after they moved? When you look at that kind of work, and particularly when you look at military bases in general, they do not show the same kinds of concerns that people often express about mobility in general. And part of that, people believe, is related to the kind of the structure and nature of a military-based school and the community kind of norms that might be similar from one base to another, as well as the resources provided for students. So a lot of things can go into it, but doesn't seem to play out in the same way most people think of mobility impacts in other situations that aren't military bases. But the other thing that I found just fascinating and really very gratifying is what matters most is not if a child moved. Now, I take that with a caveat. A child who has to move and go to one school for kindergarten, another for first grade, another for second grade, another for third grade, that child does end up having some gaps in knowledge and real challenges academically in general. But the child who, lived in the community, went to kindergarten and first grade at one school, maybe second grade, and then moves to new school in third grade. That kind of a move doesn't necessarily mean that the child is going to be hurt negatively in terms of their performance in third grade. What matters most is not did that child move that, say, 1 or 2 times, but where did they move to? Where did they land? And if they land at a school that has a strong instructional program, even if they were behind to begin with, they can catch up. And if they were ahead to begin with, they can continue to do very, very well. So it's not the move per se. The real question is what's happening where they land in general for the non-military kinds of schools. That's why in this plan, where you're weighting the current year a little bit more, that really takes into consideration for kids who just came in, what's the impact for them? What's happening where they land, as well as the kids who are continuing there. So I hope that's a little reassuring to you. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we will take a 10-minute break and then we'll continue this item. So we will be back at, my clock says 10:52, so we're going to be back at 11:02. I was muted. How silly was that? What a Zoom newbie mistake. You would think I haven't been Zooming the last 6 months. We're ready to come back and we'll do roll call to establish a quorum. Rachel, can you do a roll call for us?
Of course. Melanie Green.
Here.
Ed Mansala.
Here.
Juana Naya.
Here.
Lucy Battlehold.
Here.
Diane Grote-John. Dan, are you with us? Yeah. Joanna Iskin.
Here.
Linda Kaminsky.
Here.
Kimberly Kenny.
Diane Grote-John's here. You couldn't get me. I couldn't unmute.
No problem. Kimberly Kenny.
Here.
Cara Kinney.
Here.
Nancy Lara.
Here.
Jesse Levin.
Yes, here.
Nancy Potillo.
Here.
Araceli Simeon.
Present.
Serena Small.
Present.
And Janelle Woodward.
Here.
All right, great. So now we'll continue with our item. Go ahead, Jenny.
Okay, so we have just 16 or more so slides for the growth model. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Kimberly again.
That was such a great introduction, Jenny. We've got 16 slides to go through. So thank you again for everyone's really inquisitive questions and paying such close attention to this and engaging with it. We really appreciate all of the feedback that we're getting, and it's so integral in this process that it's something we're all working towards in the end. So as Jesse somewhat previewed, this section is all about the evaluation data that ETS has been working on to see whether eBLIF is something we should be working with, and if it's fixing the problems that we need to get fixed in order to implement a growth model that meets the standards of our accountability system and data reporting systems. So all of the graphs that I'm going to show you are comparisons between schools and LEAs on both. We're going to first walk through accuracy, and then we're going to get through cross-time stability. So I'll walk you through the examples of the first slides, and then after all the slides are through, we'll look through if there's any questions, and we can flip back to slides as needed. So if you can reference the number on the slide, that would be helpful for us. That way we can, I don't know why it's 333, but that's fun. If you could go through and check, let us know which slide you're looking at. If you do have a specific question, just jot that down now. So first we're going to go through accuracy. And all of the test score results we're looking at happen to be for math growth. And in this table, we're looking at how accuracy was improved under the EBLIP model, or weighted average, versus the residual gain model, which is the simple average we referred to before. And we broke down the school sizes into 11 to 29, which is what we use for reporting data in our current accountability system and on DataQuest. But we don't, in the accountability system, we don't assign a color to any populations under 30. So that's why this break score is there. So, but that data is still used for information only, and we want to make sure it's accurate as well. Then we have 30 to 149, and then greater than or equal to 150 for our school sizes. So as you can see in this chart, any number for the mean accuracy ratio that's greater than 1 means that it has improved the accuracy for that school. And so among all of the schools, 100% of all of the schools were had an improvement in accuracy under the EBLIP versus the residual gain. Next slide. Now the case for the for district levels is not exactly the same. So the and where this comes up is because of the larger sizes of the LEAs, that the simple average is kind of a good place to start. However, you can see the market improvement in the accuracy for our smaller LEAs, those 11 to 149 size LEAs. Huge improvement there. 100% of LEAs had an improved accurate score. And even from 150 to just under 1,500, we had 86% of those LEAs having an improved accuracy score. So now, while school and LEA information is important, we also are very interested in how accuracy is improved within student groups. Next slide. So here we have the results for socioeconomically disadvantaged student groups, or SED. And you can see at the school level for SED results, 100% of schools saw an improved accuracy rating for their SED student group. Next slide. And then for all of, one too many, back one, there we go. For our smaller LEAs, we saw 100% improvement. For 150 to just under 1,500, we saw 56% of LEAs, and it saw an improved score under the EBLIP. And then again, at our large LEA sizes, the percent of accuracy, there's only 8% of schools, or 8% of schools under, or LEAs under the, with size greater than 1,500 students saw improved accuracy. Apologize. And then we also looked at this for students with disabilities. Next slide. So you can see the buckets are smaller, and that's because we're looking at small levels of students at the school level. So for schools, 100% of students with disability groups have improved accuracy under EBLIP. Next slide. And we see considerable improvement among LEAs, so not the same drop-off as we saw with the students, the socioeconomically disadvantaged students. And this is probably because there's much larger groups of SEDs than there are of SWDs within LEAs. So we're seeing a larger improvement again because of that smaller size. So there we have that. Next slide. Now I will go through cross-year stability. So the question ETS was looking at to go here is, to what extent does the EBLIP versus the simple average residual gain model improve cross-year stabilities for LEAs and student groups? Next slide. Okay. So for math, again, at the whole school level, you're going to see in the middle column, you'll see the correlation, which is the relationship between the 2018 and 2019 residual gains, or the simple average, and then the correlation between the 2018 and 2019 e-blips. And you can see that, and for those of you who are not statistically savvy, correlations, the higher they are, the better they are. So we're looking for an improvement in correlation between these two columns. And as you can see, we have an improved correlation for all school size groups. Next slide. And again, for LEAs, we see an improved correlation, except for those greater than 1,500, but it doesn't reduce. So we have the same correlation between the two. So we found that to be a really good sign as far as the math going here, that the e-blip is still working in cross-year stability towards that goal. Next slide. For the socioeconomically disadvantaged student groups, we see marked improvements for those small n sizes from 11 to 29, as well as 30 to 149, and a slight improvement for over 150. Next slide. And again, at the LEA level, a huge improvement for those smaller groups as well, and a really high correlation popping up for those LEAs at the larger level. Next slide. And our final group, and this is the one that took our breath away a little bit, and ETS was very excited to see this. As you can see, that incredibly low correlation between the 2018 and 2019 residual gains for students with disabilities for both of those student size groups or school size groups, that's really low. So getting it up to 0.33 is a marked improvement using the e-blip. And next slide. And fun times as well. We even had negative correlations going through if you look at the 2018 and 2019 residual gains. So the improvements that are being made in cross-year stability using the e-blip here gave us a lot of encouragement, and to see that the e-blip is doing what we hoped it would do, and working towards those goals that we had with the model to start out with. Next slide. But this also leaves us with a question. So we did these preliminary data runs, and we're seeing some things in the data that doesn't work for everything. So for example, as I pointed out, that the large LEAs aren't really seeing the exact same benefits of using the e-blip formula as schools are, specifically in the accuracy calculations. So they're seeing that improvement in across-time stability, which is great to know. But there's some things going on with the formula as it's being run right now that are doing some weird things with accuracy. So ETS has requested, and TDG has recommended, that additional technical modifications should be made to the formula that's being used in order to resolve these issues. And unfortunately, these modifications are delaying when CDE can present the results of this technical modifications to the state board. So we had, when we last went to the state board, we had hoped we could present this data in December. We're going to have to postpone, as I stated earlier today, the meeting with SPE for approval of the growth model until January 2021, which means that our data will be released for informational purposes only in February of 2021. So at this time, this is your last and final opportunity to answer any of these questions related to e-blip and RG, or anything else related to the growth model before we move on.
I'm not seeing any questions. Oh no, I do, sorry, let me scroll up. So we'll start with Joanne, then Jesse, then Linda, then Diane. So Joanne, go ahead. And then Ron, I just saw you put your hand up. So we'll start with Joanne.
Maybe just, actually my hand was up before we started. So maybe just a comment on the other part, and a general comment on the growth model. As I walked around and had time to clear my head. I think this really, I just, again, want to express appreciation for looking into the growth model, because it does get at what we were talking about originally in 2018, which is for those who have dashboards that are possibly red and orange, the growth model really does give those places an opportunity to find growth, which is really what the continuous growth model is all about, and identify students that despite the fact the aggregate may be red or orange, there are students growing in those schools and districts, and would give them an opportunity to make yet more informed decisions. So I guess my question, as a result of the last set of slides, particularly slide 46, in light of the confound at the LEA level, would there be any consideration to just not reporting this data on the LEA level?
I don't think that we have to go that draconian with it. I think that there are good middle steps. So the first thing when we looked at technical modifications was, okay, well, if the eBlip doesn't improve the simple average, then maybe we should just use a simple average. But as we see that that cross-time stability still gets a good knock moving up. So there's no reason, especially, I think that the data at the LEA level is really important. I think that it's not something we should just dismiss outright, especially for student groups. And I say this because there are many times where student groups are invisible at school levels, but they're highly visible at district levels because of the distribution of student groups among schools. And it's really important that we share that district student group level information, and we wouldn't want that to go away. So, I can very confidently say that ETS and TDG are working on these technical changes, and they're very positive in the, ETS is very positive in the very small data runs that they've been doing to tweak this, because as they presented the data as wonderful data stewards that they are and researchers that they are, they shared it and went, there's something wrong here. Let's check and see what we can do. Consulted with our technical design group as well earlier this week, and we're all working together on a solution for this issue, and they think it's something that can be fixed.
Great, we'll go to Jesse.
So thanks so much for the presentation again. I guess I just wanted to kind of call attention to obviously the problem that ETS found and showed to us. But in these slides, particularly the accuracy slides, when we get to larger LEAs, there's a decline in the percentage of LEAs that improve with accuracy. I just wanted to point out that we're only seeing half of the picture here, because you're not showing us those that might have declined, right, in their accuracy here. So in some cases, I can imagine that the eBlip is providing less accurate than the sort of standard residual gain average, right? And so we don't really I assume that ETS is going to be looking at the full distribution, right? And not only looking at, did it improve, did it not improve, but also the distribution of by how much did it improve or decline in accuracy, right? And that's going to be really important. The other thing that I don't think you mentioned here, you did mention that, one of the decisions was, well, should we just go with, in cases where accuracy, the eBlip is not as accurate, or there is no improvement associated with the eBlip, should we just go with the typical residual gain? There are decision rules that would have to be made there, right? And one is sort of that simple decision rule, which one is more accurate, but you can also, there's some nuance there you can do the blanket rule. Let's just go with the residual gain for districts that are above some size, or you can use, the mean squared error, which is the second. I'm really glad that ETS suggested digging further, and that the TDG agreed with them to dig further and try to correct this, because explaining those decision rules of when to use the eBlip versus the standard residual gain would be just one more layer of explanation that would probably confuse people further, or those who are not so statistically savvy. So I guess no questions, more comments on this. I still think this is great work. So thankful that we have a good partner in ETS to do it with us.
Thanks, Jesse. Next to Linda.
Thank you. And my comments mirror what Jesse is saying too. I also was concerned that we didn't get a chance to see data on the percentage of districts that showed greater variability, so that for whom this approach didn't work. And I think to have the full picture, particularly as this gets presented to the board, to the state board, they really need to have a full set of data, which also means they need to look at the English language arts results too, but also to see where is it helping, where is it creating a challenge. And fortunately, I do trust that that will be addressed by ETS. And what I'm just requesting is that that information be shared so that the state board can make an as best informed decision as possible based on all of the whole picture of the data. Thank you.
Oh, and I'll jump in real quick to clarify that prior to adoption of a formal growth model, student level growth model in January, ETS will be presenting a full report of all of this investigation. So a very technical report, similar to the reports that were provided in March and May of 2016. So full scale, super technical, all of the graphs, all of the investigations, all of the decision points that have been made. So all of that will be present prior to board decision.
That's wonderful. And so I also presume, based on the other questions somebody asked, that the information will be disaggregated by student group, so we can look and continue to look and see, including the racial ethnic groups. So, you know, we saw poverty, we saw disability, but I think it's also important to look at the racial and ethnic groups too.
So ETS was only able, due to our shortened timeline, to currently look at SED and SWD for these preliminary investigations. At the time of this results going to the state board, all student groups will be represented in the final data report that is published.
That's great. Thank you so much. And, you know, I forgot to make one other comment that I wanted to make, and I don't know, one of the speakers already said this, one of the people from CDE, the system is fairer in general. You know, there might be some quirks that need to be worked out, but in general, it's fair. And I think, by and large, people in the field, parents, teachers, principals, administrators, really appreciate when the state puts together a system that works as fairly as possible. So thank you.
Now we'll go to Diane.
Well, first of all, Jesse and Linda's statements about wanting to see a fuller range of the data is perfect with what I was asking also. So I'm just amening to that and appreciating the fact that that will in fact come out. And then this is just a simple little question, I hope. Okay, so we set up the eBLEP because the data wasn't fairly representing. I'm going to simplify this, I think, fairly representing what was going on in especially smaller districts and schools. And then you have this slide, this one that we're sitting on, the slide 46. It says the large LEAs weren't seeing the same benefit. Well, wasn't that the whole point? Was that the large LEAs were already, the data was pretty stable and pretty decent. So we created we used the eBLEP to give the smaller schools and smaller LEAs the same level of decent data as what we were getting out of large LEAs. So I wouldn't expect the large LEAs to get the same benefit because that was not the intent of the eBLEP in the first place. And I'm just asking that because I'm really I'm impressed with the fact that we want to get this right and that ETS and TDG are doing their things. But that statement kind of bothers me. Is it that the reason we're looking at something else is because the large LEAs weren't getting the same benefits when in fact the eBLEP was not designed for that? It was designed for getting the smaller to have the benefits that the larger already had. So if someone could explain that to me, I'd be a happy camper.
So I think the most reasonable way to think about this is not that it's a benefit, is that it's accurate and that it's right and correct mathematically. And that math isn't doing something weird to what's going on. And that's why we are investigating whether full implementation of the eBLEP to all schools, districts, student groups across the whole spectrum, that it works for everyone. And so just as we are, realizing that it didn't work, the residual gain simple average didn't work for small schools, that cross-time stability didn't disappear in the large ones. It disappeared in certain super large ones, but not in all of them. So I think that as you saw, the cross-time stability and correlation increased under the eBlip. It's just that so that is a benefit to these large groups, and that's not something that we want to take away just because it's not working in the other way. So I mean, I would just like as a perspective, you guys are looking at the middle of the process. And as I said, on Monday, or on Tuesday rather, we met with the TEG. We talked through all of these technical issues to make a plan to work forward, and those technical things are going through. So just as we, I as a consultant working with all of the student data each year, if I see something that's off and it doesn't make sense, I'm going to stop and investigate it. And that's what they're doing here. It's not so much that large LEAs are getting more of a benefit. It's that it's still not working. This model is not correcting everything that we were hoping universally gets better for growth models. And
I'm sorry. It's hard to say. I can understand that. So then my suggestion is we change the language, and we don't say that the large LEAs are not seeing the same benefits, but that define the benefits. I think statistically, yeah.
We can semantically alter that slide.
Yeah, we can make some changes to the language, so thank you, Diane. But I think it's important to understand that we don't want to implement something that helps the small N sizes and is detrimental to large N sizes. The whole point of our system is to be fair to everyone. We took a step back because the RG was not fair to small schools, and we're taking a step back now because the eBlip has some issues with large LEAs. So we want to make sure that we maintain that fairness to all populations.
Okay, now we'll go to Ron.
Thank you. And I do need to preface my statement and my concerns by saying first that I'm a humanities teacher, not a math teacher, so I might not speak. I had to take statistics a second time to improve the grade on my transcript, so I might not speak with the same acumen that Linda and Jesse have so far. But my concern here is referring back to slide 336 for the socioeconomically disadvantaged and 338 for the students with disabilities. We did see that drop in accuracy in groups over 1,500 with the eBlip. If we're making technical modifications from ETS and TDG to increase the accuracy for those larger groups, are we talking about adjusting the scale as it measures all groups, or is it just for that larger group? Because if it's for all groups, mightn't that also have some unintended consequences either for the accuracy for the smaller groups or for the benefit that we're seeing for the smaller groups? Hopefully that makes sense. That's kind of where my head is, just the possible unintended consequences if we're skewing to increase the accuracy. My concern, I guess, is that I would like not to see a change made to change the measurements to increase accuracy to make it fit, rather just have increased accuracy across the board.
No, that question makes perfect sense. Thank you. So that's something, again, we would be very cautious about as well. We're not looking to decrease any of the other results that we saw. And essentially, and I will try to make this as statistical as possible, this is control and formula that go in order to create these weights. And a lot of it has to do with bundling and grouping, and how essentially the formula is created and run, and how numbers look at numbers and then create other numbers in order to end up with our weight, a proper weight. So what ETS is going back and doing is looking at how they've set up those weights and how they have instructed the calculator essentially to represent certain things, and trying to make sure that they do some different things for the larger groups to see if that works, because maybe that was impacting how it was working. So it's a lot of looking at how they've set up the calculation to make sure that they've set it up in the proper way. And this original run that they went through, these are the results that popped out. And as I said, Jenny says it all the time that the variability within California is something that is not seen in any other state. No one has super large districts and super small districts. No one has the student group populations that we do, the sizes, the capacity, and the distribution of them. So their experience in running the model prior to this with other state data and other cohorts showed different results than California's spitting out, because California is very different. So they've got to look at their model and see if there's ways that they can tweak it to accurately reflect the needs of the model for California's data.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions for this section. So CDE staff, go ahead to the next part.
Great, thank you very much. That was a really thoughtful conversation, and we do appreciate all the input that we received from all the members. So thank you for paying very close attention and for bringing up some of the issues that you've brought up. So we're going to move on to the next category, the stability, the consistency, and reliability of the dashboard colors for our state indicators. And so Katrina Gonzalez, a member of my staff, is going to be presenting this section. So Katrina, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Can you all hear me this morning?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay. Prepare yourselves. We have a lot of content. It might take a while to get through. So I don't want to hold you guys from your lunch too long, but there is lots of data to go over as we talk about the stability, the consistency, and the reliability of our current 5x5 systems for the dashboard. So to give us some context for this conversation, I know that some of you guys have seen maybe a preview of this way back in February when we talked about the colors. We were going to bring this item to the state board in May, and we ended up pulling the item due to stakeholder feedback that was asking for student group results and kind of the effects of what these changes would have. So we pulled the item, and we've done a lot more studying and research of this data, which we provided you in a very long handout in the 30 plus slides that I have here, 40 plus slides. So we will try to go over everything and make sure that you have a complete picture of what's going on. But some of this may be review from the last time, as well as providing new information based on an additional model that was suggested by a stakeholder group. So to go back to our context here. The stability of change for our 5x5s came into question on the dashboard way long time ago when we were talking about large color swings that were occurring, especially for small student populations. And that came into question because we saw that as the schools were smaller, or the districts were smaller, or even the student groups were smaller, they were changing colors from one year to the next, and maybe those colors changes were extreme. Right. And so this was making it really difficult for our schools and LEAs to identify and focus their plans on the student groups that needed it the most. To address this issue, the SBE then approved the application of the 3x5 color tables for those small groups which included schools, LEAs, or student groups. This applied for the graduation rate indicator, suspension rate indicator, chronic absenteeism, as well as CCI. So 4 out of the 6 different indicators that we have on the dashboard. Next slide. So we applied that 3x5. We felt really good about that. And then after that was done, we received additional feedback that said, hey, what about these large student populations? That problem is also occurring in these larger populations. So when we looked
back at this data, we determined that in many cases, those large swings could also apply to those large schools. So it was happening in both large and small student populations. When we looked at the actual number, out of a total of about 10,000 schools, we had 3,500 schools jumping or dropping by 2 or more colors for the suspension indicator. Of course, this number does include those that had the 3x5 applied, because that's applied before we actually look at the colors being changed. But we felt that that was a legitimate piece of information that we should look at, and maybe look at the stability, the reliability of these colors over time. So our next step was to look at the reasons why. And we felt that one reason for this volatility might just be that our 5x5 grids had a lot of variation in color. So in many cases, if you look across a row, you could see that the 5x5 grids included 3 or more colors. So this means that, for example, if they had a decrease, they might decrease a color. If they maintained, they were in a different color. And if they increased, then they had a different color altogether. And so in any kind of status row, you could have multiple colors. In some cases, even on the 3x5 grids that were applied to these smaller schools, it could also include 3 different colors. So we felt that this current color scheme that was being used would make it more likely that schools and student groups would climb or drop precipitously from one year to the next, even if their status remained relatively stable. So if they were in that same row, they could receive 3 different colors, sometimes even more. Next slide. So from this, we identified 2 different challenges. The first challenge being that we needed to identify the students most in need. When we have those sudden and sharp inclines and declines from one year to the next, it makes it really difficult for the districts to distinguish which schools and student groups are most in need, and to engage in meaningful data discussions and planning for the next year. As you guys know, when we're looking at the LCAPs and different things, you're planning for what's going to be happening over the next couple of years. But if things are changing year to year to year, you have green in one year and then orange and then blue, it's really hard to make those plans long term. So what we wanted to do was create stability in a color from year to year when the status is stable. So if you haven't really had big jumps in those results in the current year, then we don't want to have multiple colors. We want to have stability in that color, assuming that you haven't had a big change in your status. Our second challenge is to have a consistent meaning of a color. So with the current 5x5 color scheme, and I'll show you this in the next table, schools with high and low statuses can be assigned the same color. We'll take a look at that in a second. This variance in performance makes it really difficult for the public to understand what a specific color truly represents. So does orange mean that they have performed really poorly? Although it is very often associated with low performance, there are cases where schools with good performance level or status can still receive an orange. And in addition, what we see is that schools at every single status level could receive yellow. So what does that mean? How is that differentiated when we're trying to communicate how schools are doing to the public? So our goal in this challenge is to create a consistent and reliable meaning for the colors so that we can communicate this better outside of CDE. So to look at that table, what we see here is that we do have yellow in every single row. So that gets to our consistent meaning. And in addition to that, what we want to see is that maybe not so many colors are in one row. So those small changes that we talked about wouldn't necessarily result in a different color. We can keep with having one color have a sort of meaning or implication for those schools and districts. Next slide, please. So in February, we brought together one different model to you guys, and this was to propose to bring forward what we're calling the limited or proposed model. This would limit each row to 2 colors, as is currently applied in the academic indicator. This one, again, is the one that we brought forward in the May board meeting before we pulled the item. We're calling it the proposed color scheme. And then when we did pull that item, we received feedback which recommended an additional model to revise the 3x5 color grid. And we'll talk about what that looks like in a little bit, but it's referenced here as the consolidated 3x5. So both of these options would apply new color grids to both large and small populations alike. It would also eliminate the need for the 3x5 grids that were for those smaller schools. So all of them would have the same color. It would create consistency across the indicators for the state indicators. So all of them would be using whichever model is chosen for these 4 indicators that we're looking at. So the proposed color scheme, as I mentioned, has the same 5x5 as the academic indicator. Here, this is an example, I believe. Well, it doesn't matter. The change is what we see across the top. The status we would see on the left, but it doesn't really matter if it's increased or decreased because the color scheme stays the same. The only indicator that would look a little bit different, and this would be the same for the other model as well, as graduation rate, because we know that the federal accountability requirements say that schools or districts that score less than 67%, I believe it is, graduation rate would be red. So that whole entire bottom row is red for graduation rate, but for the other indicators, which we're going to focus on in our examples here, this is what it would look like. So each row only has 2 colors, and that eliminates the problem that we had with having multiple color, 3 or more, sometimes 4 colors in one row. And we can get into the results of what it actually looks like a little bit later. Next slide, please. So when we compared this model, this proposed model, to our current model, what we saw is that the application of this more limited color scheme actually increases the stability and the consistency of colors. So this is meeting both of our challenges, and it does that for both the school and the LEA levels. We'll talk about what those results look like in just a second with a beautiful chart and has all kinds of data associated. But overall, what we're seeing is a much lower percentage of districts and schools that experience dramatic swings in color performance from one year to the next, and there's a greater number of LEAs in schools that maintain the same performance level. A change in 2 or more colors is actually going to result in a change of status level. So we can take a look at what that looks like in the next slide. So this is kind of to give you a visual of what that looks like. What we see in the green highlight is the proposed model. What we see is a lot less swings in that data. So less schools in this example have declined 2 or more colors. We see a little bit more stability in terms of no change in color. And then when we move all the way to the right, where we are improving 2 or more colors, again, less extreme swings for the proposed model. This is what we brought forward the last time when we met with you guys. And then once we add in the 3rd model, we'll take a look at some different things in a bit. Next slide, please. So the important thing that we saw when we took a look at this proposed color scheme is that it does strike a balance between status and improvement. So regardless of a school's status, there's always the expectation that improvement is required. In order for them to have a better color, they need to always be improving. But they're not going to have a reduction in color unless they have a reduction in the status, which would change them to a different color, a different row. Excuse me, at the lower status levels, schools will move up in color if improvement is made, and for the higher status level, schools will move down a color if improvement declines. So this makes that kind of incremental change more evident. Instead of having swings all over the board, what you're actually seeing in those schools and districts would be reflected by the color changes. Right. Next slide. So what we thought was really important when we were looking at these models is not just to look at what colors they would be getting, but kind of the end result, which would be the impact of these color schemes on differentiated assistance as well as the CSI low performing. And so when we applied the proposed 5x5 grid, what we did see was that there was 25 fewer LEAs that would be identified for differentiated assistance for LCFF. These districts would basically, would be removed from this list based on two different indicators mostly, on the chronic absenteeism and the suspension rate indicators. This isn't really surprising when we take a look into the data, but that was what we saw. It wasn't too much due to grad or CCI. This is mostly due to chronic absenteeism and suspension rate indicators. And I think that there was a lot of feedback about what that looked like in terms of cut scores, where especially with the smaller student groups, schools and districts were concerned that having one additional suspension might lead them to a worse color. So by using this proposed model, we're actually making things a little bit more stable and therefore identifying just 25 fewer for the DA list, but it would be based on those type of indicators rather than the other two. When we look at the impact of CSI, just as a reminder, the CSI criteria is based on a combination of colors on the dashboard. So when we take a look at that, what we did see was that 90 fewer net schools were identified for CSI low performing. I say net because 112 schools were removed from the list and 22 schools were added to the list. Again, just the same as DA, this was a result of the suspension and chronic absenteeism indicators. Next slide. So in order to evaluate how these models worked, we decided to develop a list of pros and cons. For the proposed color scheme, we felt that it met the goal to create stability in color from year to year. It also meets the goal to create consistent meaning for colors, making it easier for schools and LEAs to engage in meaningful database discussions and planning for the coming year. So those are our two challenges that we saw in the beginning of these slides. On top of that, it provides slightly more benefits for small student populations than the 3x5 grid. So when we look at how the 5x5 is actually organized and which colors land where, due to the more limited or proposed color scheme that we're looking at, 6 different boxes have been moved to a higher level. And some people have considered that to be a criticism of this model, but what we see is that actually provides more stability in what we're looking at in terms of not having those big jumps in color. Moving up or down 2 performance levels is always going to be the result of changing status, and it provides a consistent color scheme across all 5 color grids. So if we're using the proposed model, it would be the academic models that we're currently using, and that would be used for grad, CCI, chronic absenteeism, as well as suspension. So it would be consistent. We wouldn't have a million different 5x5s running around. In our additional reports, it would be a lot easier for schools and districts to kind of follow what's going on. In terms of cons, what we felt was that it does decrease the number of schools and LEAs that receive a red performance color. That is something that does go into the factors for differentiated assistance as well as CSI, which we saw in our results. It did decrease the number of schools and LEAs that were eligible for support. Not by a ton. When we look at the number of schools and the number of districts that we have and the number of schools and districts that qualify for DA and CSI, it's not a huge impact, but it does have a decrease. And that has been a criticism of this model, I think, since the beginning. But we do have a big list of pros for this model and a few different cons as well. Next slide. So when we compare this, the current model now to this new color scheme that was presented to us in May that we're calling the consolidated 3x5 color scheme, this one's a little bit different. So people, when we hear the 3x5, we talk about eliminating that highly increase significantly and decrease significantly and moving that in, right? But what we're seeing in this new model is that the grid would consolidate those 5 current change levels into 3 levels. So it'd still be a 3x5, but instead of removing decline significantly and increase significantly, what we're doing is merging the maintained column to include the declined and the increase into that maintained category. So essentially what you're doing is widening the middle, and in order for them to have a color change, they'd have to have very large increases or decreases to see that color change. So to see that in a table format, this is what that looks like. So again, we have this 3x5 instead of the 5x5, but everybody that before was in those 3 middle columns is now collapsed into this 1 middle column that we call maintained. This is what it would look like for CCI, chronic absenteeism, and suspension. Graduation rate would look a little bit different in that the bottom row would be all red, just like the other models that we talked about. When we compare the current dashboard that we have right now to this new consolidated 3x5 model, we see that it does increase the stability for the 4 state indicators at both the school and LEA levels. So you have a much lower percentage of LEAs in schools that experience the dramatic swings in color performance. And there's a significant percentage of schools and LEAs that maintain the same performance level or color. The consolidated 3x5 does impact growth expectations, and schools and LEAs can only change colors if they significantly increase or decrease from one year to the next. So it is following the kind of base model that we need to even consider this additional 3x5. But then what we see, next slide. Oh, I'll get to this in just a second. So there's a stakeholder feedback that provided you guys some charts. That's okay, we can get to this first. That provides some charts to you all, and we saw that data and we needed to do our own verification of this data. So we took a look at it, and for the most part, this data was correct. There are some corrections, however, that we needed to make based on the data that we have, and that was published. You guys have it in all of your handouts, so this can be easily verified. For graduation rate, the data was correct. We provided this in a graphical form as well as a table form on the next slide. The next one is suspension, where there was a small error. We've highlighted that in red. So if you'd like to go through and see what these changes are, then that's totally fine. But we did want to provide you with accurate data. So suspension had 1 error. If we can skip ahead to the CCI had 3 errors. And our next one is that chronic absenteeism had 1 error as well, or 2 errors, excuse me. And these errors, in most cases, were not huge. I will point that out. It seemed like they were more mathematical errors than anything. What we see is a general pattern here, which is that there would be fewer schools, districts in this case that we're looking at that would land in orange and red category using the proposed model. And generally speaking, more that would be identified using the consolidated 3x5 model. In this case, what we really want to focus on is not so much that particular mistakes that were made. What we want to focus on is the fact that, yes, there are more schools that are going to be identified in red and orange and less, in the consolidated model and less in the proposed model. We understand that. That was a criticism that was made. But what's more important to realize is that we've provided you lots and lots of charts, lots and lots of data that you've seen in the handouts that we're seeing here. And the end story is not just that they have scored more in orange or red. The end story is going to be what results from that data, which is going to be additional districts that qualify for DA assistance and additional schools that qualify for CSI, or fewer. In the case of the proposed model, we had 25 less districts that qualified for DA, and then you had, I don't remember what it is now, 80 something or 90 something fewer schools that qualified for CSI. Yeah, that's what I figured. So when we look at that impact then for the consolidated model, for those 3x5s and how they affect the differentiated assistance list, what we found is that currently 333 LEAs are receiving differentiated support. By using the consolidated model, we would have an additional 76 LEAs identified for support. Again, for this largely based on the chronic absenteeism and the suspension rate indicators. Next slide. Oh, that's right. For the CSI, again, based on a combination of colors on the dashboard, what we see is there was 83 more net schools being identified for CSI low performing. 139 schools are added to the list and 56 are removed from the list. So a little bit more variability that we're seeing in terms of schools moving around, but a little bit fewer net schools being affected. Same as all the other ones, this is going to be due to the suspension and chronic absenteeism indicators. So when we look at our pros and cons for the consolidated 3x5 color scheme, the pros is that it does meet the stability goal that we had for year to year. This is challenge number 1 that we had faced. In terms of creating a meaningful color, though, that second challenge, it doesn't quite meet it because you still have schools that are going to be yellow very high, and I believe yellow in the medium and yellow in the low. So you still have colors in every row that aren't going to really give us that meaningful color. So if we go to the cons, sorry, I spoke too soon. It was the con, but I didn't get to this slide yet. So it doesn't meet the goal to create a consistent meaning for colors because schools can achieve yellow at almost every status level. It removes some of the benefits that the 3x5 color grid provided for small school populations. So when we look at the 3x5 compared to this consolidated model, 3x5, what we see is that 3 boxes have moved to a lower level than with the proposed model. This would remove those benefits that we have worked so hard to get for those small student populations, which would be a detriment to those populations. As well, schools and LEAs can move up or down 2 performance colors without changing a status. So that means that, for example, you can still be in the same row, but instead of moving just 1 color to increase or decrease, because you're having that increase significantly or decrease significantly, you can actually move 2 colors. As well, this has the largest percentage of schools and LEAs that maintain color from 1 year to the next, which would reduce the differentiation between them. So for example, if you are making changes, but every year your school is in green or orange or yellow, and it's not making any difference no matter how it seems that your school is doing, that might make it harder for the schools and LEAs to, 1, feel motivated to make change, but 2, to also figure out how much difference they are making because there is no differentiation between the colors. So we can look at what that looks like in terms of the schools. Before I get to that, let's talk about comparing these 3 different color schemes to each other, right? Because they all have their pros and cons. They all have different things about them that might be appealing to certain groups, but we want to really compare what they look like in terms of each other. And if there's one that stands out to us as being better or worse, or, if we can point out that the current one at least was not meeting everybody's needs. So when we compare the color changes between the 2018 and 2019 dashboards and compare those 3 different models, what we see is that the proposed and the consolidated color schemes have more schools with no change in color. So that's going to create that stability that we talked about. As well, the proposed and consolidated color schemes have fewer schools with 2 or more color difference. So next we can see what that looks like. So similar to that chart that we saw earlier, I had the current and the proposed in one model. That was the purple and the green. Now we've added this consolidated model, and we can see, like we said in the slide earlier, that there are fewer schools that have declined 2 or more colors. We do see more that have no change in color and fewer that have improved 2 or more colors. What we also see is that we have way more schools that have no change in color for the consolidated model. As we pointed out, that leads to the inability to differentiate as well because there is no change in color. In some cases, what we looked at, when you're looking at, I believe it was districts, some of them had like 80% that had no change in color. Right now, we're just looking at schools, but if you look into the handout, you can see more results and more of what that would look like for different populations. Next slide. So in order to figure out really beyond that, which model might be better, we decided to look at these 3 different models when the status level is held constant. So when we look at the color changes between those two dashboard years, but we hold status level constant, which means you're always in one row, what we see is that the majority of schools have no change in color using the consolidated color scheme. With the proposed color scheme, there's no two schools with two or more color difference, which means that if you have no change in status level, so if you're in the same row, you're never going to change more than two colors. The consolidated color scheme still has schools with two or more color difference in this case, especially on the suspension indicator. So we'll see what that looks like in chart 3. So, excuse me, what we can see, for example, is that for the declined two or more colors in the proposed model, it's always going to be 0. And that's what I was saying. If you're in the same row, you're never going to change more than one color. You can see that on both ends of the spectrum, as well for a declined two or more colors, as well as improved more than 2 colors. As well, you can see that there is no change in color for graduation, for example, for 96% of those schools. 96% of those schools would have no color change if they have no status level change. That's a huge amount of schools that are going to be in the same color. Again, we're getting at the differentiation issue here. But then if we go back down to the bottom, suspension for the consolidated, suspension for the consolidated model, which is the blue line. And all the way down at the end, we see that almost 11% of the schools are changing more than 2 colors, even if they're in the same row. So if they have the same status level, they can still have the potential to change 2 or more colors. And we know as well that suspension is one of those indicators that really matters for differentiated assistance as well as CSI. So this is something in particular to pay attention to when you're seeing those schools that can still have those huge jumps in data. And in colors, excuse me. Next slide.
No, it's keyboard.
So as I mentioned, you guys have a 38-page handout, which has a lot more information. Hopefully you guys had time to review it all before we jumped on this call this morning. It includes comparisons about all 3 models. It has lots of data in terms of who's jumping where, which student groups are going to be available. It has all of the data that was requested in May for all of the student groups on top of what we have provided for you this morning in the slides. But as a final note, we have met with the TDG.
So before we move on, Katrina, I just wanted to point out that the handout that we provided you with this additional information and comparison, that is the data that we will be taking to the state board in September.
Yes, thank you for reminding me of that, Jenny. So we did meet with the TG about these different models, and what they ended up recommending was the proposed color scheme. They said that it consistently is rewarding positive change, even incremental or large, across the 5x5 charts. It makes sure that the schools that are in the greatest need are getting allocated resources to make changes over time. So you're not having these huge jumps one year to the next where you're on the list one year and you're not on the list the next year. Instead, those that are in greatest need are going to stay consistently on the list, and then they can make those changes because it's a lot easier to make changes over time rather than in one year. The next point I'll get to in just a minute because it takes a little bit of explanation, but as well, they also said that the proposed color scheme makes it easier to interpret color, which was our second goal of this in terms of communicating what colors mean to the public, as well as, to our parents and schools and people who are interested in this data. So the point that I skipped was that it provides only 2 severe or diagonal color changes versus 6 in the consolidated model. And this requires a little bit of explanation. Jenny, if we could go to one of the 5x5s, any of them would be fine.
This one?
Okay, so TG had talked about concern for schools that did have a change in status, so they moved up or down one row, but that they might change 2 colors in that way, correct? So what we're seeing, for example, if we look in the bottom row, so we're in the red, 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 and then we have orange, and then yellow above that. So if you were in that red category and you moved up one status level, but in order to do that, you had to increase, you might move from red to yellow or vice versa, from yellow to red. And so they felt that that was an extreme change, right? You're changing two colors in that case. So we took a look at all of the 5x5s. And what we saw is that in the current color scheme, there are 5 opportunities for those 2 color jumps with 1 change in status level. With the proposed color scheme, this only happens twice. So it happens in that red-orange relationship there, and as well as right above that in the orange, and then the diagonal to the right, which would be green. So those are the only 2 places that this happens. In the proposed model, it actually happens 6 different times. So even more than our current model has. So this was something that was brought to our attention, and we wanted to share that with you as well. So I believe that's the end of my content, but we do have some questions for you today.
So before we move on to the questions, as I'm scrolling here, I do want to bring up the fact that we have shared a lot of data with you. And the purpose of sharing this data with you is so that you can see the results, but also look at it in the context of what we want to look at as in regards to policy. What makes the most sense? I mean, we have a lot of criticism that we have some LEAs that are not going to be, we'll have fewer LEAs that are going to be identified for LCFF, fewer schools that are going to be identified for CSI. But the goal is, are we identifying the right schools? We are not required to identify a certain number of LEAs for LCFF. So we want to make sure that when we do identify them, we are identifying them appropriately. For CSI schools, we do have a certain number, and if we don't meet that number, we will meet that number. But we haven't had trouble with that. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. So I just want to, as we're talking about the questions that are going to be coming up, I just want everyone to keep in mind the data is giving you a lot of information, and look at it with through the lens of what is going to make the most sense in regards to supporting schools and LEAs that need the most support, and communicating to the public. And with that, we'll move forward with the discussion questions. Katrina?
Thank you for sharing that, Jenny. So the question that we'd like to ask you guys today is, which color scheme do you prefer? We have the 3 different models that we talked about today: the proposed color scheme, the consolidated 3x5 color scheme, or no change at all, which would keep the current color schemes that we're using. What's the rationale for your preference? And are there any specific concerns that you feel regarding the models that are under consideration today?
Thank you so much for that information. And I see we have 2 hands on the side, so we'll go to Linda and Araceli in just a second. I want to say, as I've been working with districts and schools and using the dashboard colors as a flashlight in an initial conversation, the fact that you all were able to tackle how do we make the colors more meaningful and more stable is huge. Because I would sit with a school that said, well, you know, we had like 0.5 increase and we changed colors, so I guess we're done working. And so I would sit with them and say, great, well, it's a flashlight. Let's look at the data. Let's look at your student groups. Let's move on. I thought, I don't know how CDE is going to make this, address this need. And so to be able to be in this item and see the thoughtful analysis that you've done and all the data that you've pulled, I mean, I just want to start with saying thank you for that piece. And as someone working with districts and schools and using the dashboard as a flashlight to go deeper into their story and their work, the focus of the 2 goals on stability and making it meaningful resonates so much, because those are something that within the schema of our accountability system are so important. Designing a system to get more numbers eligible for differentiated assistance or CSI scares me. And I think staying focused on those 2 goals and looking at models for me personally about which get us closer to the goal of stability and the goal of meaningful when we look at the colors. So we don't just look at them and say, okay, well, forget the colors. Let's look at your data like that. So that flashlight feels meaningful is just huge. So my feedback is definitely focusing on those 2 goals. And again, just the appreciation for all the data and for staff putting it together for us today. And I see we'll go to Linda, Araceli, and then Kim. So Linda, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you to those of you who worked to put this information together for us. I really appreciate the work, and I appreciate going over the disaggregated data and having to look at that. One of the questions I had is, you meant somebody, the speaker, I guess, mentioned that the disaggregated data was just put in the slides, I believe, today. So does that mean that TDG did not do that work? TDG did not look at disaggregated data?
So TDG did not receive those. We provided that data in terms of stakeholder feedback that was provided before this meeting. But what they did see was all of the handouts that you guys received, which is where that data came from. Again, that shouldn't be our focus, because the focus is going to be on the end result, which is the DA and the CSI list, rather than how many schools exactly are landing in red and orange. We understand that that's going to be affected, but the focus needs to be then on why that matters, which is going to be your DA and CSI lists.
Right. And actually, you know, what I hear in our conversation today is that there are, that the conversation, and correct me if I'm wrong, the conversation started because of concern about people jumping from color to color. And as a district person, I've seen that too. So I understand that. And the attempt was made to kind of look and to maybe smooth that out. I think, though, what's happening is this unintended impact on being able to support schools and districts that need that support or could benefit from it. And I actually think that if I think about the whole accountability system of our state, what's the most important thing is what help will go to a school or a district. How can they be helped to improve outcomes for students? And there are problems with the color scheme that we probably need to address, and it might be that we need to look at a couple more models to do that. For example, in one of the models with a very wide middle, maybe doesn't need to be that wide. Maybe that would help. I don't know. But we can't lose sight of the fact that the whole accountability system is for student achievement, student performance. It is not for colors. It is not for, it's helpful to have that be easier for people to understand. But the main point is, will this system lead us to support those places that need the most support? And when there's a change from one system to the other, one picks up more or doesn't pick up as many or fewer, or particularly where fewer districts get access to that kind of support, my question is, are we unintentionally inhibiting support? So it's not that we necessarily want to, you know, we don't want to put ourselves in a state in a situation where we can't provide all the support that's needed. We want to be careful about how we identify people or districts and schools, but we don't want to have a situation, particularly you think about something like suspension. We know the literature on suspension, huge impacts, racial ethnic impacts on that. Huge impacts sometimes on special ed students too, who are overly suspended. That's important data. And that is something that as a state, we ought to be paying attention to, particularly because long-term consequences for kids who are suspended more have huge consequences in terms of their achievement, their life trajectory. That's a very, very important issue. And if these models are going to make it easier to understand the color, but more difficult to identify a place that could use support to deal with suspensions, then we haven't met our goal of really having an accountability system that is geared towards improving outcomes for students. And so I would just think that perhaps there's more time, more discussion that's needed, more models from TDG before we move forward, because we can't have a choice that says ease overweighs, ease of understanding colors outweighs the impact on supporting the schools and districts for kids who need that support. We've got to find a balance there. And I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I really do, because it's very difficult. And I, as I said, I myself have seen, my district move up and down on different indicators. But I can't lose sight of the kids in our system. I can't lose sight of what kind of support can we put in place. And frankly, I have to tell you, on a personal level, we, as a district, we were identified for support because of some issues with foster students. And we knew that the data underlying it was not correct, but the way the system was set up, it was still calling out the district for that. So we participated in that and made some other changes that impacted the results for our foster kids, irregardless of the fact that the data there had been some students included who shouldn't have been included. We still focused on the kids that we had. We were able to make some very important changes to augment the support for foster kids. That wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have looked at it if the system didn't call it out. And so even at the time when at first it felt like, gee, this isn't fair, we shouldn't have been called out for this, we shouldn't have been identified for it, it still had a positive impact on outcomes for students. And so if I have to choose, I'm going to choose students over colors. And these options right now may be part of the solutions that we consider. There may be other options that will help balance it so that it's not a choice. But I would just ask for greater thought and consideration and analysis and creative thinking about what we can do. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Rachel real quick, and then we'll pick up with Araceli, Kim, and Bootsy, and Jesse. So go ahead, Rachel.
Melanie, and thank you, Linda, for your comments and for, I think, sharing your experience and how this has been helpful for your district. Just a quick point of clarification, and I think that it's an important reminder that our state system of support has 3 different tiers: level 1, level 2, and level 3. And differentiated assistance is a targeted level 2, but it is by no means the only way in which districts receive support. I think county offices are continuing to provide and offer level 1 support. CDE is doing that. CCEE is doing that through all of our many resources. And then tier 2 does target a different level, and that's available to anybody who would even that requests it. So I just think it's important that we not pigeonhole support to just those who are identified for differentiated assistance, because I think to the point that was made, it's not just those districts that need support, and it should be available and is available to all.
And I appreciate that. That is true. However, the funding and extra support level that comes really is extremely helpful, and that's not available for, when as a district, that's all of our districts are struggling financially just to pay the light bills, but then being offered opportunities for support at a fee is not feasible for districts. And so we can't divorce ourselves from the fact that some of these levels provide more support than others, and particularly for issues that
Linda, I don't want people to confuse the system of support and the funding, similar to what it was under No Child Left Behind. The funding does not go to the district that's identified for differentiated assistance. The funding is allocated, it was for 3-year average, to county offices of education. So just important clarification.
Okay, so now we'll go to Araceli.
So I have several comments and some questions. I think that as a state, we're still moving, we're still getting adjusted, even though we've had this dashboard for some time, we're still getting adjusted from the punitive to the support. And so for me, it comes to a surprise that we think that stability would be better, just because I would prioritize having a sensitive dashboard that will, as was mentioned, will shine a light to the areas, because we don't have all the funding, and we're still getting adjusted to this new system. I think in practice, still what a lot of school districts prioritize are the groups that are identified as orange or red. As an advocate with parents in the field, when we try to advocate for the yellows, there's usually no time, there's no funding, or all these arguments are made so that because we have to focus on the ones that have to be addressed. So that, and by looking at the data, again, the oranges and the reds substantially, decrease, especially as you start looking closely at some of the student subgroups. So I am concerned of moving away, again, because right now, it's still our main lever for advocacy. I also have questions regarding, again, why should we do this right now, given that we're not going to have a dashboard for a year or more given the pandemic? So I think we have more time to think through it. And my other comment is I would also like local indicator data. I know that the state indicators are prioritized. They're more numerical or quantitative, but at this point, we should be getting more data around local indicators, because that, as the years go by, some of the school districts also need support in achieving or meeting local indicators. And I would just like to see more information on that.
Can I ask just a point of clarification? This is Cindy Kazanis. I'm not exactly sure I understand what you mean by additional information on local indicators. That information is publicly posted. It's in a downloadable file. What more exactly are you looking for or expecting from the system?
I guess my assumption, and I've been involved in the CPAG since 2016, was that at some point we would also get data as to how many school districts are not meeting or are now flagged in the system that need more support.
Yes, and that was included in a memo to the board in December of this last year. We've included it every time we've done the identification process for the dashboard. Local indicators were brought in 2 dashboards ago. So that information is disaggregated within those memos.
Because that also contributes to the differentiated assistance.
That's correct.
Correct?
But just to be fair, it's just a handful. It's not 10% of the 333. It's roughly, I think it was less than a dozen this last year who got brought in because of local indicators. So I just wanted
Thank you. Well, and once we get to the local indicators, I have more comments around that, because I don't think the current system is sensitive enough for those indicators. And so as we're trying to move away from being overly sensitive with the dashboard, we have to adjust in different areas.
Got it.
Now we'll have Kim.
Hi, I have a couple questions and then a comment. I think we mentioned that the grid for the academic indicators, the SBAC difference from standard, was that originally from the very beginning of the dashboard always different, or did we change it at some point in the past, and when was that?
When we first started out, the academic indicator was the same, had the same 5x5 as suspension and CCI, so forth. And we changed that, I believe, for the 2018 dashboard for the same reasons. But recall that when we do the academic indicator, we're not working with percentages, we are working with points. So the distance from standard or the distance from MET.
Okay. And then as we're talking about these changes today and the 2 proposals, is there an effect on the current 3x5s we have? In other words, will one of these models also replace the 3x5s or only the 5x5s?
So if one of these models is selected, it would replace the 3x5.
Okay. So I guess my comments are, what is the goal of our accountability system? And, I think Linda, spoke very eloquently about one main reason we do this is to help identify which districts and or schools are struggling, and so that they can address those issues. I mean, and another reason it's here is for the public to show us where student performance is. And sometimes I'm concerned that we might get too bogged down in how the system works, or making tweaks to it that change the colors. But on the one hand, I mean, when students are performing at a certain level on an indicator, there needs to be some sense that that is what we want for students, or that is far below or somewhat below what we want for students. And so, I mean, I encourage us to remember that at some point we said we would go back and change the actual status levels themselves. So, you know, I don't think for any of our grids, and I could be wrong about graduation, you know, where 100% is actually what the top level gets all the way to. So, you know, and I know we didn't want to overwhelm and have too much bunching perhaps at the bottom, but I mean, at some point, the colors need to align with what someone would look, just looking at the raw numbers would say, yes, that reflects the how that school and or group and or district is doing. So for part of this, you know, I go back and I worry that just having change incorporated in the colors is partially what leads to a lot of our difficulties and doesn't help you then kind of chart change over time because you already have time there and anything. So, you know, and I appreciate the remark from Melanie about the flashlight that, you know, for anyone who's really working with the kids and with the schools and even explaining to parents, you need to go down some levels into more information. Just the color isn't really enough by itself. So I'm not sure stability for me is the biggest reason to make these changes, although I think having 3 colors on any status row is too many. I mean, and that does kind of make things more complex. So I do think that colors should mean something, but because we're charting 2 different things, I mean, I think we run into the, you know, if someone is at a high level but is dropping precipitously, that is pretty bad. So I'm glad we're leveling things out, but there still needs to be some differentiation. I think having a 3x5 is a lot easier to understand. And I like the fact that this proposed 3x5 keeps the 2 extremes and has one for the middle, as opposed to our current 3x5s, which dropped off the 2 extremes and kept the 3 middle ones. So, I mean, I do think that is in its favor. All right. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. We'll go to Jesse next.
So thanks so much for the presentation. I think that one of my points is really, Linda said it, and I'm totally on board. I mean, to make this more sort of consistent over time, so you're not flipping colors, runs the risk of excluding districts from services, right? And I think we should make a distinction between just identification and eligibility versus, you know, requiring and sort of telling them that they need to clean up their act. So I'm totally on board that I don't want to go to a change that reduces the perception of need for services, right? Or reduces any eligibility for services, and I'm really scared about that. The other thing is, you know, I'd have to say if I had to choose right now, I would go for the proposed 5x5, like the TDG said, and one of my reasons is really an information reason. With the proposed 5x5, we are reducing variability in color, but we're not necessarily reducing, as I understand it, variability or variation with respect to the change. We still have those 5 different columns, if you will. They just map to fewer colors, right? Within any given row. I'm just a proponent of providing as much information as I can to people. And it just seems when we do the consolidation of the columns under that 3x5, that we are robbing information from practitioners to know. I mean, we're basically masking variation of data that we have. And for me, that's just a no-no. If I was a practitioner, I would want to know which of those original 3 columns I was in rather than have them all folded up. So that's my 2 cents here is, we shouldn't be masking variation if we don't have to. And I think that the proposed 5x5 is a nice compromise, if you will. Right, we're not folding up those three categories together, but we are making the color scheme to which those are linked simpler.
Thank you, Jesse. We'll go to Joanne.
Just really wanted to echo my support for Linda's comments, and also Araceli's point about not prioritizing stability, and to Jesse's previous point, that I don't know that we want to mask variation and nuance, because I think it's in the variation and nuance that we're able to both shine that flashlight more carefully on need and then see continuous improvement, which is really fundamental to the model. So just wanted to echo my support for the comments made previously.
Thank you, Joanne. Tara?
Yeah, I would probably do a ditto on that as well. And I appreciate, I mean, there's so much work in the analyses done here for all 3 models, and really appreciate that. I have to say it was a lot to digest with the memo posted Wednesday afternoon and the slide deck yesterday afternoon. And it's a lot for me to take in 2 days. And I don't know that that the stakeholder community has had time to really process it. I think these are fundamental big changes to our dashboard system, and it'll be really important to engage everybody who's using it in a discussion around it. So I don't know if I might have missed a discussion around timeline for this conversation and how it plays out, but I think I would recommend that there be plenty of time to get into it and to explore potential other models as well that help get at the tensions laid out here around wanting to have stability and also enable differentiation and the built-in motivation that comes from that to be able to make progress and move as a school and as an LEA. I do have concerns about the big wide middle where it would be very hard to move over time, and the lack of motivation that might send through the system.
Okay, are there any more questions or discussion from members? Okay.
Actually, I just did want to say that I had my hand up earlier. I know you called on me, but all of my comments were covered. So I think that, the same thing, that wide middle and the use of stability were things that really, resounded with me as well as possibly problematic. So just to go on the record to say that.
Thank you, Bootsy. And so now, if I'm correct, we're going to move to public comment. Is that right, State Board staff?
Melanie, we
Yes.
do have one last section of this item.
Sorry, I didn't mean to rush it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move on. So we're going to move on to the new career measures for possible inclusion in the CCI. And so I have another staff member who's going to present this. They're really taking the load off me this time. I'm really appreciative. So Sima Solovich is going to be presenting in this category. So Sima, I'm going to let you take it over from here.
Thank you, Jenny. Good afternoon, everyone. This is our last item to cover, and I know it's been a long morning and appreciate you hanging in there with me. So as you know, we've been working over the last several years to explore how to provide a better balance of college and career measures in the CCI. And the CDE has been working closely with the CCI work group, along with the Alternative Task Force and Advisory Commission on Special Ed, to collect and evaluate new measures for all high school students, and also identify measures specific to students attending DAS schools. So here we have the data that the career measures that we collected in CalPAGS in 2018-19, which include completion of a pre-apprenticeship, and that applies to both DAS and non-DAS schools, state or federal job programs, limited to DAS schools, workforce readiness certificate, limited to DAS schools, the completion of a food handler certificate program, which is also limited to DAS schools. And then we also collected data on 2 career measures that were available only to students with an IEP. And those were the workability courses and workforce-based learning, as well as the Department of Rehabilitation workforce-based learning. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through these briefly. So for the pre-apprenticeships, we collected data on 2 different types. One was registered, and those are programs that are recognized by business and industry, and they're also registered at the state or national level. So in 2018-19, we had 1,302 high school students who completed a pre-registered apprenticeship. Next slide. And then the non-registered pre-apprenticeships, they're also recognized by business and industry, but they're not registered at the state or national level. And those were completed by 1,645 high school students. Next slide. So we looked at the students who completed both types, and we looked at their placement levels on the CCI. And based on this analysis, we initially proposed the following placement criteria. And that was basically to run some simulation data and to, see how many students would be impacted by the adoption of this measure. So these are the criteria. For registered pre-apprenticeships, we set a placement level of prepared for as a standalone measure, okay? And then the non-registered, we said that those must be paired with an additional CTE measure to earn the prepared level. And we're going to look more closely in a few minutes at what that additional measure will be. So based on these criteria, including the pre-apprenticeship in the CCI would result in an additional 679 students being placed in the prepared level based on 2019 data. And of these, you can see the orange is the 4-year graduates. They comprise the majority, and the 1-year graduates make up about 20%. Okay, so this was our initial simulations. Next slide. So among the 2 types of pre-apprenticeships, we can here see most of the newly prepared graduates had completed a registered pre-apprenticeship. That's the purple. And looking at the cohort level data, among the 4-year grads, we have 385 students that would become newly prepared via a registered pre-apprenticeship, and 148 via non-registered. And among the 1-year grads, we have 90 that would become newly prepared via the registered, and 43 via the non-registered. Next slide. Here are the data presented in table form by cohort. We have the numbers and their percentages. And those percentages represent what they represent when compared to the total numbers of students in that cohort who also earned the prepared level. Next slide, please. So I mentioned earlier that we're recommending that registered pre-apprenticeships be a standalone measure for the prepared level, but for non-registered, we would recommend pairing that with an additional CET measure. Now, this measure would vary based on the type of school that the student graduates from. So for students who attend non-DAS schools, it would be paired with a CTE pathway to earn the prepared. And for DAS schools, students would complete either one CTE pathway or one semester or 2 quarters of a CTE coursework. And we presented this to the CCI work group, the Alternative Task Force, and the TDG, and they all unanimously supported the inclusion of this measure along with these proposed placement criteria. There were 2 measures that both the workforce reading, the Alternative Task Force and the CCI committees recommended that we not include in the CCI. The Workforce Readiness Certificate. Both groups expressed concerns that the certificate is not standardized, varies widely in rigor across districts, and they recommended that it not be included. The TDG agreed with this recommendation. The second was a food handler certificate. And both groups felt that because the certificate is only a 2-hour online course and that it's usually taken after securing a job, it's not sufficiently rigorous for the CCI. And again, the TDG unanimously agreed with this assessment. Next slide. So measures for students with IEPs. There were 2 measures that we have collected in the past, and those were workability and the DOR. Many stakeholders, though, have raised concerns that these programs don't encompass the full range of work-based learning experiences that districts provide. And so based on this feedback, the Special Ed Division recommended that rather than collecting hours associated with those specific programs, the district should be given the flexibility to report all work-based learning opportunities that they provide. And so beginning in 2019-20, we will be collecting data on 2 new programs for students with IEPs. And those are transition work-based learning experience and transition classroom-based learning experiences. So to earn the, next slide. To earn the prepared level, we looked at the classroom hours reported for workability grant in the past to determine what would be the optimal number of hours that students with IEP should complete, and to be placed in the prepared level for the CCI. And so based on that analysis, we recommend that to earn the prepared level, students must successfully complete a minimum of 100 hours of work-based learning and the equivalent of 4 semester courses of college and career exploration or preparation that are designed to prepare a student with an IEP for employment and independent living. So next slide, please. So we want to just stop for a moment and get your feedback on these 3 programs and our recommendations. So does CPAG agree with our recommendation to include the pre-apprenticeship program, registered and non-registered? And if not, what your rationale is. The same for the placement criteria, and also whether you agree with our recommendations to not include the workforce readiness certificate and food handler certificate.
Thank you so much. So I see 3 hands, and I just want to say that we will be taking lunch after this item, so people will have time for a lunch break. And we'll start with Araceli, then Kim, then Linda. Go ahead, Araceli.
Actually, I'll skip for now. Thank you.
Okay. Kim?
Hi. So help me on the apprenticeship. So the pre-apprenticeships, those are programs that schools offer during the school day. Is that true?
They are offered during the school day, but there will be additional, work that they could be doing off campus.
Okay. And then the one for the non-registered that combines it with CTE coursework, are we saying that they're doing these pre-apprenticeships in classes that are separate from their CTE coursework, or wouldn't they be in the same classes, I guess is what I'm trying to get at?
Well, often they would be taking classes that support the field that they're taking a pre-apprenticeship in. But in terms of their completion, they would need to complete the full pathway if they were in non-DAS schools to be able to be considered prepared. So it would be the combination that would place them in the prepared level.
All right. Well, so my input is that for even the registered pre-apprenticeship, I think I would feel better if there was some additional academic item that had to be met as well, especially so unless this is unless a registered pre-apprenticeship is totally something that we offer as part of our school curriculum, to say that our school prepared them for college/career, and again, maybe we're saying college or career, not both, but I guess I'm just looking for some, this was something they accomplished within our school, and that there's an academic component as well. So that's on the pre-apprenticeships. On the IEP, the ones that were being considered, so I think on one of the slides you mentioned that they have to take courses equivalent of 4-semester courses of college and career exploration and preparation. So help me understand, is this geared towards students with IEPs who are on diploma tracks or on non-diploma tracks?
We've had that question brought up to us by our task force and our CCI work group, and we are in conversation with our colleagues in the special ed division to clarify this one issue. So this is our proposal to collect the data. If it turns out that it's only for those that are on a non-diploma track, and that's what we will add to the criteria when we move forward. In regards to your question about academics, we should have actually put this on the slide. You may recall that when we were talking about adding career measures into the CCI, that the state board didn't want us to evaluate career measures with any academics. They wanted the career measures to stand alone. So when we get up to the next level of well-prepared, when we add that in, will be college and career ready. But right now, we're just looking at those students that are college or career ready. And in some cases, for some of our indicators, we do require both career and academics. But we were given the direction by the board not to evaluate the career measures using academics.
All right. Well, so my notwithstanding the board's direction, I guess I would still say that to me, just doing a pre-apprenticeship doesn't feel like enough to say yes, the school has prepared. So that's just my personal opinion. Back on the IEP one, the reason I asked the question about diploma versus non-diploma is I know that in our district, at least, we have a significant number of courses that have to be done for graduation, and it might be difficult to fit in 4 full semesters of something else onto a student's. That's why I asked that question.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Oh, and I just wanted to point out that when we were talking with both our CCI work group and our Alternative Schools Task Force, they had indicated that when a student completes a pre-apprenticeship, that they can actually move directly into an apprenticeship. And so they're coming directly from the program into an apprenticeship where they're earning fairly good money right away. And of course, they'll get to the full journey level once they complete that pre-apprenticeship outside of school.
Okay, next we'll have Diane. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Linda. Linda, and then Diane, and then Ron.
All right, thank you. Just a couple clarifying questions and a response. Kim, in our district, the workability is for students who are non-diploma bound. Students with IP who are non-diploma bound, and it's part of their transition program as they're moving forward. One question I had on page 96, where there was information about an additional course that students would take if they are not in a pre-approved apprenticeship. And it mentioned the equivalency of 1 semester or 2 quarters or 3 trimesters. And then I heard somebody make a comment that this applied to non-DAS schools or to DAS schools. And I just want to clarify, because in DAS schools, very often 2 trimesters is equivalent to 2 semesters. It's not,
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure who we are on this, and I just want to clarify it.
It was for DAS schools only.
Okay, and so in DAS schools who are on a trimester system, part of the reason they do that is so that students can accelerate earning their credit. So they can get 1 year of English credit by taking 2 trimesters. So if we require them to have the option of either 1 semester of a CTE course or 2 quarters, which is also 1 semester, 2 trimesters would actually be 1 year. So it's just something that somebody should look into to find out, or figure out a way to deal with if certain schools have used trimesters differently than others. And these are all DAS schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll have Diane.
I was just wanting to talk a little bit about the pre-apprenticeship, also the registered and the non-registered. As you know, I'm working with a lot of schools that are in this process or are already there, and as I understand the significant difference between a registered and a non-registered pre-apprenticeship program, it has to do with whether or not the school has submitted their the pre-apprenticeship program has submitted their program to the labor and got it approved and registered with them. And one of the concerns that I think that this concept about the CTE with the non-registered is that if it's not registered, it hasn't gone through the checkbox to make sure it has all these components. And so by making it a requirement that in order for it to count, that it also has to have a CTE piece to it, was to kind of balance those out a little bit. I guess that's my terminology, but to Kim's comment about the why aren't there CTE courses already in pre-apprenticeship programs? At least from my experience, yes. That a lot of even the non-registered pre-apprenticeship programs do, in fact, when they're run through the school system, tag up real nicely with the CTE program. But this is a way of guaranteeing that they do, so that they can't have a really weak pre-apprenticeship that doesn't tie into CTE. At least that was my understanding. Have I got that more or less right?
Yes.
Okay.
Now we'll go to Ron.
Just very briefly, the non-registered non-registered apprenticeships. What was the CTE requirement on that? Because I thought I saw that it was completing a pathway, which in certain CTE fields can be up to 4 full school years, like the entire high school experience. And I'm just trying to make sure that that's not the case, that we're not asking incoming freshmen to make decisions on their career pathway.
So most CTE pathways are 2 years. There are some that are longer, that is true, but the ones that are longer probably aren't going to be a pre-apprenticeship program. Our CCI work group and our task force felt very strongly that they wanted to make sure that when we add new career measures, that they are just as rigorous as the academic indicators. And there are certain things that you have to have in place if you're registered, including partnerships with various businesses, and there's certain criteria that you must meet. So they felt that if you're registered, someone has already vetted that program, you have certain things in place. If you're not registered, they want to make sure that it's rigorous. So that's why they added the CTE component.
So next we'll have Tara.
Yeah, real quickly, I just wanted to appreciate the effort to continue to add more career measures, and I'll put in my agreement with including pre-apprenticeships in the CCI and with the placement criteria you've laid out. And, you know, understanding how those pre-apprenticeships feed directly into registered apprenticeships and the benefits that young people receive there, as Jenny laid out. It makes sense to me that it would be a factor in the CCI.
Tarina?
Unmute myself. Hold on. I mentioned before about the ASVAB scores before counting even for pre-apprenticeships because it helps them get into the union. But I didn't get word back from that the last time we discussed that.
So we have been working with some of the staff who are in charge of the ASVAB here in California. And we were told that we would be able to get a student level file with those scores. Unfortunately, when it came time for us to collect that file, to do some analysis on it, we were told by the director that they do not share that information to any states. So they could not give us the student level file. That put us back a little bit. So we decided that we're going to go ahead and collect that information in CalPads starting this year. So we'll have that information to look at next year. Unfortunately, we did not anticipate not being able to get the file. So we'll have to wait till next year to look at ASVAB.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions from members. So with that, I want to thank CDE so much for your presentation, and we're going to have, wait, am I cutting it off too soon? Are we ready for public comment?
We have some more slides to go for the state and federal jobs program. This is the last.
Sorry, Jenny.
So, but it is important that we cover this piece. So I'm going to ask Sima to cover the next.
Thank you. Thank you, Jenny. So this is on the state or federal job programs, and you should all have the handout 3, which will give you detailed information on each of the programs, which our intern Parth collected, and that was based on national data available on each program. But I will go briefly through each one. So looking at the state programs, those include the California Conservation Corps, and that engages students between ages 18 and 25 to perform physical labor for environmental conservation and provide life skills training, while the ROCP provides career tech ed and services to California high school students. Next slide, please. The federal programs include Job Corps, Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, and Youth Build. So the Job Corps offers GED support and vocational training to 16 to 24-year-olds. WIA works to overcome barriers between in-school and out-of-school youth, and basically placing them in jobs that are often entry level, sometimes minimum wage. Youth Build trains students who've dropped out of high school in the construction field. They build homes for low-income members of their communities. So this measure is recommended for DAS schools only. Next slide, please. So we looked at some of the data, and in 2018-19, we had 5,254 high school students that completed a state or federal job program. And that includes 808 students in DAS schools. And those are the ones we're interested in because this measure is only available for DAS. So we have those 808, we've provided the breakdown of where they fell within the CCI, whether they were prepared, approaching, not prepared, etc. So we want to look at the two middle data points, the 72 and the 555. The 19 students, they're already prepared, so adding this measure is not going to necessarily help those. And the 162 students that were that took a program but were not prepared and they did not graduate will not benefit because the first requirement for the CCI is that it include only high school graduates. So we want to look at those two middle boxes. So the 72 students who earned approaching prepared via other criteria, as well as the 555 students who were not prepared, but they did graduate. Those are the ones that could potentially benefit by including the state or federal job program in the CCI, depending on the criteria that we adopt. So we took this to our two groups, the CCI work group and the task force. Both agreed that this measure should only apply to DAS schools, but they did not agree when we asked them if there was any specific program that should be removed, or whether the measure should be included in the CCI. So we're going to look at feedback from each group. Next slide. Okay, so the CCI work group, they actually recommended removing the WIA from the list of programs that count towards this measure. And they had the following reasons. They said that WIA is primarily used for adult education, that its implementation is cumbersome with its many assessments and reporting requirements. They also said the program is not implemented consistently across the state, and it's often driven by local plans. They said that the pathways for WIA were not defined in the same way as CTE pathways, that they use different criteria, and therefore they may not meet the SBE expectations for career readiness. Next slide. And finally, they said that the main goal of the program is to get students placed in minimum wage jobs rather than making sure they receive a high school diploma. So for these reasons, the CCI work group recommended that the CDE postpone advancing this measure to the SBE for potential inclusion in the 2022 dashboard in order to allow for consistent reporting and to collect data on individual state and federal programs that are being offered by DAS schools. Next slide, please. The alternative task force felt very differently. They disagreed with the CCI work group's assessment of the WIA program, and they argued for its inclusion in the measure of state or federal job programs. They said that the WIA is not limited to adult schools. There are two components of the program. The youth component actually is specifically serving students aged 16 through 21. They also felt that the concern that the primary focus of WIA is on employment and not high school graduation is kind of moot because no student can earn the prepared level on the CCI without earning a diploma. So, you know, with or without that focus, we would not be counting a student that completed WIA but did not graduate. And they also said that a minimum wage job is an entry-level job and often a first step into a career pathway. So that wasn't reason enough either to exclude it. Next slide, please. Most importantly, perhaps the Alternative Task Force believed that the WIA program served a critical role in re-engaging out-of-school youth and was therefore an appropriate measure for DAS schools. And they actually put us in touch with some directors of WIA programs in California, pointing to how robust those programs were. And because of the data that we originally had relied on was national-based data, but when we talked to individuals in California who were running the programs, we got a lot more information, including that these programs offer a broad array of services to support youth, including assigning them case managers, providing work readiness courses, and paid internships. Next slide, please. They also voiced strong support for including state or federal job programs as a CCI measure for DAS schools. And they wanted to include it in the CCI additional report for 2020. So as we said before, there will not be, we won't have smarter balance data to rely on this year for the graduating seniors. And it may be 2 years since we need, we're going to need 2 dashboard cycles for status and change. So that the earliest that we could actually include this measure on the dashboard would be the 2022 dashboard. So in the meanwhile, this gives schools that are providing these programs with some credit now. They're able to show what they're doing for students, the services that they're providing for students that attend DAS schools. Next slide, please. So we took this to the TDG just this week. They reached unanimous consensus that the WIA program was a valid program for DAS schools and that it served a critical need. It believed that these schools that are re-engaging youth in education should receive credit for their work, and they supported the inclusion of the state or federal job program in the 2020 CCI additional report. And so maybe just as a final note, it's important to remember that we do not expect all schools or DAS schools to offer the totality of programs that we include in the CCI. We know that few schools offer the IB program. That's still included as a CCI measure. We know some schools have very strong pre-apprenticeship programs, others robust CTE pathways. So the state or federal job program would be just one additional measure that some schools will be able to avail themselves of. So before we move on, we want to get your feedback on the WIA. Should it be included as a measure? And if so, should the CDE move forward with incorporating this measure into the CCI for the 2020 dashboard? 2020 reporting.
Thank you so much. And we'll go to hands. And I just want to say thank you for incorporating all the feedback from the other groups that you've been to so that we can just see the through line in what other folks have said. So thank you for bringing that into the item so clearly. We'll start with Bootsy, then we'll go to Kim and then Linda. So Bootsy, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the preparation as Melanie said, for all the background information as well. I am in agreement with the task force that we need more programs, not fewer, for our kids. And it sounds like this program is servicing so many of our kids that it would be a shame to not be able to grant that credit. My wondering is there some way or some route to maybe like increase the regulation of those programs so that all of these really valid concerns can be addressed without completely eliminating something that seems really valuable for some and maybe not so valuable for others. So I'm just wondering sort of what that regulation looks like, and if there's an opportunity to maybe to increase regulation of the WIA programs.
That's a great question. Jenny, do you want to?
Yes, the WIA program is regulated by the U.S. Department of Education. It's got federal regulations behind it. There's 14 core elements that must be addressed in the program. So we really don't have a way of impacting the federal programs. There are a couple of state programs, and those are also in Ed Code. So that they are pretty much regulated in regards to what they're supposed to do to receive the funding for these programs.
So with that said, I'm just then wondering again, like why there's some pushback on the quality, and maybe if there's an opportunity for some sort of additional regulation or check into I don't know if there's another role to make sure that students are being provided with quality education beyond just what's been happening so far, because it sounds to me like that might not be working in all cases.
So I think the biggest issue that the CCI work group had was, because there's not a lot of research in California, they were seeing that on the national level, less than 50% of the students were receiving diplomas, and they thought that was really an important factor. But again, that is addressed through our CCI because students cannot be either approaching or prepared unless they receive a diploma. So that takes care of that one big issue. Most of the people in the CCI work group are from districts, whereas our alternative task schools are from DAS schools. So at the district level, lots of districts, they really don't offer these programs for youth from 16 to 21. Most of the programs are at the adult school. So I don't think they saw the benefit as much as the alternative task force did. And the alternative task force really stressed the importance of these programs because these are mostly for students who are disengaged, especially WIOA. You have to be actually not enrolled in school and not employed to get into this program. So this is a way to re-engage students in their education and re-engage and hopefully get them a job because they're currently not employed. So I think it's just a perspective, different lens from where our task force members reside.
Okay, now we'll go to Kim.
So sorry if I may have missed something. So on the first couple slides, there were 2 state programs and 3 federal programs, but the question is just on WIA, or we're going back to the others as well later?
Well, right now we want to just know this question is on WIA, and then also whether we want to move forward with the federal state job programs, and if so, we'll then look at the criteria for placement.
Okay, so of the 5 that were listed, the California Conservation Corps, ROCP, Job Corps, Youth Builds, and WIA, the only one we're talking about today is WIA, and you're still considering whether to move forward on the other 4.
No, right now this was the only one that came up for, there was disagreement among the 2 groups about which, if any of those programs should be excluded from the CCI. This was the only one that came up. So we're looking at this first, And then if there's some consensus that it should move forward, then we'll look at the placement criteria that would apply to all state and federal job programs. And
that's what I was trying to understand is if there was no disagreement on the other four, does that mean they were moving forward?
Yes. And if there's agreement that the WIA be included, then we'll move forward in this next part of the presentation to what those placement criteria would look like.
Okay. So on slide 104, it says see handout 3. Maybe I'm missing where I couldn't find handout 3. Sorry. So I don't know very much about these programs, and so it's hard for me to weigh in on how rigorous they are, but maybe that's in handout 3 and I just didn't see it.
I thought we provided all the handouts, but I don't know. I thought we did. So I apologize if you didn't receive it. It was some research that I did, but I do want to make some clarification. WIOA, if we decide not to move forward because WIOA should be excluded, the conversation is over, because the way we collected it in CalPads for the last 2 years is we collected it, did they complete a state or federal program? We don't know which program they completed. So if WIOA is excluded, we can't move forward with including the other 4 programs because we don't know who completed what. So for the we are going to collect all the programs separately. So that's why we're asking this question first.
Okay. All right. So maybe at least maybe I didn't look in the box at the attachments, but what was attached on the agenda was a memo, and it's just had attachment 1 and attachment 2. And attachment 2 had a very small, not comprehensive discussion on state and federal. So if there was another attachment, and now I am looking in the box, and again, I'm not seeing it there. So maybe that's something that can be sent along later if there is a handout 3 that is missing. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, we'll go to Diane. No, I'm sorry, Linda. Linda and then Diane. Sorry, Linda.
I think we should let Diane go first for change. Actually, I just wanted to compliment the work that you're doing here. And I do also concur with those who've shared. It is important that we find as many avenues as possible for students to demonstrate career readiness, while at the same time having standards of excellence and standards of rigor. And so I appreciate the work that's gone into that, and I'm supportive of keeping WIA in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Diane?
Yeah, well, Linda, you and I'll just flip who goes first and second. It'll be fine. I just wanted to say, yeah, I do work with several schools that have a pretty robust WIOA program attached to their career preparation piece. And from everything I've seen, and to answer a couple of questions, I think Jenny did a really great job, but the challenge when you're talking about federal programs, and WIOA is probably the biggest elephant in the room as far as that is concerned, is that they're designed on a national level, and it's being implemented in schools in a much more local level. And so what happens is, how is the program used in the schools? Because primarily WIOA is a federal funding issue, and they're providing money for career training. So the program itself is, as Jenny says, it's got the 14 elements, and they're pretty strictly, they are strictly followed. You can't get what you're supposed to be getting without it. And they'll actually, if you look at them, they align really nicely with a lot of CTE stuff without using the CTE language. So anyway, I just want to say that it's, for DAS schools especially, this is a really powerful program, pulling students back into the education system who had, if not physically, at least emotionally checked out. And because the CCI itself requires that they graduate, it takes care of the academic minimal, at least a graduation requirement for these students. It's a powerful program, and I just wanted to support it.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Diane. Tarina?
I'm just going to echo the same thing everyone is. I support the WIOA program to still be included.
Thank you. Do I see any more hands? Okay.
Okay, well, since you've agreed that you would like to see it included, then we want to go ahead and review how we would like to include it in the CCI. So, Sima?
Thank you. So again, as Jenny mentioned, we will be collecting data on individual programs this next year, but as we move forward with our placement criteria, we are going to provide one set of criteria that we're going to be using for this entire measure. So the criteria, it's consistent with the criteria we recommended to you for the pre-apprenticeships. They're also consistent with the direction we received from the SBE to not evaluate the validity of any new career measure based on academic performance. So for the proposed prepared placement criteria, we're recommending that students who complete a state or federal job program be considered prepared if they complete at least one semester or 2 quarters of CTE coursework with a C- or better. So based on our simulations, we found that an additional 403 students would have been considered prepared on the 2019 dashboard if those criteria were applied. 69 would have moved up from the approaching prepared to the prepared, and 334 students would move up from the not prepared. And those, again, remember, those are graduates. The ones who did not graduate will not be counted, regardless of whether they completed the program. Next slide. So an additional 243 students would have moved up from the not prepared to the prepared level. So based on these criteria, we're going to ask you whether you agree with them for the prepared and approaching prepared levels, and whether you have any concerns.
Okay. So do I see any hands? Okay, sorry, there's Kim, and then Linda.
Hi, sorry. So I'm just wondering if, and I think you put a qualifier and you said we're not introducing, or to comply with the state board's request, we're not introducing any new career indicators that also have an academic component. And so currently I tried to pull up what's currently on CCI. So the one that says if you complete a CTE pathway, you have to have an additional criteria of either the Smarter Balance or college credit courses in academics or CTE subjects. I guess I'm trying to understand in terms of making CCI hang together. Is a CTE pathway, is that not considered a career option? And the reason I ask that is because it has an academic opponent that has to be added to it to make it qualify for prepared. So I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. Is there any thought to go back and remove that additional, or are we saying that these other outside career path options that we're putting into CCI are somehow different from doing a CTE pathway in school?
So the CTE pathway was added to the CCI from the very beginning, and we did a lot of analysis on all of the indicators, and basically When we were doing that analysis, we did not have any way of determining criteria for approaching prepared or prepared. And so we used the smarter balance as a way to determine what the criteria should be for prepared and approaching prepared. And we did that with the CTE pathway as well. And because we found that a lot of the completers in the CTE pathway were taking remedial courses if they went into college, we decided to add an academic component. The State Board has not indicated that they want us to go back and relook at the CTE, but they did ask us to start looking at career measures separately from the academic measures. And so that's what we're doing as we move forward.
Okay, next we have Linda.
So thank you again for looking at all these different ways of validating the work that our students are doing and preparing for, in this case, careers. I just wanted to reiterate the question about the 2 trimesters. So and I think that was back about three slides back.
Yes.
Yeah, because that is essentially, that's 1 year's worth of coursework, whereas the other 2 terms equal a total of a semester. So for schools that are in a trimester system, we would be asking their students to do twice as much work. So if that could be looked into and perhaps reworded.
Thank you. We will do that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands up.
Okay, now we're done. So I do want to thank everyone for the tremendous amount of time that we spent on this item and for all the feedback that we have been given. So thank you very much. I do not want to be the person to keep you from your lunch any longer. Oh, that's right, we have public comment. All right, well, I am going to be the person that keeps you from having going to lunch. So I guess we will open this up for public comment.
Okay, so we'll have the public. Thank you, Jenny, so much for your presentation and all the CPAG members for your feedback. All of the pieces of this item are so important. And we'll be putting up the public comment slide in 1 second. So members of the public that are wishing to provide public comment on this item may do so by calling the number on the screen. You'll also see that you'll then need to enter the meeting ID number, which is the 2nd bullet, followed by the passcode, which is the 3rd bullet. The operator will let you know when it's your turn to speak. As we said earlier at the beginning of this meeting, we encourage you to state your name and your affiliation for the record. And please remember to turn down the volume of your computer if you are following the live feed. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute each.
Phone number ending in 2616. You are unmuted. Your time starts now.
Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. The proposed color scheme would result in what we believe would be unintended consequences, such as districts potentially losing focus on specific outcome goals on student subgroups that still require attention. We believe it would change the number of schools and districts receiving assistance under federal and state support systems, including potential loss of funding, as well as having policy implications to the system of support. It is recommended that CPAG request of the State Board further analysis of the alternative and policy implications before making a significant change to the state's accountability system. Thank you.
Thank you. Phone number ending in 5596. You are unmuted. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, CPAG members. This is Liz Guillen with Public Advocates, a member of the LCFF Equity Coalition. We submitted correspondence to you yesterday, and I apologize that it was late. As a result, you may not have seen it. I believe we're the stakeholder whose feedback is referred to as having a few errors. We want to reinforce here that we see the system of support as providing LEAs with resources, more support to improve, not as a penalty. As such, we think the color grid should support that theory and do the right job of properly identifying the districts and schools and student groups in need of support and then actually providing that support. We're very concerned that the flashlight will be dimmed and the perception of eligibility for services or the need for change will be reduced. We think this could lead to districts losing focus on specific outcome goals for specific student groups that we know still need attention. I echo the request of Martha Zaragoza, asking you to recommend to the board to look at alternatives and the policy implications before making the change.
Phone number ending in 0394. You are now unmuted. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon. This is Manuel Bonrostro with Californians Together. I'm calling to express my support for the letter submitted by the LCFF Equity Coalition. I also want to highlight that the proposed changes would dim the light on the need for improving services for some student groups. There are some examples based on our analysis of the data provided by CDE, where there are dramatic changes in identification of LEAs due to performance for specific groups. For example, when looking at districts identified as red or orange based on chronic absenteeism for English learners, the number drops from 313 in our current system to 170 in the limited color scheme, a 46% drop. Decisions to lower standards for support are policy decisions. We hope that the focus continues to be on supporting LEAs for improvement that is targeted to specific student groups. Thank you.
That completes public comment. I'll turn it back over to you, Melanie.
So given that there's no other public comment, we'll now open for additional CPAG discussion. So CPAG members, you've been doing a great job. Raise your hand if there's in the participant panel of Zoom, if you have any questions or comments. Oh, I'm sorry, there you go. Linda, go ahead.
Thank you very much. What would be the process in terms of some of these recommendations from the speakers that CPAG make a recommendation or that more information be given to TDG or more information, more options considered before it goes to the state board? What would be the appropriate way to move forward with some of those options?
So Linda, this is Cindy, and you have provided us several of those recommendations. And so what we normally would do after a CPAG meeting is to regroup, consider them, and then move forward to the board with a recommendation. But we'll include the CPAG feedback in the agenda item to the board. Typically, the practice has been that CPAG does not vote on something. So because you're not a voting body, you don't really have a consensus necessarily. But we've heard a great deal of feedback. We also need to consider our resources moving forward, and we've spent quite a bit of time on the color combinations, and I'm not quite sure that we have the capacity to do any further bigger thinking or what have you if the board does not support the proposal we put forward in September. So that's something we'll need to consider as well internally.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I think somebody made a comment earlier, which is, as difficult as this COVID time is for everybody, it does sometimes give us a little bit more time to look at some of these things. So, but thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, this will conclude item 1. We will be taking a 30-minute lunch break, so please come back at 2:04. Okay, it's 2:04. We should be coming back from the lunch break. Give folks about 30 more seconds, and then we'll have Rachel we'll have Rachel call the roll to reestablish quorum. All right. Okay, Rachel, whenever you're ready, if you want to call the roll.
All right. Melanie Green. Ed Mansala. Oh. Ron Anaya. Ron here? Yep. Okay. Bootsy Battlehold. Diane Grote-John. Joanne Iskin.
We're trying to call roll to reestablish a quorum. When your name is called, please say present.
I'm going to start again from the top. Melanie Green.
I think we have everyone ready. I'm hoping that everyone had a nice lunch break, got to stretch their legs and get some water. And this will be, yeah, are we ready?
We weren't able to hear everybody confirm that they were here, so we have to go through one more time. If people could unmute themselves when I call your name and say that you're here, that would be great. We'll start with you, Melanie. You can model it for us. Melanie Green.
Here.
You. Ed Mansala. I think he's absent. Ron Anaya. Are you here, Ron?
Here. Yes.
Bootsy Battlehold.
Here.
Diane Grote-John.
Here.
Joanne Iskin. Joanne, are you here? Can you unmute yourselves?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect, thank you. Linda Kaminsky.
Yes, I'm here.
Kimberly Kenny.
Here.
Tara Kinney.
Here.
Nancy Lara.
Here.
Jesse Levin.
Here.
Nancy Portillo. Nancy, are you here? Okay. Araceli Simeon.
Here.
Serena Small.
Here.
Janelle Woodward.
Here.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch.
Thank you so much, Rachel. We're excited for item 2, which is an overview of the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. And this item is presented by Josh Strong. Josh, when you're ready, you can begin.
Thank you, Melanie. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joshua Strong. I'm the administrator in the System Support Office within the department, and I'm providing you with an information update and about the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. The purpose, next slide, please. Thank you. The purpose, the goal for what we're looking to do today is to provide you with an overview of the requirements of the template and instructions for the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. It may not be lost to some of you that the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan, if you turned it into an acronym, would be LCAP. And so to avoid confusion in the field, our practice has been to simply refer to it as the Learning Continuity Plan. So for the remainder of the presentation, I'll be referring to it as the Learning Continuity Plan. Before we go any further, I'd just like to provide everybody with a brief update, not update, but review of the timeline that we went through at the department related to this. So on June 29th of 2000, Governor Newsom approved Senate Bill 98, or SB 98. And within Senate Bill 98, Section 34 of that introduced education code that provided school districts, county offices of education, and charter schools, which within the framework of the plan are collectively referred to as LEAs, with flexibility in the manner in which they provide K-12 education during the COVID-19 pandemic. And so one of the important things to frame here is that the Learning Continuity Plan and the requirements that are within Section 34 of SB 98 are all related to education within the COVID-19 context. Among other things, SB 98 added statute that allowed LEAs to offer distance learning. It clarified what distance learning was and what the requirements for that are. It established circumstances under which an LEA may offer distance learning, and it also created the requirement for the LEAs to develop a learning continuity plan for the 2020-21 school year. Specifically, Education Code Section 43509F required that the state superintendent of public instruction, in consultation with the executive director of the state board, develop a template for the learning continuity plan on or before August 1st of 2020. And that same code also provides the requirements for what need to be included in the template. So if you do the math, it's pretty easy to realize that the department had about a month of a timeline in which to develop the template. And so in spite of the truncated timeline that we had available, the department sought stakeholder feedback throughout the entire process of developing it. In July, the department provided an information memorandum to the SBE and an overview of the learning continuity plan provisions at the July meeting of the state board. They convened 2 meetings of the LCAP advisory group, which is an ad hoc group that consists of representatives from school districts, including small school districts, county offices, charter schools, CTA, and advocacy groups. They provided the state board, I mentioned that. They held 3 webinars on June 30th, July 14th, and July 22nd that provided the field with an overview of the requirements of SB 98, presented the drafts of the plan and the instructions, and collected stakeholder feedback on that. In particular, July 14th and July 22nd were both attended by over 1,300 individuals. And in addition to that, they collected feedback on the template and the instructions through the CDE's LCFF mailbox. All of that information, all of that feedback and stakeholder input went into the template and the instructions that we'll present to you today. Next slide, please. So the learning continuity plan is a vehicle that allows LEAs to clarify and communicate their thinking, their planning around how they're going to support students and families and provide that K-12 instructional program during this year. It provides them with the opportunity to reflect on planning and stakeholder engagement that have already taken place and to communicate with stakeholders through meaningful engagement. As I've said already, the requirements for what must be included in the learning continuity plan are provided within the plan template and the instructions. And those are posted on the CDE's learning continuity and attendance plan webpage. Next slide, please. So specifically speaking to Senate Bill 98 and in reference to some of the things that I've already mentioned, Senate Bill 98 includes a number of provisions in it that frame distance learning and what is required to be part of distance learning for an LEA's educational program during the 2020-2021 school year. Some of those components that are required to be included include things such as the content aligned to grade level standards of an equal level of quality, academic and other supports to address student needs for those who are not performing at grade level, including English learners, pupils with exceptional needs. That's within LCFF statute. That's the equivalent of students with disabilities, pupils in foster care, and pupils experiencing homelessness, special education services relative to students' IEPs, as well as designated and integrated instruction in English language development. All of those are components that statute clearly identifies need to be part of the educational program of an LEA. The reason that we make that distinction is because there's nothing within the statute related to what is required to be part of the template that specifically requires LEAs to provide explanations of those things or descriptions of those things. And so we know that stakeholders have been in contact with the department, the state board, with others throughout this process of developing the plan. We're cognizant of their concerns. We feel that they've been addressed within the template and within the instructions, but also within the guidance that the department has provided to the field related to these requirements. One of the things that we'll get to later on in the presentation are some links to specific frequently asked questions that are posted on the department's website. A number of those reference these different requirements for what must be provided as part of a distance learning educational program during the 2020-21 school year. The other part to consider when we're thinking about this is that the requirements related to the plan itself specifically look at the impact that COVID-19 has had on the LEA and how that has impacted the LEA's planning for this school year. Next slide, please. In terms of the learning continuity plan, our perspective is that there are three distinct components of that continuity plan. There's the template, there's the instructions that are written for practitioners that are that provide the instructions for how to complete the template, and then also the resources and the guidance that are developed that have been put out related to developing and supporting not only the learning continuity plan, but also to help LEAs implement SB 98. And one of the things that we'll see that I'll show you towards the end of the presentation relate to some of the supports and resources that are available to LEAs through California's statewide system of support that have been brought together to specifically help both LEAs and families in addressing not only the requirements of SB 98, but also in developing the learning continuity plan. Next slide, please. So we'll go into an overview of process and timeline at this point in time. Next slide. So as I've mentioned, Education Code 43509F required the state superintendent with the consultation of the executive director of the state board to develop the template and post it by August 1st, 2020. Next slide. The stakeholder engagement that needs to take place per Education Code is that LEAs are expected to solicit recommendations and comments regarding specific actions and expenditures that are proposed, to provide the opportunity to submit written comments regarding specific actions and expenditures within the plan. And for districts and county offices of education, they also need to present the continuity plan to their Parent Advisory Committee and English Learner Parent Advisory Committee as applicable for review and comment. And in the same vein as the requirements related to the Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP, superintendents must respond in writing to those comments provided by those two advisory boards. Throughout this, the stakeholder engagement in these three components, the LEA is also required to make efforts to solicit feedback from pupils, families, educators, and stakeholders who don't have access to internet, as well as those who don't speak English. Next slide, please. Then school boards or governing bodies of charter schools are required to have two meetings. The first, within statute, it's referenced as a public hearing, where the superintendent will present the learning continuity plan to the community and to the governing board. The governing board is the agenda for that meeting is required to be posted 72 hours in advance. However, it does not have to be a regularly scheduled board meeting. It can be a specially scheduled board meeting. Then the governing board or governing body has to hold a second public meeting at which they will adopt the learning continuity and attendance plan. And that must occur on or before September 30th. Again, it doesn't have to be a regularly scheduled meeting. However, it does have to meet the requirement to have the agenda posted with a 72-hour notice. In both of these instances, the agenda must also include a notice of the location at which the plan is available for inspection, whether that's a physical location for those that do not have internet access, or a virtual location, digital location for those that do. So making sure that that's included there. Next slide, please. Once the plan has been adopted by the governing board or governing body, the LEA has 5 days to submit or to file that plan with, for school districts, it's with their county office of education. For county offices, that's with the department. And for charter schools, that's with both their authorizer and with the county office in which they reside. Next slide, please. Now, for county offices and for the department, they have the option within education code of submitting recommendations on the submitted plan to the LEA on or before October 30th of 2020. And those recommendations are required to be submitted in writing. Next slide, please. If the LEA does receive recommendations, their governing board needs to have a public meeting to consider those recommendations within 15 days after receiving them. For the school districts or single district counties, those recommendations and that submission will be to the department, which is similar to how the process works with the Local Control and Accountability Plan. Once the LEA has, the governing board of the LEA or governing body has adopted the plan, it then must be posted prominently on the homepage of the LEA's website. It also has to be posted in the same way as the LCAP, meaning that county offices will need to be posting their district learning continuity plans, and the CDE will post county office and district learning continuity plans. Next slide, please. So at this point, we're going to begin looking at the template and the instructions. Next slide. Next slide. So the first component of the template is the general information section, or the general information heading, where the prompt that's provided, the prompt in this instance will be provided within the green bar, and any pertinent instructions will be provided underneath that, not encased in green. So the prompt is a description of the impact the COVID-19 pandemic has had on the LEA and its community, and the instructions are to provide a brief information that's relevant to the readers in order to fully understand how this plan is related to the impact experienced by the LEA. Next slide. Next slide, please. One of the things that at this point I'll pause and mention is that within the instructions, those that are writing this plan are provided with one word of I would say guidance. The other in terms of instructions, the guidance there is that when LEAs are writing the prompts, when they're responding to the descriptions, the purpose here is that this is really a public-facing document. It's communicating to their local community what's being done in order to provide a safe educational space that's going to provide students with the instruction and the support that they need in order to be successful in school this year. And so to the extent that LEAs can make sure that the descriptions are clear and concise and are written in a way that's understandable by the community, LEAs are encouraged to do that. Also, part of the intent of the legislature in crafting SB 98 was to provide LEAs with the opportunity to reflect on planning that has been going on throughout this entire pandemic. And so LEAs are given permission, both within statute and within the instructions, to refer back to or to link to other planning documents that have been developed by the LEA in conjunction with stakeholder engagement and effort. And so to the extent that there are return to school plans, to the extent that there are other planning documents that the LEA has developed over the course of the last few months in seeking clarification from stakeholders around what sort of educational options or instructional environments they want, whether that's a all virtual environment, whether that's an in-person environment, whether that's a hybrid of the two, that flexibility is provided to LEAs. And we want to allow them to be able to inform this planning document with the planning that has already taken place over the last few months. Within the stakeholder engagement section, there are 4 specific prompts. The first asks for a description of the efforts to solicit stakeholder feedback. The second, what options were provided for remote participation. Third, a summary of the feedback provided by specific stakeholder groups. And fourth, a description of the aspects that were of the plan that were influenced by the stakeholder groups. Next slide, please. Now, at this point, I'm sure that a lot of you have been looking at the document. If you're at all involved with an LEA, you've probably had multiple discussions about it. And so to that end, I'm not going to, spend a whole lot of time going over these slides, especially since if you've been at any of the Tuesday at 2 webinars that we've had, there's been 4 of them in the last 2 weeks, you've probably had this information very well worked over. But we do want to make sure that you have the opportunity to see it and to ask clarifying questions. So for the first prompt, the instructions are related to a specific, what a sufficient response is about the stakeholder engagement process, including how those that do not have internet access or those that do not speak English were given the opportunity to engage in the development of the planning document. Next. In terms of reviewing participation in public meetings, this would be a description of how the LEA provided those opportunities and how they noticed the meetings. The executive order in 2920 by Governor Newsom did suspend the in-person requirements related to public meetings related to the Bagley-Keene Act and the Brown Act. And so to that extent, we want, the governor did make it clear, and the legislature as well, within the education code, that the intent was to provide the opportunity for the public to participate in these public meetings and hearings, regardless of whether the governing board or governing body was meeting in person. Really to provide that opportunity for those that might be more at risk given COVID-19 of the opportunity to participate. Next slide, please. A summary of feedback from specific stakeholder groups. The education code related to stakeholder feedback mentions specific stakeholder groups. They're the same stakeholder groups that are applicable under the LCAP related to the local control and accountability plan. Those would be parents, students, teachers, other school staff, local bargaining units, for members of the public, and then for county offices and school districts, the Parent Advisory Committee and the English Learner Parent Advisory Committee, if applicable. Meaning, if the LEA has a student composition of English learners that necessitates an English Learner Parent Advisory Committee. Next slide. And then the aspects of the plan that were influenced by stakeholder input, and asking the LEAs to provide a response that ties components of actions, services, descriptions that are included in the plan specifically to the stakeholder groups that provided them. It's not necessarily asking the LEA to provide an explanation of specific individual stakeholder feedback, although the LEAs have the flexibility to do that if they want to, but it's really to allow stakeholders to see the connection between their input and the actions and services and descriptions of the program that are showing up within the plan. Next slide, please. I think you went back one. There we go. Okay. So the next section of the plan is the in-person instructional offerings. Next slide, please. So within the in-person instructional offerings, this component of the plan specifically relates to how the LEA is going to provide an in-person learning environment to the greatest extent practicable. That's one of the pieces within statute. The legislature says it's their intent that to the extent practicable or to the extent possible, instruction be provided in person. And this is the opportunity for LEAs to provide their description of how they're going to provide an environment that will allow LEAs to, or that will allow students to receive the learning that they need in a way that not only provides them with the instruction and with the support that they need, but also is thinking and considering their safety and the safety of teachers and staff as well. So as you can see, it's a description of the actions the LEA will take to offer classroom-based instruction, particularly to students who have experienced significant learning loss during this time. So if we can go to the next slide and look at the instructions. The instructions here really fall into two components. The first part of the instructions is asking the LEAs to consider what the classroom-based instructional model or instructional schedule model is. And one of the things worth noting here is that in instances where you have an LEA that's looking at multiple instructional schedule models, for example, they're looking at an all-in-person model, they're looking at a hybrid model, they're looking at an all-distance learning model, you would have components of the in-person instructional offering that would apply to the hybrid model and to the in-person model. And then in the second part of the next part of the template, which is all about distance learning, you would capture the other part of the hybrid actions and services, as well as the all distance learning actions and services. And so you could potentially end up with actions and services that are addressing 3 different instructional schedule models within these 2 portions of the template. Which I think is one of the real benefits of allowing LEAs to link to other planning documents, because I know that at least in the LEA that my students attend, they've done a lot of engagement. They've posted a number of different models, and it allows them the option of being able to link to the documents and to the web pages that explain these models, so that it allows stakeholders and parents like myself to be able to clearly see this is how a hybrid model fits together and how it differs from an all distance learning model or an all in-person model. So in terms of the in-person instructional offerings, the bullet point that's down here at the bottom in terms of the focus of the LEA, what the LEA is doing in order to make sure that there are protocols in place to ensure hygiene practices, personal protective equipment, physical distancing, cleaning and disinfecting, all of those components that will allow for a safe learning environment, both for those that are on the campus during the day, but then also for those that are bringing their kids to the campus as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then the second part of the instructions for this section really relate to identifying students who have experienced significant learning loss. One of the questions that we've received a lot related to this is how do we know what students have experienced significant learning loss? And so to that end, this particular piece of guidance was included in the instructions related to how an LEA might go about, or the things that they should consider in order to determine which students have suffered significant learning loss. And part of the reason that there's no standardized definition or formula for this is because we're cognizant that it's going to be different for each LEA. And again, part of the intent of the legislature was to provide LEAs with flexibility in order to not only meet the needs of their local community, but also individual student needs. One of the things that Assemblymember Ting provided in his letter to it was, pardon me, it was his letter to the Senate Journal dated June 26th, clarified that the purpose here is not only to allow LEAs flexibility around their instructional program for K-12, but also the flexibility to address individual learning needs, including those that are medically fragile or those who might be at risk, at greater risk due to COVID-19. And so to really focus in on how can we identify what our students and our families need, and how then can we meet their needs. And so within in-person instruction, the focus of both the description and the actions and services is really focused around what are our models and how are we going to ensure that when they're in person, they're being provided safely and in a way that's going to maximize the learning that students can receive, especially for those who have experienced significant learning loss. Next slide, please. So this is the table for actions and services. In most of the sections throughout the template, it follows the same fashion and is consistent. LEAs are asked to provide a description of the action and services. It can include a description of how the action is increasing or improving services for unduplicated students. Unduplicated students within the local control funding formula, or LCFF, are defined as English learners, students who are foster youth, and low-income students. LEAs are also asked to provide the total amount of funds that are contributing to that particular action or service. And then the contributing column is whether or not the LEA is using this particular action or service to contribute to the requirement to increase or improve services for its unduplicated students. And in that instance, they would simply provide a Y for yes or an N for no. Next slide, please. We can go to the next slide because I've already told you all of that. The next portion of the template is the distance learning program. Next slide, please. Similar to in-person learning, this is specifically looking at distance learning. And whereas the in-person instruction, or the in-person section, really focuses on the instructional model and the instructional schedule model, the safety around that, and how to identify students who have experienced significant learning loss. The distance learning section is really taking a more in-depth look at how the LEA is going to provide distance learning to its students. And this is in part because up until SB 98, we really didn't have any sort of state defined distance learning standards. We didn't have anything that clarified this is what distance learning is and this is what it's not. And so SB 98 provided some of that clarity around what's required to be included in a distance learning plan, what sort of things LEAs need to have in place for a distance learning plan. And so this portion of the plan really seeks to allow LEAs to communicate how it is that they're going to provide distance learning in a way that meets the needs of students, parents, and the local community. So the first prompt is continuity of instruction, and it's where the LEA is going to provide its description of how it's going to provide instruction during the school year in a way that ensures that the students have full access to the curriculum in a way that is substantially similar, irregardless of the method of delivery. It also includes what the LEA's plan is for curriculum instruction resources and how they're going to make sure that they're able to transition between in-person instruction and distance learning instruction as necessary, whether that's through a hybrid model or whether that's through we're going back to in-person and now in consultation with our local health official, we're going to have to go back to distance learning. So how is the LEA going to make sure that that transition is smooth and that there's not a gap that occurs in instruction for students? Again, the instructions which are provided below detail what a sufficient response will include in terms of the specificity and the nature of the information that they need to provide. Again, there's a note, if you notice on that second bullet there, to provide a succinct description, remembering that this plan is a public-facing document for the community. It's intended to inform parents and community members of how their students will be taken care of and will receive learning in this year. Next slide, please. The next prompt is access to devices and connectivity. And as the prompt says, LEAs need to provide a description of how they're going to ensure access to devices and connectivity for all students. Next slide. Thank you. So again, a sufficient response, what that needs to include. And then notice here on the first bullet, one of the things that's being asked is what was the process or what is the process to ascertain the needs of students? Who has been considered, talked to? How has the LEA gone about determining the needs of students in relation to devices or connectivity? And then what's their plan for ensuring that those devices and connectivity are going to continue, including what sort of support they're providing? That would include things such as training and instruction that students might need to go through in order to access the curriculum. Next slide. Also, two other instructions here in terms of the efforts to ensure that students and families with unique circumstances have access to devices and connectivity. So this potentially unique circumstances isn't defined. However, there are a number of things that come readily to mind, such as if you have a family that lives in a remote area that doesn't have internet service, or is in a place that they have a student with special needs that needs additional technological support in order to access the curriculum. And then also methods to reach students and families who are unable to access devices following the school closure. So following up on what happened last year and how those things, how the LEA has gone through that process to reconnect with those families and provide them with the access that they need. Next slide. The third prompt is related to pupil participation and progress. It's a description of how the LEA will assess student progress through live contact and synchronous instructional minutes, and how they'll measure participation and time value of pupil work. This is another area that we have gotten a whole lot of questions about. One of the things that is included within Senate Bill 98 is the requirement for LEAs to track attendance, student attendance in a different way. However, they also have there's also specific requirements related to participation and engagement. And so one of the things that we've seen is that sometimes within this discussion around attendance and engagement, the two specific kind of, if you think of them as lanes of traffic, and one lane's going north and one lane's going south, well, sometimes we found that the lanes are starting to overlap. And so there's lots of confusion around this particular component. One of the things that we've been working to do is provide some clarity around that. There have been a couple of different frequently asked questions that have been posted within the last couple of weeks related to this specific topic. But in this part of the plan, what the LEA is being asked to do is to provide its plan for how it's going to ensure that its students are attending during the school day, receiving the instruction that they need, and being engaged and participating in what's going on. And you'll see here, you probably have already seen here in the instructions of what the sufficient response is in terms of tracking and monitoring student progress. There's also been questions, we see here the reference to synchronous instructional minutes. And to a certain extent, we get into a little bit of a technical world here, because in terms of the internet and online, synchronous instruction or synchronous contact is defined as two people that are meeting across a digital environment, as we are right now. That is not considered in person. It is across a digital divide, a digital expanse, and therefore it's considered synchronous. Asynchronous, on the other hand, would be a student that's doing something on a website, say BrainPop or something like that. And they're completing assignments on that, and the teacher might be receiving notification that they've done the assignment or that they spent X amount of time on the assignment, but the student is not in direct contact or direct communication with the teacher while they're doing it. So that's kind of the difference between synchronous and asynchronous, and why some people can get confused about the difference between synchronous instruction and in-person instruction. Because some people think, I'm looking at the person and I can see them talking and we're relating to each other. And so it's in person. But that's the clarification in terms of statute. The next prompt is around the description of the professional development and resources that will be provided to staff to support the distance learning program. Again, this is another opportunity or another area where an LEA can make use of prior planning and things that have already taken place in response to plans developed with stakeholder feedback. So for example, if an LEA had developed a return to school plan that included teachers providing instruction in a digital environment, and those teachers during the summer were provided with professional development related to a specific learning management platform or a particular online curriculum, an LEA could use that professional development as part of their description here. However, it's also looking forward. How are teachers, school staff, administrators going to be provided with the professional development and the resources that they need moving forward throughout the school year in such a way that they're able to continue to respond in a proactive fashion to the challenges that we continue to experience in this digital in this COVID-19 environment. Next slide, please. And then a description, pardon me, of the new roles and responsibilities of affected staff as a result of COVID-19. This provides the LEA the opportunity to be able to articulate how the roles of teachers and staff have changed based upon the digital learning environment. That includes changes that have taken place in specific roles and responsibilities, in the way that things are done. Also, when a employee's original role is not something that's feasible. So, for example, folks that are providing oversight of playgrounds at schools, in what way have their roles and responsibilities changed in a digital learning, in a distance learning environment, and how is the LEA able to utilize their skills and kind of repurpose what they're able to do until the point at which schools can resume in-person learning. Next slide, please. Support for pupils with unique needs. This is, I think, a great area of the plan because it provides LEAs with the opportunity to explain or to describe the things that they are doing for specific student groups that have been identified as having unique needs. So statute specifically calls out English learners, pupils with exceptional needs. Again, those are students with disabilities. However, it's also worth noting that statute has specifically stated pupils with exceptional needs served across the full continuum of placements, meaning that the LEA, the expectation on the LEA is not only to provide a description of what's being done for the students with disabilities that are served at schools within the LEA, but also at alternate placements. So if students are at a non-public school, if they are being served by a county office program for moderate or severe, those descriptions need to be included within the LEA's plan, not within the county office plan or a plan that's put together by a SELPA or something like that. It would be specific to the, in terms of special ed terminology, the district of student accountability. So, and then in addition to those students with disabilities, pupils in foster care and pupils who are experiencing homelessness. However, it also allows the opportunity for the LEA to go beyond that and to provide descriptions of other student groups that the LEA and that the community have identified as having unique needs. That could be particular racial or ethnic groups, that could be GATE students, that could be any of another special population, or not special, but population with unique needs that the LEA has identified as part of its program. And to be able to provide those specific descriptions in this part of the plan. Next bit, thank you. Again, this is the table in which the actions that are specific to distance learning, to the distance learning program would be provided. Next slide. And it follows the same manner as the in-person as well. Next slide, please. The third component of the template is pupil learning loss. And pupil learning loss is a section that actually is applicable to both in-person and distance learning. So the way in which it's most beneficial to think of this template is you're providing how you're, just in-person, you're providing how you're going to provide that safe learning environment and the structure in which to do that, and to identify those students who have experienced learning loss, In distance learning, you're going to provide an explanation of the things that you're doing to support students and families through distance learning. However, in either of those two educational models, you're going to address pupil learning loss. And so that's what the purpose of this section is. So next slide, please. The first prompt relates to how to asking the LEA to provide a description of how they're going to address learning loss that resulted from COVID-19 during the latter half of the 2019-20 school year and the 2020-21 school year, including how they're going to assess students to measure their learning status, and particularly in the areas of English language arts, English language development, and math. Now, we received some questions from folks asking, does this mean we don't have to focus on any of the other areas? Can we just kind of let history and science go? No, that is not the intent. The intent is that an LEA will take a hard look at who's experienced learning loss throughout its full program of instruction, especially in those course areas that in secondary schools would be necessary for graduation. But in all grade levels, the focus is first and foremost on determining who's experienced learning loss in English language arts, English language development, and math. So you kind of do those first, and then you take care of all of the others. But the expectation is you're determining learning loss in each of the different areas. Next slide, please. Then the next is learning loss strategies, a description of the actions and strategies the LEA will use to address learning loss and to accelerate learning progress for students. This includes strategies that are specific to students who are English learners, low income, foster youth, students with disabilities, and students that are experiencing homelessness. So these are asking what's the LEA's specific strategies and actions around how they're going to ensure that these particular student groups, and actually all students, but in particular these student groups, are going to have this learning loss addressed. How is the LEA going to provide the instruction that the students did not receive in the prior year? And how are they going to continue to provide instruction that's applicable to the current year in which they're in? That's really what the focus of this particular prompt is on. Next slide, please. And then the effectiveness of the implementation. LEAs are asked to describe how they're going to measure the ongoing implementation of these efforts to mitigate learning loss, and how they're going to measure that progress. So it's not just we've assessed them, we understand that they've experienced learning loss, and we're going to help them. This is asking for the LEA's plan for how they're going to continue to monitor what's being done in order to mitigate learning loss, and whether or not that's being effective. Because if it's not being effective, then the LEAs need to take a look at their plan and potentially revise what it is that they're planning on doing. In the last few years, there's been a lot of work done with county offices, with school districts related to improvement science work. And so anybody that's done anything with improvement science work is aware of Plan, Do, Study, Act cycles, PDSA cycles. Really, what's being asked for here is what's your small scale, short time PDSA cycle that's going to review what's being done, analyze it, assess its effectiveness, and then make course corrections to ensure that those students are receiving the instruction that they need to receive throughout the school year in order to ensure that they're ready to go on to the next grade level at the end of the year. Next slide, please. Again, similar to the previous two sections, you have the table to record actions and services, the total funds contributing to the action or service, and whether or not it's contributing to increasing or improving services for those students. Next slide. Next slide. And so now we're going to get to a series of specific descriptions that are being that statute has specifically called out. The first of them being mental health and social emotional well-being, where they're asking the LEA is asked to provide a description of how they're going to support the mental health, social emotional well-being of students and staff throughout this time. What's going to be done in order to provide those supports that are needed and to ensure that everybody within the local system feels the support and is able to get the assistance that they need when dealing with this stressful time. I'm sure that some of you have kids at home that have started or will start distance learning. Maybe you're starting in-person learning, but while you're in the process of trying to teach or lead at home, so as Melanie referenced earlier, how the kids might run through the background at some point in time. It's certainly happened. I have 4 kids, and so there's been frequent times where I've had to pause or mute myself and say, stop making that noise. I'm in a meeting. So how are we going to support everybody through that process? Next slide. Next slide, please. The next section is specific around pupil and family engagement and outreach. And this is asking the LEA to describe how they're going to use tiered re-engagement strategies for pupils that are not connecting during the school week. In fact, the way that statute within SB 98 reads, it's that a student that has not participated within the instructional program for 60% of the week needs to be re-engaged, and the LEA needs to develop a process, a tiered re-engagement process for these students. And so the LEA is really taking a look not at how the student is participating or interacting throughout the course of several months, but within the week, and really to focus that effort so that we don't have students that we lose contact with, that get discouraged, that aren't receiving support, that don't feel like it matters anymore and drift off. It's really an effort to ensure that our students are continuing to be engaged and they continue to know that they are supported and cared for within their school community. And so this is also the opportunity for the LEA to provide a description of how it's supporting its parents, its guardians, what sort of supports is it providing to parents related to curriculum? What supports is it providing to parents in relationship to how to set up a successful learning environment? We've received, going again back to my personal experience, we've received a number of different supports and documents and processes from our local school district related to how to set up a daily schedule, how to set up a learning environment. Of course, my wife and I are both former teachers, and so when we went into distance learning, within 3 days, my wife had all of the kids doing grade level curriculum stuff online using available resources because there was no way she was going to handle them running around and not doing anything for the next 3 months. So how are we supporting other parents in that way? What sort of information are we providing them? Again, one of the focuses here, and notice the second bullet point, is how the LEA is focusing on those families that do not speak English. How are we reaching out to them? How are we involving them? One of the things that I'll show you later on in the presentation or provide to you in the later part of the presentation are some great resources for students, for parents whose students have autism or on the autism spectrum disorder that are available in both English and Spanish. And those can be readily provided to families in order to help them support their student within the home context. Next slide, please. The last of these sections is related to school nutrition, and it's a description of how the LEA is going to provide nutritionally adequate meals for students. Again, this is something that LEAs have been dealing with on an ongoing basis, and something that they can include prior planning, prior actions on. It's also, I'll also take this opportunity to make a note that specific to school nutrition and specific to in-person learning or the in-person section, that in those two particular sections, charter schools that are non-classroom based or virtual do not need to address the prompts as they are provided in the plan. For non-classroom based charters, virtual charters that do not have in-person instruction or school nutrition included in their charter, they can address the prompts simply by providing a description that says that school nutrition, in-person instruction is not part of the school's learning program as provided in their charter. And the only reason we're asking them to provide that description is so that it's clear to stakeholders and to anybody else that picks up the plan that this is why we're not writing about what we're doing in person, because we don't do in person. Next slide, please. The additional actions to implement the learning continuity plan is a little bit different than the other action tables that you've seen to date. And that's because this action table was included to allow LEAs the opportunity to provide descriptions of actions and to provide the total funds and whether or not the action or service is contributing to increasing or improving services for unduplicated students. For any of the three previous sections, the stakeholder engagement, family and stakeholder engagement, the nutrition, and the social emotional, or to allow the LEA to provide a description of additional actions and services that they're providing that don't necessarily fall into in-person, distance learning, or learning loss. So that's why in this particular table, we've got the section column. So in this particular part, the LEA is going to provide a description. No, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. they're going to provide a description of what section it's in, if it's referring to any one of the previous three, or as you can see here with the bullet point, if it doesn't tie to a particular section, they can put not applicable, NA, because it doesn't fall within a section of the plan. Then, as before, they're going to provide a description of what the action is, what the total expenditure amount for that action is, and then whether or not it's meeting, it's contributing towards meeting the requirement to increase or improve services. Next page. So now we get to the last part of the plan, the increased or improved services for English learners, foster youth, and low-income students. Those of you that were familiar with the LCAP probably got familiar with the somewhat weird acronym DISUP or DISUP, which summarized demonstration to increase or improve services. I have not yet tried to come up with an acronym for this part of the plan because it would just be way too weird. So I'm just going to refer to it as the increased or improved services section. Within the increased or improved services section, you're being asked to, the LEAs are being asked to provide, to have four things provided. Can we go back to the first one, the previous slide? Thank you. So first, they're being asked to provide the percentage by which they need to increase or improve services. That's using a formula from Title V of the California Code of Regulations, Section 15496A7. At this point in time, it is a two-step process to determine that percentage, as opposed to the first 4 years of the local control funding formula when it was a 7-step process that was really weird. The other thing that LEAs are asked to provide is the estimated amount of funding that will be apportioned to them based on the enrollment of foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. Those two things are consistent with the LCAP template and what has been provided in the LCAP template since 2015. Next slide. Thank you. And then we have two prompts that LEAs are asked to respond to. The first prompt asks them to provide an explanation for actions and services that are indicated as contributing to increasing or improving services and are being provided on an LEA-wide or school-wide basis to provide a justification of some specific ideas. And if we can go to the next slide, we can talk through those. So the requirement within the California Code of Regulations is that LEAs provide a description of how, for services that are being provided school-wide or LEA-wide and are marked as contributing or identified as contributing to increasing or improving services, that the LEA provides a description of how that action or service is principally directed and effective in increasing or improving services. And so these three bullets really provide the thought litmus test for whether an action or service counts towards increasing or improving services. The first criteria is that the LEA has to have considered the needs, conditions, and circumstances of one or more of its unduplicated student groups. So looking at our, so an example would be, in looking at our data, we see a specific need identified through local data, through stakeholder input, through state data when we had the dashboard, of a particular need related to one or more of our unduplicated student groups. So say a particular need of our low-income students. And then we're going to consider an action. What's an action? This is the second bullet point. What action or actions can we provide that will help address this need for those students? And we're going to look specifically at its design, its content, its method, its location, how it's being done, but we're designing it around the need that that particular student group has, that low-income student group. Remember, unduplicated students, foster youth, English learners, low income. Those are the three groups that we're talking about. How are we designing actions that specifically address the unique identified needs of those groups? And then, how is it going to meet their needs? How is this action or service going to meet the needs of that student group in this particular area? Those are our three criteria. So let me give you a practical example, because we found through feedback that we've received that practical examples really help. So let's say that you look at your school district returns to learning. You do an initial diagnostic assessment of the different grade levels in elementary to determine their performance on math as part of assessing learning loss, and you see that consistently across the board, there's a low achievement on the part of your fifth grade students in math. You want to create an action or service that addresses that particular need. You put it together and you say, oh, 60% of our students are low income. So because 60% of our students are low income, and that means that they have this need in math, that action must be contributing. That's incorrect. That does not follow the thought model that we just walked through. It would be this. We look at the needs of our student groups, and we see that our low income students are performing poorly in English language arts. And they're performing poorly in English language arts between 3rd and 5th grade. And we need to put some actions in place that will help address English language arts for our low-income students. And let's throw in the English learners too, and our English learners in 3rd through 5th grade, because that's what our data is showing. So we're going to put something in place. We're going to put actions and services in place that address the needs that the low-income and the English learner students have related to ELA. And as part of what we're looking at, we see that, you know, if we implement these actions and services, it's going to require us to bring on a couple of more people, and it doesn't make sense in the course of the instructional in the course of the instructional model, or in the course of, or in our fiscal operation, to limit these actions and services to just the low income and English learner students. That it makes more sense to provide these services, these actions, to all of the students in 3rd through 5th grade. Now, the rationale, the reason that we've done this action and service is to address the specific unique needs of our low income and our English learner students. That doesn't mean that others can't benefit from it. If it makes sense from a programmatic and a fiscal standpoint, okay? And so we could count those actions or services as contributing to increasing or improving services for our unduplicated students. Because the reason that we're doing it is to address the specific unique needs of those unduplicated students, and we can easily articulate how it's intended to meet their needs. That's the litmus test for whether or not an action or service is increasing or improving, is counted towards increasing or improving services. Next slide. And then the second prompt is related to how LEAs are going to fulfill their obligation to fully increase or improve services by the percentage required. So if we could go to the next slide. So this is a whole lot of words. And if we could go to the next slide. Oh, that doesn't work. Go back up. Okay, hang on. Nope, stay there. Back. Sorry. There we go. That one. Okay. Where is it? Okay. So about 2/3 of the way down the page, there is a sentence that says to improve services means to grow services in quality. To increase services means to grow services in quantity. Now, in general, nobody has an issue with increasing services because we're going to do more stuff, which requires more money. Therefore, we can show based on our fiscal numbers that we are increasing services. However, what folks have a really hard time doing, including those of us that operate at the state level, is really being able to articulate how you're improving services and how that then is counting towards the percentage that's required. So, but in spite of the difficulty of that, it remains that an LEA has the opportunity to provide a description of how it is either increasing, providing more services, or improving services, how it's increasing the quality of its services. So it's entirely possible to improve the quality of the services without spending additional funding. A teacher comes up with some great learning strategies. They're able to teach them to their peers, who then teach them to their peers, and the quality of the instruction increases. It doesn't increase, it improves. Quality of instruction improves. Where folks have the difficulty, or where the trouble lies, is then trying to tie that to some sort of percentage increase. And that's what everybody gets stuck on. But nobody really has any issues with how services improve. The requirement here is for the LEA to provide two descriptions. The first description is how the actions and services that are identified within the learning continuity plan are going towards the requirement to increase or improve services. That's the first part. The second part of the description asks the LEA to also provide a description of actions and services that are not in the plan that are increasing or improving services. And for a lot of folks who are used to the LCAP, that particular thought blows their mind a little bit, because within the LCAP, we've all become conditioned to it's the LEA's what's the words that are used in statute? I can't remember all of a sudden. I just had it. Anyway, it's the all-encompassing plan by which the LEA does things. It's got the funding that's involved in it. And so to have this idea that there could be actions or services that are increasing or improving for unduplicated students that are not included in the plan is kind of a weird one for folks. However, it goes back to the purpose of the plan. The purpose of the plan is for the LEA to describe how it's meeting the needs of its community relative to COVID-19. If you looked at the prompts and the things that are included, it doesn't ask for the LEA to address California's state priorities. It doesn't ask for the LEA to set goals. It doesn't ask for expected outcomes. it doesn't address 3 years. It addresses 2020, 2021 school year. And how are you going to help folks get through it and continue their learning in a way that works for them, the parents, and the community? And so to that end, it's entirely possible to have actions and services that are contributing to increasing or improving services that may not be covered in this plan. And because of that, the LEA would need to reference other documents, perhaps it's budget or something else, to tie in those other actions and services that are being done to increase or improve services for our low-income foster youth and English learner students that are not in the plan, and explain how those actions and services are also helping to meet this requirement to increase or improve services by the percentage that's required for the LEA. Now, along with that, it's worth noting that nothing in statute prohibits an LEA from including including descriptions for these things. There's also nothing that prevents the LEA from including an addendum to the plan that they use to reference things. And we've already talked about the LEA can link to other planning documents, which might include an LEA's budget documents or a budget summary document that they have presented to their governing board. So in terms of tying in information, in terms of providing transparency to stakeholders and to the community, there are multiple ways that an LEA might go about it. But the point here is that within this part, the LEAs are going to provide this description of how they're meeting the requirement to increase or improve services for their unduplicated students. So, next slide. With that, we're done with the template and the instructions, thankfully. At this point, we'd like to make you aware of both some of the guidance and information that the department has put out related to specifically to components of SB 98 and its implementation. And then we'll get into some of the resources that are available, not just through the department, but also throughout California's system of support. So the California Department of Education has put out a number of frequently asked question FAQ documents that relate to requirements of SB 98, some related to the plan, some related to distance learning, some related to time and attendance, some related to English learners and ELD, some related to special education. When we were developing the instructions for the plan, we distributed them to other divisions in the department that had components that were captured within SB 98. I think that there were in all 6 or 7 divisions within the department that were involved in providing feedback and recommendations on the instructions because of the number of divisions that were involved in SB 98. But this is where you can find information and guidance related to specific elements, both of the plan and of implementation of SB 98. Next page, please. This is another one of those FAQs. And then one of the 4 webinars that we did, in fact, this past Tuesday, we hosted a webinar in partnership with state and lead agencies throughout California's system of support. So we were joined by the CCEE, Riverside County Office of Education, which is one of the geographic lead agencies, the Orange County Department of Education, and Butte County Office of Education, who are co-leads for the multi-tiered system of support. Butte County Office of Education also heads a group that works with, that brings together small school districts and rural school districts to have discussions as well. And then the Marin County Office, the Marin County Special Education Local Plan Area, or SELPA, and the California Autism Professional Training and Information Network, or CAPTAIN. They're one of the special education content leads. And so the CCEE, if we can go to the next slide, thank you, provided an overview of their learning continuity playbooks. If you haven't had an opportunity to look at them, they're great resources. They have one for distance learning, one for hybrid learning. They also have the supporting families and communities in distance learning supports, as well as the distance learning technical assistance resources. And then they also have a learning loss rapid response document that they've developed in coordination with another organization, all of which are available through the CCEE's webpage, and the links are provided here. Next page, please. The Riverside County Office of Education provided a link to a document that they've put together that breaks down the different requirements and components of SB 98 and provides specific links and resources to things that can inform LEA's planning, that LEAs can use in implementing them, and it puts it all in a single Google Doc that follows the requirements of SB 98. And so you have this great resource that's all in one place so that you don't have to go hunting throughout multiple resources. So we encourage you to look at that. Also, the multi-tiered system of support leads put together a specific document and some trainings related to how an LEA can use MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support, in order to inform the development and the structure of their learning continuity plan. And then next slide. And then Marin County, SELPA, and CAPTAIN provided a number of very rich resources related to supporting students on the autism spectrum. They have some specific training modules, the autism-focused intervention resources and modules that are available free of charge. How educators can support students with autism and their families through CAPTAIN's Padlet that's available. And then resources for educators and families during school closures. The reason that it says English and then provides the Padlet there is that those resources are also available in Spanish. And so those are things that can simply be downloaded and provided to families, or you can provide them with links to them. They are easily accessible. There's also a host of things like social stories to talk with students on the autism spectrum about the pandemic, as well as ways in which families can support their student at home that are available to educators through these links here. Next slide. And then in addition, we have CDE's resources. We've got the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan webpage. There are FAQs related to the plan. There's also the comprehensive Stronger Together guidebook that the department put together about reopening California's public schools. And then the Coronavirus Response and Reopening Guidance webpage, all of which has links to which has links to FAQs, resources, guidance, and planning considerations for LEAs. And I believe that at this point we are finished with the presentation, and we'll turn it back over to respond to any questions that you might have, or whatever else Melanie wants to do.
Thanks, Josh, for that very comprehensive and complete training on the continuity plan. We appreciate it. CPAG members, I'll be looking for any hands raised. Okay, we got our hand first. Let's start with, we'll do Nancy, Araceli, and then Kim. Nancy, you want to go first?
Nancy, can you unmute yourself?
Sorry. I have these speakers and they're weird. Anyway, thank you, Josh, for all of that. It's obvious that you have all put in a lot of work into this, and I know that SB 98 is specific to COVID, but I was wondering, and I don't know, there might already be something out there, because we live in California and we deal with a lot of fires and earthquakes and things like that, is this something that you might be able to use for other crises that may arise? Have you all thought of doing that?
I don't necessarily, to be frank, I can't really respond to that. I do think that it's certainly a great idea in terms of emergency response to learning in the different situations that we've experienced over the last 4 years here in California. It's certainly something that we at the department would be willing to bring forward as a proposal for legislation in the coming year to allow this sort of educational flexibility, because it sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Thank you. This is Lindsay Tornatore in the State Boardroom. I was the slide clicker. I'm the director of the Student Achievement and Support Division. Josh, thank you. Also, to add and build on what Josh is saying about certainly at the department, we're always in the forefront of our minds trying to think about how we're going to help our LEAs respond to crises and emergencies, and this pandemic has certainly shone a light on a lot of areas where we can be constantly improving our systems. But as far as the learning continuity and attendance plan goes, yes, Nancy, you are correct. This is specific in response to the pandemic and specific for this school year of 2020 to 21. So thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Next, Araceli.
Thank you again for the thorough presentation. I have 3 comments more than questions. And the first one is to express appreciation for explicitly including family engagement in the template and throughout the presentation. And this is an area where, you know, the law and other things that we have been looking at as we train parents, typically student engagement is where it's emphasized, or pupil engagement. And at times the conversation with parents has been family engagement was left out yet again. And so I'm glad that you included it in the template as well as the instructions. And in the future, if there's a revision to the template, you know, I would recommend even being even more explicit about it, because as we were preparing, I work with several groups that are preparing recommendations on the continuity plan. Part of what we were debating as to where to include a lot of the recommendations on training for families. A lot of them want training on email, on parent portals, on different virtual platforms, because the prompt is solely focused on outreach. We weren't sure if we should include it there or other sections of the plan. But at least I'm glad that the presentation was clear. My second comment is more around, again, giving props to the state. I mean, as I've been here, as I mentioned, since 2016 on this board, I've seen a growth on the understanding and practice around community engagement. And I think it has to do because of LCFF, but also how the state has been so persistent at including it you know, throughout the different processes and modeling the behavior. So I do, again, want to express appreciation about using a lot of what was learned from the LCAP in the stakeholder engagement in this new template. What I would urge the Department of Education is to continue looking as to how to improve the practice of family engagement. Part of what I see, for example, in looking at the system of support, when it comes to family and student engagement, which has to do more with the relationships between teachers and families and our students, that's an area where I think we still need to grow. in part because a lot of the focus has been focused around how do we include families and students in decision making, in plans. But again, it's a different skill set and different players that are carrying out the community engagement versus the family engagement. And so, although I'm glad that, for example, CCEE does have 6 school districts that are leading a lot of the work, and they have a lot of exemplary practices. You know, one, we do want to take a look at the districts that are leading this work. But if they're leading in this area, oftentimes it's because they have made commitments and transitioned from compliance and activity-driven engagement to relationship-centered engagement. And so when we see often the presentations as to why it is working, I don't think it's that connection is made, that you need to make a decision and you need different investments, trainings, structures in place to have those conditions in order to get the results. And so I will be following up at the next State Board of Education meeting with recommendations so we can strengthen that as a system. But again, thank you for the opportunity to comment and for all the work that you did. I appreciate it.
Great, thank you, Araceli. Kim?
I'm hoping this can be addressed today. So one of the student groups that we're concerned about is our English learners. And one of the services that we want to make sure we provide is giving them the chance to reclassify. And at least as far as I understood, at this point, the LPAC cannot be delivered remotely. So I know that there's a fall window, but are we not really going to have the opportunity to provide that to our students if we are not in person during this time?
Hi, Kim. We really appreciate the question, but that's outside of the scope of what we can discuss today. Is there something around the learning continuity plan that you would like to talk about?
Well, again, if we have to provide, special staffing, et cetera, to do that testing this fall, because it is part of kind of the learning loss that was missed last spring, and the students, will lose additional services this year if they, especially in high school, have to take an entire period of English language development when technically they could have, they're ready to reclassify. So this would be something we write in our learning continuity plan. I just don't understand how to find out if it's a possible, if we can give this exam either remotely or if we can meet with students one-on-one to give it in order to provide that service to them.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification of the question. The exam will still be available for all students, the initial and the summative LPAC, remotely.
So remotely, okay, that's what I wasn't sure, because the last time I checked the CDE website, it said, can this be administered remotely? And it said no. But it was a combination question answer where it was talking about both the SBAC and the LPAC, and so it wasn't clear. Because that would be, that would definitely be one of the services we would want to provide to our students. But to give that one-on-one, we might have to, use some of these one-time funds to find people to do that. I just, as an observation, I think this is a wonderful document. I do have a lot of concerns about districts finding the time to really be able to address it and any stakeholder engagement in this next 4 weeks, which is about what districts have, especially as they're opening schools. So I don't know if there's any way to push the timeline back even by a month, but I worry that stakeholder engagement will be one of the facets that will get a little bit lost because I just don't know that there's enough time and given what everyone else is doing at the same time. My other observation would be is that, I know our district is getting about $15 million in one-time funds. It doesn't seem to be explicit that all of that would need to be addressed in the plan, but I think it's helpful for people to understand, parents especially, if they're seeing a lack of ways to access, if they don't have the connectivity, if they don't have devices, if they feel their students are falling behind. I think it's a really useful tool to show them how we're using this one-time money to address those needs. So I guess I would just encourage as much as possible of that money and its uses to be included. And then I didn't understand on the improving and increasing services. It talks about putting all the money that was given for your unduplicated students. And what I wondered is the CARES money that was allocated to districts, depending on how many unduplicated students they have, is that what it's also including, or is it really just talking about the basic LCFF, not the one-time money that is being allocated to unduplicated students?
Can you point specifically to where you're referencing?
And maybe it's wording that's in the instructions. So let me pull the instructions up. So I think it says, specify the amount of funds apportioned on the basis of the number and concentration of unduplicated pupils for the learning continuity plan. So again, because some of the one-time funding was appropriated based on the unduplicated counts, some of the CARES money that was in the budget, I wasn't sure if this was referring to that additional amount or only the amount we got in our regular LCFF apportionment.
That will be the amount that's included within the LCFF apportionment. The amount that was included beyond that was not included in the calculation, will not be included in this particular calculation.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have Jesse.
Thanks so much. First of all, Josh, this was pretty incredible. I'm not sure how you can keep this all in your head, but you must have been breathing all of this information for a couple of months now, at least. So thanks so much. I think that it's a pretty thorough document, but I have a couple of places that I'm a little concerned that some student populations might get short shrift, and specifically students with disabilities. There's kind of this tension here between our trying to say how you're going to increase services to address the needs of our unduplicated counts of students, and then of course you do have the pupils with unique needs that are in there. But I'm just a little bit concerned that I just want to make sure that districts, really don't look over or give short shrift to arguably our most vulnerable population of students, right? So that's just one thing that I wanted to mention there. Another thing is on the devices and connectivity and how that kind of overlaps with support to parents. You alluded or even directly mentioned that making sure parents not only know how to plug things in and connect via Zoom, but also know how to support their kids in their learning, particularly in the asynchronous learning, right? That doesn't seem to show up, say, in the actual instructions for family engagement or anything like that. So I'm worried that I'm just bringing up some things that I think could be missed. It seems that the family engagement is really talking about re-engaging kids that haven't been at school for 3 days out of the week, right? And I completely agree that re-engagement strategy is really important, but what's written really is giving instructions to define a more reactive strategy, and there's nothing on the proactive strategy, right? So I'm just a little concerned about that. And I know that this is already written, but I just have to kind of say it. The other thing that I thought was kind of interesting here, and it goes a little bit with what Kim was just saying, but you have columns that look for total investments or total amounts of spending, right? Or it says total funding. Is there any reason why we don't want to break that out by funding source, right? To show how districts are trying to leverage both their federal dollars and their state dollars in tandem. And that goes to my last point here. I'm sorry for being so long-winded, but if we're, I guess you were talking about the increased and improved services and talking about growth versus growing services versus increasing services. And that really smacked quite a bit. That was all under this umbrella of trying to describe how you were going to specify services that were either whole county, whole district, or whole school, right? And that really smacked. There was a clear parallel for me to kind of Title I dollars and how you're allowed if you're a school-wide program, school versus a targeted assistance school. If you're a school-wide program, you can commingle those dollars completely together, fold them all together, and then show how you're going to leverage that larger pot of money to implement a program that's across your whole school, say. So it just seemed like there was a direct parallel there, and that's almost more of a reason to show how you're combining different pots of money. And maybe I'm off base here because maybe this is supposed to be focused mostly on LCFF dollars, but it just would seem to be important to understand what a district's needs are and how they've tried to coddle together different funding sources in order to meet the needs of their students. And that's all I have for you. There's sort of just general thoughts. But again, I mean, this is excellent. You've done a great job, describing this and pulling this together. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Just because it wasn't mentioned earlier, SB 98 does include the requirements for an LEA to provide the LCFF budget overview for parents document, which traditionally has lived at the beginning of an LCAP, along with its first interim report in December. And then there's also the requirement for an LEA related to the annual update, which will occur as part of the development of the 2021-22 LCAP. And so there is that look backwards that existed within the LCAP that's also articulated within statute. However, I'll tell you that at this point in time, we have little to no clue as to what that will look like because no one started thinking about it yet.
Josh, you ready for the next question? Okay, thank you, Jesse. Now we'll have Linda.
Thank you. Josh, thank you very much for your presentation. My dream right now would be that this recording of your detailed explanation, and particularly the background and the thought processes that you mentioned to help guide people in terms of how to approach this, that recording could be posted on the CD website or broadcast to folks, because you really provided much more detailed and advice that could be very helpful to districts than is written on paper. And I really do encourage you to find a way to make that available to folks as they move forward with this. One question I just have for clarification. As you were talking about districts finishing this off, or LEAs finishing this off by September 30th and then submitting it to the county, could you talk a little bit more about, you mentioned the county can send back comments and the board would look at those comments. But what I didn't understand is there any kind of real accountability there other than I've written what I think I'm going to do. I'm giving it to the county. The county sends me something back if they so choose. And my board may or may not choose to attend to that. So how is it that we are, a couple things come to my mind. Is there a standard way, is some kind of manual that all the counties are using to evaluate these? Is there any accountability for all the different student groups that get identified, students with disability, low income, English learners? Is there any accountability that they actually do get addressed in this other than the recommendation that they be included? How is that going to work in practical terms?
So thank you for the question. This is Lindsay. So I'll address, and Josh, feel free to build on this. So the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan replaces the LCAP for this year. So it's really important to remember what the role is of this planning document. It is not intended to be used as an accountability or a compliance document. And just similarly as the LCAP is not either. And so what we want to really highlight here, though, is that all of the federal monitoring processes to ensure that our students are getting the access and the services that they need, those have not changed, and those are still happening throughout this year. It's just that they're going to be using different tools and measures. So I think really just thinking about the Learning Continuity Plan, the purpose to be a summary document of planning of where districts are by September 30th is important to keep in mind as we go into this school year.
So I understand that. Thank you. You know, if I think about accountability, the ultimate accountability is how are the students doing? But in the process of developing and implementing plans, for example, with the LCAP, the county has a role that they are very conscientious about. They have guidance. There's statewide guidance for them to use in evaluating the LCAPs. They do that very thoroughly. They give that feedback back to districts and really work with districts to make sure that those issues that they might raise are addressed. And that's what I'm not sure I see happening here.
I see. Okay. Yes. Okay. And so thank you for adding that piece to that. We are actually, CDE and CSESA are working very closely together right now. In fact, we just engaged in 2 workshops that were about 2.5 hours last week, and we're getting together again this coming week to really discuss and calibrate about the types of recommendations and feedback that counties are giving to districts, and CDE ultimately will be giving to counties as well as we review these continuity plans.
Okay, thank you very much.
Linda, this is Kim. Since the continuity plan has to be completed as a condition of receiving the one-time COVID funds, there is that accountability. I'm not saying that I actually think any county would hold back funds from a district, but that could be one way.
Thank you, Kim.
And Joanne, I see a check mark, but would you like to add, or do you have anything to ask?
No, I was actually just reinforcing the timeline issue.
Great, thank you. Okay, seeing no other hands raised, we will go to public comment.
Let me put up the slide.
So a slide will be on the screen soon with the instructions for public comment. We'll now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the number on the screen. Then you'll enter the meeting ID on the screen, the second bullet, followed by the passcode under the third bullet. And then the operator will let you know when it's your turn to speak. Again, for the other, just like we've had for item 1, we encourage you to please state your name and affiliation for the record. Please remember to turn down the speaker on your computers if you're following the live feed, and speakers will be limited to 1 minute each.
We currently have no public comment. Can we wait 1 minute to see if anyone calls in?
I encourage folks to stretch.
It's actually nice to see people moving throughout their houses and stuff like that. It's like There's days when I forget what moving feels like.
Okay. Seeing no public comment, Melanie, you can move on.
Okay, is there any additional, given that there's no other public comment, is there any additional CPAG discussion? Okay, so since there's no further CPAG input, this will conclude item 2. Thank you so much, Josh and Lindsay and all the staff at CDE. Thank you, CPAG members. Given the time, should we move straight into our last item? I'm seeing nods from the group. Okay. So CPAG, we are so excited to take our next item. Item 3 is a review of Ed Code 52064.5, and this item will be presented by Jonathan Eifsler and Tom Bjorkman of the CDE. Jonathan and Tom, please begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Green, good to see you. Hope all is well. So thank you again for all of you for having us, all the CPAG members joining us to discuss this item. We're going to be discussing the background for implementation for Ed Code 52064.5 as it relates to standards for local indicators, as Melanie mentioned. And I'm going to present the first few slides, and then my colleague Tom Bjorkman will present the additional slides, going through some timing. So just as a reminder to everyone, this particular Education Code section 52064.5 is a requirement for the California State Board of Education to, before October 1st, 2016, adopt what was originally called the evaluation rubrics. Of course, now we all know that as the California School Dashboard, as a tool for identifying schools and districts' strengths and weaknesses for additional support to assist the county superintendents to do this. So obviously we use the dashboard to identify districts for differentiated assistance, schools for comprehensive support and improvement, et cetera. And obviously the state indicators on the dashboard are what we use for this, as well as local indicators. And really today's discussion is a focus on how this relates to local indicators. The following slide will go through that in a little bit more detail. Again, this item today is really just an information item to all of you as an FYI. I want to draw your attention to the fact that on the State Board of Education website earlier this week, an information memo, an August information memo was posted that has much more detail about this particular item, as well as some of the questions around timing, and as well as information about how data and information gets implemented into the dashboard itself. So I just want to draw your attention to that. If you have not already seen the item, the August memo, please check that out. Like I said, that was available earlier this week. A really important part of that section that I, again, want to just highlight is that, as you all know, and this was really highlighted earlier during Jenny Singh's presentation, it takes quite a bit of time to develop the indicators that go into the dashboard, quite a bit of analyses of data, stakeholder input. In some cases, it can take up to a couple years to do that. And again, we're not going to have these data until 2021. So I just want to highlight that information. That point's really important for you all to note. In any case, you can look at the state and local indicators through the local control funding formula, LCFF, which is all elaborated in that Education Code 52064.5. Last year, 2019, Senate Bill 75 actually updated that Education Code section with additional information on local indicators. So if you go to the next slide, this is the information about all of those priority areas and the local indicators. On our website, you can see both the state and local indicators as they relate to LCFF. This is just listing the state priority areas 1 through 5, 6 through 10. The focus that we really want to pay attention to for the teacher misassignment data, the teacher data, is really priority 1. So if you look at the priority area 1, the basics, textbook information, facilities, and the correct assignment of teachers. All of that currently is information that is in our school accountability report cards, or SARCs. As of right now, that information is reported by districts themselves. A majority of the data in the SARCs are actually provided by the state through a web application for the schools and LEAs. But that information right now, the textbooks, facilities, and correct assignment of teachers, or essentially priority area 1, are currently provided by the districts and schools. So just wanted to make that clear for those of you who might have questions about where those data come from. And again, the majority of what we're going to talk about today is in relationship to priority area 1. So looking at priority area 1, in particular teacher misassignment data, the CDE has really noticed or recognized that the misassignment teacher data is one of the first sets of data that we feel is going to be able to meet these updated standards that were passed last year under SB 75. And to quote that particular bill, this is information that reflects school level data to the extent the department collects or otherwise has access to relevant and reliable school level data for all schools statewide. So really the misassignment data is the first bit of information that we feel meets these criteria. I'm going to hand it over now to Tom, who's going to go over the following slides. So Tom, are you on there now?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Tom.
All right, excellent. So I'll just jump right in here. So essentially in October of 2018, CDE and the California Teacher Credentialing Commission signed a data sharing MOU articulating a data exchange that would ultimately facilitate this teacher monitoring process that we're going to talk a little bit about today. This process essentially begins with CDE providing CTC with the course and staffing information collected in the CalPADS Fall 2 data collection. And essentially these data are all the courses that are being taught in California, along with some attributes of those courses, the teachers that are teaching all those courses, and the students that are enrolled in those courses as well. CTC takes these data and enters them into the CalSAS system. And they've recently designed this system and developed it, and it essentially analyzes each teacher assignment against the credential information they have to eventually provide CDE with the needed indicators and statuses that we need to meet the ESSA reporting requirements. It's also important to note, too, that this agreement, when it was signed, both CTC and CDE were aware that the definitions and statuses and indicators weren't necessarily finalized, and as such, we knew we would have to update possibly the needed elements that CDE would get to CTC, and possibly any processes that we would need to change collecting those data once we finalized those reporting requirements and they were fully established. Next slide. I apologize, I might be having a lag to my internet connection is. All right, here we go. Thank you. So this is just some milestones in the work that we've been doing. And so as you can see here, as stated earlier, the MOU between CTC and CDE was signed in October of 2018. I think another important milestone and important thing to note was the implementation of the overhaul of the CalPADS course codes in July of 2019. This is and was exciting because it meant that we at CDE would have much more detailed information about the courses being taught in California schools. And we also knew that this was also needed to streamline and assist CTC with their teacher monitoring process. In November of 2019, the state board finalized the teacher equity definitions and essentially defining what types of credentials and permits and waivers would fall into the kind of parent definitions of ineffective and out-of-field teacher as defined in the ESSA state plan. Another important note is that our annual Fall 2 CalPAD submission deadline is usually scheduled at the end of March each year. This year, it was extended to end of April, April 24th, due to COVID, as well as the fact that this was the first year that LEAs were submitting this new course information. These course data were much more detailed and required LEAs to provide much more explicit information about the courses. So essentially, it's been a year of firsts for these course data, and that's just made things a little bit more interesting, if you will. From April to July of this year, the folks in the data reporting office and the accountability division have worked closely with the CalPADS office, extracting the Fall 2 data from CalPADS. And like I said earlier, it was a year first. This also was a first because the course data was completely overhauled. That extract process also had to be updated and overhauled in order to create the base tables needed to process the data for CTC. So that was why that work I think took that time. And then the past 2 months, we've been compiling the data extracted from CalPADS, putting in a format for CTC for them to use in their teacher monitoring process, for them to eventually get us the data we need to meet the reporting requirements. Next slide. So once CTC gets these data and conducts their analysis through the CalSAS system, and I believe there will be some post-CalSAS analysis as well, they will be providing us their findings in 2 phases. In phase 1, CDU will be receiving the misassignment statuses. And I think from my understanding, these are the cases where the teacher either does not possess a credential or has a credential that is inappropriate for the specific course that is being taught. We'll also receive some information around the reason or what triggered the misassignment status in their system. I think it's important to note that the data that we will receive in phase 1 are actually a subset of all of the data that we would need to meet the reporting requirements articulated in the SSA plan. In phase 2, CTC will provide those remaining data for us to meet the reporting requirements. And these would include some of the out-of-field statuses as defined in the SSA plan, and some of the remaining ineffective statuses that I believe are attributed to some specific waivers that were decided upon in the November-December board meeting. And so once we have those data from phase 2, we'll be able to meet all the reporting requirements. Next slide. And I think that takes us to questions and comments.
Thank you so much. Let me see if there's questions in the side. Give folks just a second to process. Okay, we'll start with Tara.
Yeah, I know we're at the end of the day, so I will keep it brief, but I just want to say it's exciting to see this work progressing, and that these data will be available, through priority 1 and local indicator 1 for our schools through the dashboard. And, it's exciting that it'll happen through this streamlined process rather than everybody having to come up with it for themselves at the local level, and be more reliable that way. So excited to see the work unfold.
Great. Other questions? Araceli, go ahead.
So I'm glad that that ASB 75 passed, and that now we are going to be looking at the local indicators at the school site level. But my question is, I know that today is dedicated to priority 1, but will there be a process to review what data is available for the other local indicators?
So this is Jonathan. We have not done that to this point. Again, this is the first data set that we will have available. So if more data were to become available, I mean, I think that would be something to look at. Cindy, did you want to jump in?
Sure. I just wanted to add, this is Cindy Kazanis. We have looked at the other local indicators, and we don't see a path forward on any of those absent a change in the way the data is collected. So for example, for priority 3, we do not have a statewide survey that is given. So this is the only piece of the local indicators where we see that there is a statewide data set that potentially could meet the needs. We still haven't determined how it would meet the needs, but we know that this is the only one at this point.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go to public comment. There will be a public comment slide posted on the screen. And we'll open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public, remember, for those wishing to provide comment on this item, you can call the number on the screen, then enter the meeting ID, which is the second bullet, followed by the passcode, which is the third bullet. The operator will let you know when it's your turn to speak. As with previous items, please state your name and affiliation for the record. And remember to turn down the speaker volume of your computer if you're following the live feed. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute each.
There's currently no one in the queue. Let's wait a minute to see if somebody calls in. All right, nobody has called in for public comment.
Okay. Given that there's no public comment, we'll now open it up for additional CPAG discussion. Please raise your hand in the participant box if anyone has any other questions or discussion for this item. Okay, with no further input, this concludes item 3. Thank you so much, Jonathan and Tom, for your information and for pulling it all together for us. We appreciate your time. So now
Thank you, guys.
So now we'll take up agenda item 5, which is general public comment. Public comment is invited on any matter not included on the printed agenda. We'll open the phone line for this public comment queue. Again, you see the public comment slide on the screen with the phone number to call in, the meeting ID number to enter, and then the passcode to use once you're prompted. And the operator will let you know when it's your turn to speak. Remember to state your name and your affiliation for the record. Turn down the volume on your computer if you're following the live feed, and speakers will be limited to 1 minute each.
We will give it a minute to see if somebody calls in.
Okay.
Nobody has called in for public comment on item 5.
Okay. Well, I want to thank everyone for a great meeting today. I want to echo the sentiment of the CPAG members with full appreciation to our CDE and SBE staff. What a wonderful, smooth meeting today. Thank you, CPAG members. Amazing contributions and questions, smooth use of our participant raising the hand system. So I hope everyone stays healthy and safe, and I will adjourn today's meeting at 4:24. Have a great Friday.